Chapter 418 0418. Back then, Yifan had brought a group of old brothers to form Inferno. Although there were many major battles that he had fought alone, he really didn't have a group of brothers supporting him from behind to solve his worries. It was impossible for him to defeat that almost invincible enemy. Although Yifan was confident, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could provoke a nuclear power. "Continue," Yifan said. The Dragon King smiled and said, "Speaking of which, you should know that having a backer can solve a lot of your worries. And do you know what the strongest backer in this world is? It can't be your dragon soul, right?" Yifan curled his lips. "No," the Dragon King said proudly. "It's a Chinese army of more than 2 million. As long as you are in the country, no matter if it's in the sky, the ground, or the ocean, there is no place our army can't help you." Yifan's eyes focused, and he finally came back to his senses. He looked at the Dragon King with a smile that was not a smile. No wonder it was weird today. So this guy wanted to rope him in and join the military of China. I have to say, Dragon King, your ability as a lobbyist is not bad. Yifan mocked. The Dragon King did not hide anything and chuckled. "The leaders admire you very much, especially the big shots of the military. They all admire your achievements. As long as you are willing, the chief will agree and directly confer you the honorary rank of Major General. If you make a contribution, it won't be difficult for you to be promoted to Lieutenant General before the age of 30. The key was that you would be one of us. No one in China would dare to touch you or the people around you. Otherwise, it would be making life difficult for more than 2 million Chinese soldiers." After the Dragon King finished speaking, he looked at Yifan with anticipation. "What do you think of this suggestion?" Yifan lightly clapped his hands. "It really makes one's blood boil. To be able to be a general for free makes my heart beat faster. However, I still refuse." "Why?" The Dragon King frowned. "Are you satisfied with being a small assistant in a company?" Li Fanxian smiled and shook his head. "You put it nicely. Let me be a general. Let me have the backing of the military. But, to put it bluntly, if I agree, I will have to fulfill a lot of obligations. I was tired of the days of constant fighting. I just wanted to live a comfortable life in the city. Unless someone provoked me, I didn't want to cause trouble. I've thanked the big shots for appreciating me, but I'm used to living a carefree life. Something big will definitely happen if I enter the system." The Dragon King heaved a heavy sigh. "You really don't want to reconsider?" Yifan said with certainty. "Let's change the conditions. I really won't consider this." When the Dragon King saw Yifan's resolute gaze, he could only helplessly say, "All right then, but even if you don't agree to join the military, in this Saite conference, you must travel with our Chinese team. Otherwise, you will have to bear the responsibility for the destruction of the Taiji sect." "Why does it have to be the Seth Assembly? What kind of challenge can there be?" Yifan was puzzled. "You guys are so afraid. Can't you just not go?" Normally, the Saite conference would not cause any trouble, but this year, because of the Earth axis, the officials of our China and our Dragon Soul will naturally become the target of public criticism. Some of the Western countries, led by the Magnesium country, will probably make all sorts of unfavorable comments about us. There is no guarantee that they will make a move in the open or in the dark. This time, the Phoenix Girl will also go with you. Although Xiao XNR is one of the top 10 legend rank powerhouses in the world like you, and her strength is not a problem, she still lacks some experience overseas, especially when facing overseas experts. We, the Dragon Soul, represent the dignity of China, so we naturally have to attend. Otherwise, who will protect our official representatives? But if something really happens and we don't have enough power to protect ourselves, we will become a joke on a global scale. Therefore, with you, the Underground King who can summon the wind and rain overseas, as an escort, the leaders can be more at ease." The Dragon King grinned and said, "Last time, I asked you to hand over Bahamut and Baphomet, but you were unwilling. This time, you will go out by yourself. If you really don't have enough manpower, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to send some people from your 2 old subordinates, right?" Yifan's eyes flashed as he laughed evilly. "Dragon King, you calculated far enough. It seems that the reason you asked me for Bahamut and Baphomet last time was to prepare for this Tay raiding conference, right? Huh. The underground organization of our China started late, and our overseas forces are weak. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you directly. Although you left the country when you were young, you are still a descendant of our China. Contributing to the country is not too difficult for you, right? The Dragon King calmly said. Li Fanxian thought of something. It seemed that next month, Su Qingxue wanted him to go to the Kingdom of Enamel to discuss some business and inspect some company. Since he had to go there anyway, it wouldn't hurt to take a few days to go to the Saitai conference. The Chinese military was not to be trifled with. If they were forced into a corner, the ones who would suffer in the end would still be the women by his side. All right, then send me a message when the time comes. I agree, of course. I can't guarantee that with me there, it will be absolutely safe. Yi Fan said, as long as you do your best, I believe there won't be any problems. No matter what, the difficulty of this mission won't be any more difficult than fighting a holy war for 2 years. The Dragon King smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, the Dragon King hurriedly said, this time's matter is not counted in those 2 matters. This is extra. Don't try to go back on your word again. Yi Fan was speechless. This old fellow's brain was quite bright. At this moment, Xiao Linfuan returned with a group of Taiji sect elders. Dragon King, boss, the matter has been resolved. Elder Zhou and the others no longer have any objections. Xiao Linfuan said with a smile. Oh, the Dragon King asked, Elder Zhou, are you really willing to reconcile? Zhou Zhongrong and the others looked at Yi Fan with awe and nervously said, of course I'm willing. It's all thanks to the military advisor that we found out that Mr. Ye's background is so amazing. He was as famous as the Phoenix Girl, one of the top 10 legendary experts in the world. He was already very grateful that he was able to let us old bones go. It's all because of that traitor Gu Yu, who did evil and harmed our Taiji sect. Yi Fan suddenly realized and kicked Xia Linfuan's butt. Old Xia, you told them everything about me. Xia Linfuan touched his back in pain and said gloomily, boss, if we don't say that, will they give up? In any case, they all agreed not to tell anyone. Chapter 419. 0420 Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy even started to flatter him. All right, boss, I also agreed on your behalf to let you be the chief guest of the Taiji sect. Hee. Is there a problem on your side? Xiao Linfuan laughed. A group of Taiji sect elders looked at Yi Fan eagerly, looking forward to it. Yi Fan was stunned. When did Laozi agree to this? Xiao Linfuan hurriedly moved closer to Yi Fan's ear and said, have you forgotten? You once mentioned that you wanted to help the Su family of Su City enter the 5 great sections. Didn't the Su family lack the support of the ancient martial arts sects? Even if the Taiji sect wanted to rebuild, its foundation was still there. No matter what, it was still one of the 4 great sections. It was a level stronger than the Azure Dragon School and the Mysterious Sword sect. If you get the Taiji sect and the Su family into a mess, wouldn't the Su family happily give their daughter to you? It's the best of both worlds. When Yi Fan heard this, he thought about it carefully. It seemed that this was the truth. Although as a guest, he had to protect the people of the Taiji sect to a certain extent. However, the Taiji sect was within the borders of China, so there wouldn't be any major difficulties. In fact, it was equivalent to him taking the benefits for free and not having to do anything. All right, but let me make it clear first, it's not something that involves the safety of the sect. Don't come looking for me. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved in the daily affairs of the Taiji sect. Zhou Zhongrong and the other elders repeatedly agreed. They suddenly felt that it wasn't a big loss for the sect to be burned down. Although the old ancestor's house had been burned down, a new one had been built, and it was even more comfortable to live in. The key was that a legend rank expert wasn't something that could be bought with money. After discussing the miscellaneous matters, Yi Fan also planned to return to Huahai. He still had to go down the mountain to get a phone, and even his phone had been burned by Xiao Xin'er, so he had no way of contacting his family. Looking at Yi Fan's back as he walked down the mountain, The Dragon King's eyes were deep as he asked with a complicated expression, Xiao Linfuan, was he also this strong 3 years ago? Xiao Linfuan, who was at the side, was silent for a moment, then said after some deliberation, I think it would be more appropriate to ask Xiao Exen this question. With my little ability, it would be a bit difficult to figure out the boss's true strength. You're really slippery. The Dragon King glanced at him. Then tell me, did he use his full strength in his battle with the Phoenix Girl? Xiao Linfuan smiled bitterly. Dragon King, no matter how you ask me, I won't be able to answer. It's really hard to say. The Dragon King let out a long sigh and stood with his hands behind his back. Did he really rely on a self-created cultivation method to achieve such achievements? I keep feeling that there's something strange about his body. Xiao Linfuan lightly waved his fan. I don't know if Boss's body is strange or not, but Boss's talent in cultivation is the most outstanding person I've ever seen. There is no doubt about this. Otherwise, the Black Emperor wouldn't have taken a fancy to you back then. The Dragon King nodded thoughtfully and did not say anything else. Huahai, in a well-decorated residential area near the high school, a white Porsche drove into the parking lot, and then a tall girl dressed in pure and pleasant clothes walked out. She walked through the door of an apartment building and happened to see a beautiful white woman on the other side. Sister Selena. Yinner, you're off work? Du Yinner nodded. Yeah. You want to buy groceries? Selena looked at the supermarket plastic bag in her hand and smiled. Yeah. Do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight? I'm stewing beef in red wine. Du Yinner hesitated for a moment, but didn't think too much about it. Then, all right then, thank you. You're welcome. In any case, we all live alone, so it's more interesting to eat together, Selena said with a smile. The two of them entered the elevator and were about to close the door when a few renovation workers walked into the elevator with bags of tools in their hands. One of the workers twisted his body and swung his tool bag, which happened to brush against the back of Du Yinner's hand. Aya! Du Yinner cried out in pain. She picked up her hand and saw that there was a blood stain on the back of her hand. Only then did the worker realize that something was wrong. He took the bag and found that there was a hole in the nail, and the nail's head was sticking out. I'm sorry. Aya, what should we do? I have a Band-Aid here. The worker quickly took out a Band-Aid. But Du Yinner waved her hand and forced a smile. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'll be home soon. Miss, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. The worker was also afraid that he would have to compensate her. Du Yinner didn't have that kind of thought. In her opinion, the worker didn't do it on purpose, and it wasn't easy to earn money. Thus, she said, I'll just go back and bandage it up. It's fine. The renovation worker kept apologizing in gratitude. Selena, who was at the side, said with a smile, Yinner, your heart is too kind. Du Yinner smiled faintly. I didn't do it on purpose. After exiting the elevator, Du Yinner and Selena returned to their respective homes. Du Yinner covered her injured hand and went to the bathroom to wash it. Hiss! Du Yinner was in pain. Looking at the wound, she started to worry. It shouldn't be a scar, right? That wouldn't look good. After all, she was a young girl. Thinking of this, Du Yinner started to panic. A thought flashed through her mind. She bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then walked out to the kitchen. After turning on the natural gas stove and turning on the flame, Du Yinner stretched out her injured hand. The dancing flame seemed to have sensed something and actually began to wrap around Du Yinner's hand. Not long after, the bloodstains and wounds had disappeared without a trace. A white and tender hand had recovered to its original state. Du Yinner looked at her hand with a complicated gaze. She placed it in the fire, but she didn't feel any pain. She wasn't afraid of the fire at all. She didn't know why, but when she saw the fire, she even felt a sense of intimacy. The fire was so warm, so gentle. This was what Du Yinner slowly discovered after she was captured by Song Xinghe, and her body started to burn with golden flames. At first, she was very panicked and kept this secret in her heart. No one dared to say it out loud, but after seeing Xiao Exin that day, Du Yinner's thoughts became even more intense. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, giving Du Yinner a fright. Du Yinner quickly turned off the gas stove and walked to the door. She took a look and saw that Selena was outside. Opening the door, Du Yuner pretended to be calm and asked, "Sister Selena, what's wrong?" Selena smiled and picked up a small medicine box. "I'm afraid that your family doesn't have anything to bandage it up, so I'll disinfect it with alcohol and—" Before she could finish her sentence, Selena's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. She stared at Du Yuner's supposedly injured hand and froze. Chapter 420. 0420. Selena didn't come back to her senses. She blinked her eyes and revealed a trace of doubt, but she didn't ask any questions. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll go back first. You can come over later. We can chat while cooking." Du Yuner heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. "All right, I'll change my clothes and go over. Then come quickly." Selena turned around and went back, as if she didn't notice anything amiss. Du Yuner quickly closed the door and touched her chest. Her heart was beating extremely fast. She didn't want others to find out that she was an anomaly. Right at this moment, her phone rang. Du Yuner walked over and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Du Yuner picked up the phone and asked, "Is it Du Yuner? I have Aloof Express. There's a package for you. Are you home?" A man asked. "Express? I didn't buy anything. Did I make a mistake?" Du Yuner thought about it carefully and realized that she probably hadn't bought anything online recently. How could it be a mistake? "It's your number. You're Du Yuner. It's a document," the courier said. Du Yuner thought that it was probably some kind of advertisement or bank statement, so she said, "Then put it in a mailbox. I'll go down and get it." "I'm sorry. This requires a face-to-face signature," the courier said. Although Du Yuner wondered what kind of document it was, she still replied with a no. "Then come up. I'll open the door for you." Not long after, a courier took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the door of Du Yuner's room. The courier was wearing a cap, and his face could not be seen clearly. He was holding a document in his hand as he walked in front of Du Yuner. "Thank you, master." Du Yuner didn't think too much about it. Just as she was about to reach out to take it, she saw the man suddenly take out a piece of cotton cloth from his pocket and cover Du Yuner's mouth. Although Du Yuner reacted, she was still too slow. She was unable to dodge and was pressed down on her head by the man with one hand and her mouth with the other. "Woo! Ugh! Ugh!" Du Yuner didn't struggle for long before she fainted. The man raised his head and looked to the side. After confirming that there was no one around, he dragged Du Yuner into the room and closed the door. Then, the man took out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss, target number 1 has been settled. Requesting further instructions." A man's gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Take her to the underground garage. Take her to the coordinates on the map I sent you. Remember, don't let anyone find you. Don't make a big fuss." "Yes, boss." The man lowered his hat, picked up Du Yuner, and quietly left the room, preparing to take the elevator down to the garage. At that moment, Selena walked out from the opposite door with an apron around her waist. "Yun!" Selena was about to say something, but when she saw the man carrying the unconscious Du Yuner, she couldn't help but be stunned. An ominous glint flashed in the man's eyes. He knew that the situation wasn't right and quickly put Du Yuner down. Then, he aggressively walked toward Selena. "Who are you?" Selena cried out in alarm. She quickly retreated into the room and closed the door. However, one of the man's feet kicked it without hesitation, directly breaking the lock of the safety door. Seeing that the security door had been destroyed, Selena's eyes revealed a look of surprise. She obviously didn't expect this seemingly ordinary man to have such great strength. Just as he was about to turn around and run, the man caught up to him and covered his mouth and nose with a piece of cotton cloth. "Ugh!" Selena struggled a few times before fainting and collapsing to the ground. The man took out his cell phone in frustration and dialed his boss's number again. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" "Boss, I've met with some trouble. A foreign woman from the opposite door saw me. What should I do? Kill him?" "Opposite door? It's that foreign professor. He seems to know Yi Fan as well. Since he has already appeared, then let's take him away together. It's always good to have more chips." "Yes, boss." The man didn't hesitate. He carried Selena with one hand and walked outside. Then, he carried Du Yuner with the other and walked towards the elevator with large strides without any effort. Crescent Bay District, Feng Yuing returned home from work. When she walked out of the elevator, she saw a man standing at the door waiting for her. Feng Yuing was stunned. Seeing the man, she asked in surprise, "Yi Fan, why are you here? You didn't even call me." Yi Fan smiled. "Only then will there be a surprise." "Why? Can't I come and find you?" "I heard from Director Su that you didn't go to solve some problem. You've already taken care of it?" Feng Yuing asked. Yi Fan nodded. "All right, otherwise, would I have the time to look for you?" "Oh." Feng Yuing smiled and said, "That's good. The company has been in chaos for the past 2 days. Everyone is in a state of panic. We spent a lot of effort to calm everyone down." Feng Yuing said as she walked to the door and opened it, "Come in. I'll change my clothes. Let's go out to eat. There's nothing at home." Yi Fan walked into the house, looked around, and slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. "Yuing, why don't you stop changing your clothes? I'll take you to a place you've definitely never been to before to eat. How about it?" Yi Fan asked. Feng Yuing was stunned. Just as she was about to take off her coat, she realized that something was amiss. She turned around and looked at the man, sizing him up carefully. "Why did you suddenly call me by my name?" Yi Fan laughed. "I occasionally call you by your name. Is there a need for you to make such a fuss?" Feng Yuying's eyes revealed that she was deep in thought. She walked in front of Yi Fan and looked into his eyes. "What's wrong, darling? Why are you staring at me like that?" Yi Fan asked. Feng Yuing looked at it for a while, then smiled. "Nothing. I just want to see you. Wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes. It'll be quick." After Feng Yuing finished speaking, she quickly ran back to her bedroom and even closed the door. Once she entered the bedroom, Feng Yuing immediately covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of panic. She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed a number. Do. The call connected, and Yi Fan's voice came from the other side. "Ying, you're really accurate. I just took the high-speed train back to Huahai, and you called me. Do you miss me that much?" Hearing Yi Fan's voice, Feng Yuying's guess was completely confirmed. "Yi Fan, not good. My family." Right at this moment, he heard a bang from the door behind him. It was directly kicked open. Yi Fan stood at the door, looking at Feng Yuing with a cold and gloomy face. "Give it to me." The man stretched out his hand and asked Feng Yuing for her phone. Feng Yuing naturally didn't care. She retreated and shouted, "Help! Yi Fan, come and save me." Without waiting for Yi Fan's response, this Yi Fan in front of him had already rushed up and snatched the phone, crushing it into pieces. Chapter 421 0421 Feng Yuing held back her tears and asked, Who exactly are you? Why are you pretending to be Yi Fan? How strange. How did you find out that I was fake? Don't tell me. What do I look like? My voice should be the same as well. Could it be that you can recognize me just because of the way I address you?" The man's voice also returned to his own voice and was no longer imitating Yi Fan. Feng Yuing was sure that the person in front of her was an unfamiliar man, and many thoughts immediately flashed through her mind. She had already called Yi Fan just now. Although she didn't make it clear, Yi Fan must have realized that the situation wasn't good and would rush over to save her. What she needed to do now was to stall for time and protect herself. Do you really want to know?" Feng Yuing forced herself to calm down. The man nodded. "Of course I want to know. If I know my shortcomings, I can improve in the future, right? Why should I tell you? You didn't even tell me. Why are you pretending to be Yi Fan?" Feng Yuing continued to stall for time. At the same time, she glanced at the corner of her eyes to see if she could find anything to protect herself. The man saw through the woman's thoughts. "You don't have to stall for time. If you don't tell me immediately, I will kill you." Feng Yuing thought of the man's strength when he kicked the door open just now and was still afraid. She swallowed her saliva and could only say, It's emotions. Emotions?" The man was puzzled. "What do you mean? I can't feel any love in your eyes. If it's the real Yi Fan, when he looks at me, his eyes are filled with love. And your eyes are cold," Feng Yuing said. The man was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. "So that's how it is? You women are really magical creatures, but unfortunately, I don't believe in any bullshit love at all. You're the one who asked. I told you. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, then you don't believe me. Do you think I will believe you just because you randomly gave me a reason? An extremely nonsensical reason. The man said disdainfully, "Umph, I know. You must be someone who has enmity with Yi Fan, right? You want to use me to take revenge on Yi Fan. But do you think you will be happy like this? You don't even believe in love. So you must have no one to love you and no one to love you. Even if you take revenge on everyone in the world, what can you get?" Feng Yuing said coldly. The corner of the man's mouth twitched as he roared, "Shut up. Wait for me to cut your beloved Yi Fan into pieces. You will know what my happiness is." With that, the man rushed forward and took out a piece of cotton cloth, preparing to knock her out. But at this moment, from outside the bedroom window, a black shadow suddenly rushed in. Clang! Although the glass shattered all over the ground, the intruder happened to kick the imposter to the ground. Feng Yuing came back to her senses and looked at the person clearly. She realized that it was a blond Caucasian man wearing a black jacket and black jeans. The man's skin was so white that it was frightening. It was the kind of paleness that was devoid of blood. When his eyes swept over, one could see the color of his scarlet pupils. "Miss Feng, are you all right?" The white man asked Feng Yuing in Chinese with a thick foreign accent. When Feng Yuing heard this, she realized that this white man actually recognized her and seemed to be quite polite. I'm fine. Are you?" Without waiting for Feng Yuing to ask anything, the fake Yi Fan who was kicked had already stood up abruptly, took out a sharp dagger, and pounced towards the white man. A murderous intent flashed in the white man's eyes. He lifted his leg and whipped his leg, sending the man flying once again. Bam! The man crashed into the wall, causing it to cave in. His entire body was trembling, and he couldn't even hold the knife in his hand steadily. The white man didn't let him go. He quickly walked forward, picked up the knife, and slashed at the man's neck, directly cutting his throat. But then, he realized that something was wrong. There wasn't any blood flowing out, but a piece of broken metal and some electronic circuits. The white man frowned, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Feng Yuing, who was behind him, was also dumbstruck. How could this be? Is this a robot? Feng Yuing rubbed her eyes, suspecting that she saw wrongly. After the imposter's neck was cut, her entire body started to twitch like a broken machine, making some strange sounds. The white man's ears twitched, and he opened his eyes. He quickly turned around, carried Feng Yuing horizontally, and jumped out of the window. With a boom sound, the imposter self-destructed, and a ball of fire rushed out of the window. From the sky to the lawn, the white man's legs landed steadily, and he put Feng Yuing down. "I'm sorry, Miss Feng. I didn't mean to offend you. The situation just now was really urgent." The white man apologetically nodded his head. Feng Yuing's chest was heaving up and down. She raised her head and looked at the commercial house that had been burnt down. She was stunned for a while. "No, it's nothing. Thank you for saving me. Who exactly are you?" The white man said respectfully, "This lowly one is called Grey Wolf. I was ordered by my king to secretly protect Miss Feng." "King? Which king?" Feng Yuing was puzzled. Grey Wolf straightened his body and replied solemnly, "My king's name in China is Yi, and his name is Fan." Yi Fan? Although Feng Yuing had guessed it, she was still very surprised. "He sent you to protect me? When did this happen?" "It's been a while. My king seems to have guessed in advance that someone will take revenge on him, so he will come to find his beloved and make a move. Therefore, my companions and I will secretly enter Huahai to protect you and the other ladies." After Grey Wolf finished speaking, he did not forget to add, "But Miss Feng, don't worry. We have our own limits. If your life is not in danger, we will not interfere in any of your life's matters. We have our own ways to secretly protect you." At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Ying, are you hurt?" When Feng Yuing heard this, she hurriedly turned around and saw Yi Fan walking over. Grey Wolf, on the other hand, had an awe-inspiring expression. He solemnly knelt on one knee and placed one hand on his chest. "My prince." Yi Fan raised his hand. "No need for formalities, Grey Wolf. You did well. Go down." "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." After Grey Wolf finished speaking, his figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the lawn like a ghost. Feng Yuing was shocked. In a short period of time, she had suffered too many shocks. Looking at Yi Fan's calm expression, she really didn't know what to say. Yi Fan, just now, what's going on? Feng Yuing couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Fan's embrace. There was someone just now who looked exactly like you, like a robot. Chapter 422. 0422 Inch. You let him go. Who is it? Feng Yuing was confused. Yi Fan didn't have much time to explain to the woman, so he said, Ying, find a hotel first and make do with it tonight. The Gray Wolf will protect you in secret. I'm going to take care of this. Although Feng Yuing was feeling uneasy, she knew that Yi Fan must have encountered a thorny problem. Furthermore, since she was threatened, then Su Qingshue's side was probably in even more danger. Go ahead, I'll go and drive the car. We'll talk after we leave this place. Feng Yuing saw that the sky was getting dark and decided to find a hotel as soon as possible. Yi Fan nodded apologetically and turned to leave. On the way out of the neighborhood, Yi Fan took out his phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a beautiful female voice came from the other side and said respectfully, "My prince, as you expected, that Song Xinghe is still alive." Sally, other than Feng Yuing, where else is the problem? Yi Fan asked in a deep voice. In fact, when the Leviathan brought the sea demons to the high seas, Yi Fan had already discussed with the Leviathan that Song Xinghe might not be dead. However, Yi Fan was only guessing. Therefore, in order to prevent the woman beside him from feeling uneasy, Yi Fan only secretly contacted Sally and asked her to send a few people to protect his woman. Yi Fan was not an immortal, so it was impossible for him to protect different women at any time. Furthermore, with Song Xinghe's personality, if he was still alive, the way he would take revenge on him would definitely be a sinister move, starting with the people around him. Sure enough, what Yi Fan was worried about happened. Fortunately, although Song Xinghe had created something new, his fighting strength was still limited. The crow said that Su Qingxue has a fake customer representative. He wanted to make a move during the negotiation with Su Qingxue, but he was already killed by her. In addition, at Ning Zimo's place, a fake you also appeared. She had already been killed by the Viper halfway and discovered that it was also a biochemical robot, so she did not alarm Ning Zimo. As for Du Yin'er, because I followed your instructions and wanted to test Selena, the Lynx never made a move. Du Yin'er is also safe, Sally said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This Song Xinghe has really broadened my horizons. Sally, tell your Netherworld guard to tell me Yin'er's location. Yes, my king, Sally said. I will have Lynx contact you immediately. After hanging up, Yi Fan immediately received a call from Su Qingxue. Yi Fan, what the hell happened? I have a foreign woman here called Crow. She said you sent her to protect me? Su Qingxue said in surprise. When did you arrange for such a person to follow me? Yi Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Wife, it's a long story. This is all because that Song Xinghe didn't die. Song Xinghe? Why isn't he dead yet? Fan Xian sighed. I was careless and underestimated his strength. But don't worry, I'll deal with it now. You'll be fine. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Yi Fan hung up the phone because the Lynx had already sent him a message of shared coordinates. Yi Fan took a look and found that the target wasn't very far away, so he was too lazy to call a car and ran towards his destination. In a combination of urban and rural areas in Huahai, on a construction site that had stopped construction, the doors of a few simple houses were not locked. A van drove up to the door of the house, and a man got out of it. He carried 2 large sacks and entered the house. Boss, the hostage is here. The man took off his cap and reported to a man in a white coat in front of him. The man in the white coat was impressively Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe's face was gloomy as he looked at the tablet in his hand and said, Damn Yi Fan. He actually had a hand to guard against me. How did he know I wasn't dead? Boss, what do you mean? Could it be that Yi Fan discovered us? The man asked curiously. Song Xinghe nodded. Ma Ming, other than you, everyone else has failed, but you are the most reliable. What? Then, boss, the 2 biochemical humans you created also failed? The man called Ma Ming said in surprise. It's a complete failure. I've already activated the self-destruct device. Song Xingha's face was filled with displeasure. Ma Ming was puzzled. Those two biochemical humans look exactly the same as Yi Fan. How could they recognize them? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be foolproof? After all, it's only version 1.0. There's still a lot of room for improvement. It's a pity that the time is too short and the funds are limited. Otherwise, I can definitely do it more perfectly. Song Xingha sighed. Ma Ming said confidently, "Boss, you are a true genius. Look at me. After using the transformation potion you gave me, I'm as strong as a cow now. You will definitely be able to get your revenge and make a comeback." Song Xingha smiled and patted Ma Ming's shoulder. "When I came back this time, you few trusted aides of the Star River Group did not betray me. I'm very pleased. Don't worry, as long as I have a good day, I will not miss out on your benefits." "Thank you, boss," Ma Ming said excitedly. To these former employees of the Star River Group, because of the scandal of the Star River Group, no company wanted them anywhere else. After Song Xingha suddenly returned and contacted a few of their trusted aides, they all began to work for Song Xingha again. As ordinary people, Ma Ming and the others were naturally overjoyed to suddenly have the strength of a Hercules. Song Xingha pouted towards the sack. "Go, release Du Yun'er and Selena and wake them up." Ma Ming immediately did as he was told. After untying Du Yun'er and Selena from the sack, he splashed some cold water on them to wake them up. What is this place?" Selena looked left and right in a daze. Her hands and feet were bound, making it difficult for her to move. Song Xingha? When Du Yun'er saw who the man in front of her was, her beautiful face paled. Song Xingha laughed evilly. "Yun'er, we meet again. Do you miss me? Aren't you dead?" Du Yun'er tried her best to blink, thinking that she was dreaming. Song Xingha laughed out loud. "Dead? Aren't you looking down on your big brother Song too much? I'm still waiting to marry you as my bride. How can I bear to die?" As he said that, Song Xingha bent over and pinched Du Yun'er's chin with one hand and said sinisterly, "I'm really curious. What kind of secret do you have on you? What are the flames that burned last time? How about you burn it for me to see?" When Selena, who was at the side, heard this, her eyes flashed. "Yun'er, who is he? Why did you capture us?" Chapter 423. 0423. The key point was, even if Du Yun'er really knew how to set the fire, she was still afraid of hurting Selena, who was beside her. After all, she didn't know how to control herself. "Sister Selena, don't be afraid. I believe that Brother Yi Fan will come to save us." Song Xingha's face was ferocious, and Brother Yi Fan, the guy didn't even treat you as one of his own. Do you know that he sent people to secretly protect his women? Only you, your self-righteous little sister. He didn't send anyone to protect you at all. Otherwise, how do you think I brought you here? When Du Yun'er heard this, her face revealed a trace of confusion. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes, but she still shook her head and said, "Even if Brother Yi Fan didn't send anyone to protect me, it would still be a matter of course. There's no need for you to sow discord here." Selena, who was at the side, had a suspicious look in her eyes and remained silent. I don't have the leisure to sow discord between you two. You won't be able to see him in the future," Song Xingha said with an evil smile. What do you mean?" Du Yun'er's face was filled with unease. Song Xingha walked to the side without saying a word and picked up a strange-looking helmet from a table. This helmet was connected to a dozen or so data transmission lines. They were all gathered together and connected to a laptop. When Song Xingha wanted to put the helmet on Du Yun'er's head, the girl naturally wanted to resist. "What is this? Don't come over here." Du Yun'er's body was tied up, but she twisted her body, unwilling to cooperate. Ma Ming, who was at the side, coldly snorted. He took out an anesthetic needle and pierced it into the girl's body. Du Yun'er's body stiffened, and she was unable to move. Song Xingha put the helmet on the girl's head and said complacently, "Don't worry, Yun'er. There won't be any pain. It's as if you've had a dream, and everything that has happened to you since you were young has been relived." When Selena heard this, her eyes lit up. "Don't tell me you want to copy her brain memories?" Song Xingha was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Selena and suspiciously said, As expected of a scientist, I didn't expect you to be able to see through my intentions. Where did you learn this technique? As far as I know, there is no laboratory in the world that can complete the cloning of a human's brain memories. Song Xinghe arrogantly said, You know? What do you know? Geniuses don't want to be associated with ordinary people. How can those idiots who experiment in groups and laboratories be compared to me? Selena smiled. You remind me of someone. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in knowing who that person is. Song Xinghe said disdainfully, then turned around, walked to the computer, and started to operate his system. Selena sighed. You're underestimating Yi Fan too much. Do you really think that he didn't send anyone to protect Du Yuner? Song Xinghe paused, turned around and frowned. What do you mean? Without waiting for him to finish, Serena began to shout, Help! Help! Just as she let out two heart-wrenching screams, the door of this room was violently smashed open by a shadow. Clang! A black shadow barged in. It was a middle-aged Caucasian man with chestnut-colored hair. His face was sparse with stubble, and he looked rather rough. His pupils were scarlet, and he looked rather strange. When Ma Ming saw that someone had really barged in, he was also shocked. Who is it? Song Xinghe, on the other hand, revealed a vexed expression. Do you still need to ask? Yi Fan's people. You've been followed, idiot. When Du Yuner heard this, she cried tears of joy. I knew Brother Yi Fan would save me. Only then did Ma Ming come back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch at the white man. However, the white man only used a large hand to meet Ma Ming's fist. He directly pulled it back and threw Ma Ming out. Ma Ming fell to the ground in a daze. His body had been modified by a potion, so logically speaking, he should already be very strong. However, in the hands of this white man, he was as harmless as a 3-year-old child. Then, the white man quickly took off the helmet on Du Yuner's head and apologetically nodded. I'm sorry, Miss Du. The lynx came late. As he spoke, the lynx's fingers quickly swiped twice. His sharp fingernails actually cut open the ropes on Du Yuner and Selena's bodies. When Selena saw this, she said with a hint of bitterness, You must be one of Sally's nether guards. You should have come a long time ago. Why haven't you made a move? The lynx expressionlessly said, My king wants to track the location of the target, so he is waiting for my king to come over. Song Xinghe's face was gloomy. He picked up his notebook, picked up his helmet, and quickly ran out. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure approaching from afar, appearing like a ghost outside the simple house. Old Song, where are you going? Yi Fan asked indifferently with a cigarette in his mouth. The lynx immediately ran out of the house and knelt on one knee. My prince. Yi Fan nodded and waved his hand. It's been hard on you. You can leave now. The lynx got up and disappeared in a flash, as if it had disappeared into the night. Yi Fan. You. How do you know it's mine? Song Xinghe asked. I'm just guessing. Who would be so crazy as to kill a fisherman's family? The way the tiger-head shark and the other pirates died seems to be very similar to what you did. In order to be on the safe side, I kept an eye on you. If you don't come looking for trouble with me, then I'll turn a blind eye to it. Unfortunately, you are just that stubborn. Song Xinghe narrowed his eyes, but did not retreat. He walked towards Yi Fan with large strides. Looks like I've still underestimated your strength. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background and so many subordinates. This time, I admit defeat, but I can't do it thrice. Next time, I definitely won't lose. Yi Fan saw Song Xinghe walking over. That fearless look on his face made him feel a little strange. After hearing something in his ears, he suddenly came to a realization. Did you discover it? Song Xinghe grinned, laughing crazily as he ran towards Yi Fan. Damn it. Yi Fan quickly retreated. During this process, Song Xinghe's body emitted a ball of blazing fire. With a boom sound, he self-destructed. Even the computer and helmet in Song Xinghe's hands had been blown to pieces. Ma Ming, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Old boss, this, Du Yuner and Selena, who had just walked out of the house, also had looks of surprise in their eyes. Yi Fan rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Looking at the flames in the distance that had already been burnt to the point that not even dregs were left, he muttered, "No wonder I came to such a desolate place." So it was just a substitute. Chapter 424. 042-4 The facts also proved that Song Xinghe's worry was necessary, and Yi Fan was also on guard against him. Therefore, in this match, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. It could only be said that Yi Fan had the upper hand. Yi Fan walked in front of Ma Ming and grabbed him by the collar. "Where is your boss?" Although he felt that he couldn't ask, Yi Fan still wanted to get as much information as possible. Ma Ming was at a loss. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Our old subordinates come here every time I talk to the boss. We thought, this is the real boss. Then how many of you are still in contact with Song Xinghe? Yi Fan asked again. Ma Ming's eyes were filled with fear, afraid that Yi Fan would kill him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a bang sound coming from his body. A bloody mist exploded in front of Ma Ming's chest. Ma Ming never dreamed that the communication device he was wearing on his body was actually a remote-controlled pocket-sized bomb. After Song Xinghe discovered that Ma Ming was about to betray him from afar, he immediately blew him up. Yi Fan threw Ma Ming to the side and wiped the blood off his face. This pocket-sized bomb was not a threat to him at all, but it had blown up Ma Ming's heart. "Brother Yi Fan, are you all right?" Du Yin'er ran over in concern. The girl was frightened, especially when she saw Yi Fan's face covered in blood. Yi Fan shook his head. "I'm fine, Yin'er. You and Selina should go back first. I need to find Song Xinghe." Selina asked curiously, "Yi Fan, who is this person? His bionic technology is very powerful." Yi Fan sighed. "Who he is no longer important. I only know that if this guy continues to live, there will be endless troubles in the future." "Brother Yi Fan, is there really no other way? Does Song Xinghe have to do such a thing? Can't everyone forget these grudges?" Du Yin'er said haggard. "Yin'er, if you were to reason with Song Xinghe, it would have worked. Back then, so many things wouldn't have happened. Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it," Yi Fan said. Yi Fan didn't want to explain anything, so he let Du Yin'er and Selina leave the construction site as soon as possible. After the two women left, Yi Fan shouted. The lynx that had just disappeared once again appeared from the darkness. "Your Majesty," Mountain Cat nodded. "What are your orders? Did you find anything wrong with Selina?" Yi Fan asked with a complicated expression. Lynx narrowed his eyes. "She seems to know you very well. She knows that you have arranged for us to protect Miss Du, so she didn't panic just now. With her IQ, it's not difficult for her to think of this. This is not much evidence." Yi Fan shook his head and said. Lynx asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, since you suspect that there's something wrong with Serena, why don't you just kill her? Or directly arrest and interrogate them?" Fan Xian smiled and helplessly said, "Do you think this is Purgatory Island? When doing things, one couldn't just do as one pleased. If Selena really just met me by chance, and she really just missed the elephant's nose and came a Huahai to settle down, then how can I be so rude and unreasonable to my friend's widow? But if there really is a problem with her, I think Miss Du might be in danger," the lynx said. Li Fan Xian nodded. "So I want you to, from now on, be more cautious in protecting Yin'er. Viper, Crow, and Gray Wolf. Let them help you and keep a close eye on Selena. Song Xinghe must have thought that I have arranged for people to protect every woman, so he won't attack my woman anymore." After the lynx heard this, it immediately accepted the order and retreated. Yi Fan stood on the empty construction site and lit a cigarette. After thinking for a while, he made a call to Sally. "Sally, have you checked Huahai surveillance footage? Are there any clues about Song Xinghe's lair?" Yi Fan asked. "King, I've already checked." Lie's mind was clear as she said regretfully, "But that Song Xinghe is very cunning. He didn't leave any clues behind, and he intentionally avoided all kinds of surveillance cameras. Then is there any way to quickly find Song Xinghe?" Yi Fan was not surprised. If Song Xinghe's IQ was so easy to find, then there wouldn't be so many troublesome things. After pausing for a moment, she replied, "There are 3 fastest ways. The fastest way is undoubtedly to buy information through Sky Eye. Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Sky Eye, Heaven's Eye, Ghost Valley. This was Su Qingshua's hometown. The other party's Ghost Valley ring was still in his hands. If he were to buy information from him now, it would probably be difficult. You should have contacted the people from the Heaven's Eyes, right? They said how much is Song Xinghe's information worth? Li Ye said with some confusion. My king, the attitude of the Heaven's Eyes is very strange. The answer he gave me was a ring. As for what kind of ring he was talking about, there was no detailed explanation. Li Fan Xian almost choked on a mouthful of smoke and said with a bitter smile, This bargaining chip is too high. Let's change the method. Didn't you say that there are 3 ways? What about the second way? The second method is to have the Dragon Soul of China send people to search the area. With your status and Murphy's presence in the Dragon Soul, I think the Dragon Soul can agree to this request. No way. Li Fan Xian immediately rejected. The technology that Song Xinghe grasps is too dangerous. If the Dragon Soul finds out, not only will Song Xinghe not be killed, he will also have to be protected. In front of the country, there is no good or evil, only value. Li Fan Xian had made up his mind not to let the Dragon Soul get involved in this matter, lest Song Xinghe be treated as the country's precious scientific talent. The third method. Yi Fan directly skipped over the second possibility. Li Yi sighed lightly. Then let's slow down a little. The third method is for our own people to enter Huahai. My Netherworld Guard and Asmuntus Baphomet should be able to find clues within a day after sending people into Huahai. Li Fan gloomily wiped his face. That won't do either. It's already quite dangerous for you to send 4 guards into Huahai. If the Dragon Soul finds out that I have sent people from Purgatory Island into China, they will have to grab onto my tail and extort me with all their might. Humph! My king, what kind of status do you have? The Dragon Soul is at most an A-grade organization. Why should we be afraid of it? Sally was quite disdainful. Yi Fan smiled. Every time Sally Yi was unhappy, her tone would seem rather childish. This was also because of Sally's noble bloodline, which gave her the innate domineering aura of a superior. It was impossible for her to have much respect for the Dragon Soul in her heart. Sally, don't be agitated. What I'm worried about is not the Dragon Soul, but the Chinese military behind the Dragon Soul. Furthermore, I discovered that the Phoenix Girl of the Dragon Soul had a group of powerful people behind her, and even a family power. Chapter 425. 0425. After a moment of silence, Li Ye said, You mean the war god of China? Li Fan Xian replied with an N sound. I just finished fighting with the Phoenix Girl. Although I had the upper hand, I wasn't fighting with my life on the line, so I feel that if I were to fight with her, it would only be a 50-50 chance. It's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. I think no one in the top 10 legends would be able to defeat the Phoenix Girl in terms of sustained combat ability. However, if the Phoenix Girl was the strongest warrior in China, then where did the Dragon Soul get the confidence to negotiate with me so calmly? Moreover, behind the Phoenix Girl, there was obviously someone else who could restrain her and make her obey her discipline. I just thought, perhaps there were still some hidden family powers in China. Among these people, there might be that epic expert, the war god. The ones who were elected by the underground world could be considered to be the publicly recognized top 10 legend rank experts. They were already at the peak of the underground world and were worshipped and looked up to by countless people in the underground world. However, there were still 3 epic rankers who were above the legendary rankers, who were like myths. The difference between epic and legend was the span of time. A legend rank expert could rise rapidly in 1, 2, or 3 years, relying on their brilliant battle achievements to become a legend. However, an epic stage expert needed to not fall for at least a century. After crossing 100 years, he was still alive and still possessed tyrannical strength. Only then could he be called an epic stage. In the underground world that was filled with killings, wars, and schemes, it was simply too difficult to not be killed in a century and maintain one's strength at the peak of the world. The sale had only been glorious for a few years, and the Phoenix Girl had only risen to fame for less than 10 years. It seemed glorious, but after 100 years, it was unknown who would be able to survive. This also caused the number of epic stage experts that survived to be pitifully few. They were practically mythical figures. Among them, the war god of China was one of the 3 epic warriors. It was said that this war god's ancient martial arts strength was already like that of a god, unimaginable to mortals. As for the war god's name, origin, and even gender, there was no accurate information. It was also possible that he had purposely hidden a lot of information to avoid being disturbed. After all, a transcendent expert who had survived 2 world wars could accumulate too many resources. It wasn't difficult for an epic expert to hide his identity. If the war god really exists, then you have to be careful. But if these 3 methods don't work, how do you plan to find him? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. He was stunned for a moment. After smoking 1 cigarette, Fan Xian lit another one. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right. There's also a technical talent. How could I forget? Li immediately said, Is it Miss Chu Yinyao? Yi Fan was surprised. How do you know? Yi Fan had indeed thought that Chu Yinyao would most likely have a way to find Song Xinghe. This was because Chu Yinyao could even find the stealth submarine of the Magnesium Army last time, so she probably had a way this time as well. Of course I will pay attention to the women by your side. Actually, I think that Chu Yinyao is more suitable to be your wife than that Su Qingxue. She has more wisdom and foresight. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sally, don't give me any advice about my personal feelings. This is an exam score. Why are you competing in intelligence? According to my analysis, other than dealing with business, Su Qingxue has nothing else to offer. She is willful, unruly, and doesn't know the big picture. She simply isn't worthy of you. Yi Fan hurriedly shouted, Enough! I won't allow you to say that about my wife. Even if it's you, you can't say that about her. Of course, she has her faults, but no one is perfect. I like her, so I'm naturally willing to accept her shortcomings. Sally, you've never been in love before, so there are many things you don't understand. Don't talk about this topic in the future, or else I'll really get angry. Could it be that I can't compare to Su Qingxue? You clearly said that there is no woman in this world who is more beautiful than me. And what I can do for you, she will never be able to do for you. Fan Xian scratched his head in distress. Sally, you really are the most beautiful woman in the world. At most, there will only be people who can share the limelight with you. But in my eyes, you are the same as Yunner, just like my little sister. Don't talk about this topic anymore, okay? You are the king. How could I disobey you? Sally, Yi said bitterly. Yi Fan heard that this girl was throwing a tantrum, but he didn't have time to coax her, so he hung up the phone and planned to talk about it later. Leaving the construction site, Yi Fan made a call and asked where Chu Yinyao was. Chu Yinyao seemed to be attending some kind of banquet. She purposely walked to a quiet place and lazily asked, Why are you looking for me? If it's dinner, I'm not free. Yi Fan said with a fawning smile, Little Yao Yao, I want you to help me find someone. Go find Yao Zhengong from the Defense Bureau. No. This person, ordinary people can't find. Only someone as smart and intelligent as you. Tell me, who is it? Chu Yinyao asked snappily. Yi Fan had a favor to ask, so he didn't have the nerve to correct this woman's tone and said, Song Xinghe. What? Chu Yinyao frowned. Isn't he dead? Not completely dead. He's alive, and he even created a biochemical robot, turning into me and causing harm everywhere. How dangerous do you think this is? While he should still be in Huahai, can you help me find him? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Chu Yinyao lightly snorted. Last time I asked you to stay with me for Christmas, you insisted on finding Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue is so good. Why don't you let her help you find her? This isn't the same thing. How could Xiao Shui be looking for someone? Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Why was he jealous now? Chu Yinyao said with dissatisfaction. Oh, when you meet with something, you come find me. When you have nothing to do, you go coax your wife and throw me to the side. Am I, Chu Yinyao, that cheap? So easy to fool? If Song Xinghe has the ability, then I'll kill him. What does that have to do with me? I'm very busy. I'm hanging up. With that, the woman hung up. Yi Fan was speechless. He clicked his tongue gloomily, thinking about what to do now. If he knew that Chu Yunyao was so jealous, he wouldn't have touched her in the first place. Wasn't this just finding small shoes for himself to wear? But just as Fan was feeling vexed, a message was sent over. It was actually sent by Chu Yunyao. The entrance of the West Cloud Club. Arrive within half an hour. Help me bring a cup of black tea latte with Legong tea. Add milk cover, large cup. Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this woman wouldn't be so heartless and would still be willing to help him in the end. Chapter 426. 0426. Fan finally found a tea shop with Legong. After buying a drink, he hurriedly ran to the Cloud Club in the west of the city. A white Bentley arrived at the door on time. Chu Yunyao was wearing a black Chanel coat, a white sweater, and a Bulgari necklace inlaid with diamonds. Her graceful and noble temperament was completely revealed. The moment he got out of the car, a bunch of staff at the entrance of the clubhouse bowed in salute. Chairman Chu. Chu Yunyao lightly replied, already used to it. The woman walked over and didn't even look at Fan. She directly took the milk tea and walked into the clubhouse while drinking. Fan hurriedly followed and asked in bewilderment, Little Yao Yao, why did you come to this clubhouse? Aren't we looking for someone? Cut the crap, just follow me. Chu Yunyao drank her milk tea and said vaguely. Fan was also drunk. This woman was wearing a famous brand that added up to at least 100,000 yuan. Drinking a cup of milk tea for 20 yuan was really out of the ordinary. After walking into an office, Chu Yunyao went to a bookshelf and turned a globe. Following which, the bookshelf moved away, revealing a door with a password inside. Chu Yunyao walked to the door, and after the computer performed iris, fingerprint, and facial recognition, the door opened. Fan couldn't help but be tongue-tied. So Chu Yunyao also had a laboratory in her own clubhouse. Maybe the Cloud Club was just a pretense, and she had actually built a clubhouse's outer shell in order to build a laboratory. Come in. You're like an idiot. What are you daydreaming about? Chu Yunyao turned her head and bit her straw in disdain. Fan was not angry. He chuckled and walked into the laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, the lights immediately lit up. In the huge laboratory, there were a large number of computer screens and all kinds of instruments. Fan didn't really understand them either. Chu Yunyao walked to a control panel, put down the milk tea, and said, I'll ask you a question now. Answer me. When did Song Xinghe return to Huahai? Fan thought for a moment and replied, It should be within 2 months. How many biochemical robots did he send? Chu Yunyao asked as she tapped on the keyboard. Fan was puzzled. Little Yao Yao, how are you going to find him? Does this have anything to do with Song Xinghe? Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes. I will only explain it to you once. Listen up. If Song Xinghe wants to create a bionic robot, he will need a large amount of energy, which is electricity. The power consumption of the laboratory was an abnormal number. As long as they checked the areas where the power consumption fluctuated greatly in the past 2 months, it would be easy to find his laboratory. In addition, the rare metals needed to build robots and the various raw materials needed for biotechnology were all purchased through special channels. This was not a Barbie doll, but a bionic human. Convert all the energy sources and materials they use into data, and use specific parameters to eliminate them. Basically, we can calculate their location. When Fanxian heard this, he was puzzled and asked, The system here can classify and process this information. Why do you care so much? I naturally have my own ways. Chu Yunyao said. Fan smiled embarrassedly and didn't ask any further. He told her all the information he could provide. After Chu Yunyao finished typing, all kinds of interfaces quickly popped up on the dozen or so screens in front of her, and all kinds of data analysis charts appeared. Chu Yunyao sat down and drank her milk tea while leaning her feet on the table. Her long legs, which were only wearing black stockings, looked especially slender and round. Just you wait. We should be able to come to a conclusion within half an hour. Chu Yunyao said, If we don't find any targets, then it can only be said that there's a problem with the parameters you gave, or that Song Xinghe's IQ is even higher than I expected. Fan nodded his head at the side, not saying a word. His eyes stared at Chu Yunyao's legs without blinking. Chu Yinyao also seemed to have noticed that there was a problem with the man's eyes. A hint of ridicule flashed across her eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a charming smile. Do you want to touch it? Hearing that, Yi Fan hurriedly nodded his head. Although he still had things to busy himself with, it was still fine to take a break. What's the benefit of letting you touch it? Ugh, I'll buy you another cup of milk tea. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Chu Yinyao rolled her eyes at him. I want you to find Song Xinghe and give me his research materials. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. As expected, as long as it was a scientist, they would be interested in Song Xinghe's research. How is it? You said that you want to help me become the Chu family's patriarch, and you still haven't made any progress. Then you can help me get a scientific research material that is useless to you. Otherwise, you're a liar, deceiving me of a poor woman's feelings. It's fine if you don't marry me, but you won't give me any benefits at all. Chu Yinyao said. Leaf with Chu Yunyao's big heart. Of course, she wouldn't say that she was hurt just for the sake of a little romance. Although Chu Yunyao seemed to have more emotions now, her personality disorder wasn't something that didn't exist. All right, I'll give it to you. But you can't give it to the country. Yi Fan thought that Chu Yunyao should still be able to distinguish the general situation. Chu Yunyao smiled in satisfaction and leaned her beautiful feet against the man's body. Hey, do you want to touch it or lick it? My feet are very fragrant. Yi Fan looked at the woman's complacent expression and thought to himself, you little girl, your tail is really sticking up to the sky? Without saying a word, he directly walked forward and picked up Chu Yunyao's body, then pressed her down on the stage. Ah! Chu Yunyao cried out. What are you doing? Sila. The sound of silk stockings tearing came from behind, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble. Hee hee. Yi Fan laughed evilly. You seduce me like this. What do you think I'm going to do? Actually, you're looking forward to what I'm going to do to you here, aren't you? That's why you deliberately provoked me, right? I didn't. You. Let go of me. Chu Yunyao's face flushed red. She actually didn't know what she was thinking. Although she felt that this man was going overboard, she was still faintly looking forward to something in her heart. In a laboratory, on a dozen screens of different sizes, all sorts of data and images were constantly changing. The movements of the two people in front of the screen were also constantly changing. When the search on the screen stopped and a map and red coordinates popped up, Yi Fan let go of Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao slumped down on the chair, feeling a little dizzy, and her heart was beating rapidly. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was refreshed as he put on his pants. Looking at the coordinates and the satellite image, he asked, Isn't that a private house? Why is it that kind of place? Chu Yunyao snappily said, It's just that you can't think of it. That's why it's safe. I advise you to hurry over. Song Xinghe will most likely consider moving his position, and when he finishes organizing everything, you might go over again for nothing. Yi Fan turned around, held Chu Yunyao's face, kissed her, and said with a smile, Little Yao Yao, thank you. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yi Fan left the laboratory in a flash, ignoring Chu Yunyao's stupefied expression. Chapter 427. 0427 in a private house on the outskirts of Huahai, in an underground experimental base. Master, why are we retreating now? Didn't we cut off all the clues? Tong Huizhen stood at the back with a blank expression, watching Song Xinghe continuously pack up all kinds of important experimental equipment. After Song Xinghe knew that his plan had failed, he immediately started to pack up. He even specially got a large truck, preparing to move some of the important equipment and materials away. Although some of the large glass petri dishes were not easy to take away, the value of the glass was not high. He could buy another batch after changing locations. If he lost some of the precious high-end equipment, it would be very difficult to create his bionic army again. A few of Song Xinghe's former subordinates had become Hercules after being injected with the medicine. They were all helping him carry things. Song Xinghe was busy commanding and tidying up. When he heard Tong Huizhen's question, he flew into a rage. He turned around and slapped the woman in the face. Tong Huizhen rolled on the ground after being slapped. She covered her face and said while trembling, Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked too much. What do you know? A woman's opinion. I had completely misjudged Fan Xian's strength and background. Since he can guard against me, then how do you know if he can find me? If I don't leave now, do I have to rely on gambling to see if he can find me? You want to stay here and wait for death, but I don't want to. Tong Huizhen's face was bitter as she looked at the bionic man that had yet to be completed. She was very reluctant to part with him. But Master, Wei Ming, that half-built bionic man, with only a head and body and no legs, was impressively Su Weiming. Originally, this fake Su Weiming was going to be used in the next step of the plan, but because the first step of the plan had failed, Song Xinghe did not care about creating this Su Weiming. What? Do you still care about your fake son? Mmph. I was unable to copy Su Weiming's memories back then. This fake Su Weiming, even if I finished creating it, would only be a complete bionic person. I don't even know you, my mother, at all, so just save your mother's love, Song Xinghe said disdainfully. Tong Huijin's eyes were brimming with tears. But even if he doesn't know me, his genes are the same as Wei Ming's. He looks exactly like Wei Ming. How can I not care about him? I've always hoped that Wei Ming would come back to life. Even if he didn't know me, at least I would still have a relative in this world. Idiot! Why are you getting more and more stupid? If you continue to cry like this, do you believe that I won't just leave you here and let Yi Fan kill you? In any case, I'll just grab a few women from outside. Which one of them can't satisfy me? I've long gotten tired of playing with you, you old slut. As Song Xinghe spoke, he slapped Tong Huizhen in the face again, causing her to scream miserably as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Tong Huizhen's face was ashen, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. She could only silently sob and help Song Xinghe organize some small things. But at this moment, several explosions came from outside the laboratory. Bang! Bang, bang! Song Xinghe was shocked and quickly ran out. He saw two figures being kicked in from the outside. Boss, be careful. An employee was moving things out when he saw this and quickly ran back, blocking in front of Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe frowned. What's going on? He saw that the two employees he had modified had been thrown in and had already lost their fighting strength. His expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Old Song, you sure know how to hide. With a cigarette in his mouth, Yi Fan walked down the stairs from the laboratory and looked at Song Xinghe coldly. When Yi Fan noticed Tong Huizhen behind him, he was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. Back then, the tiger-head shark had captured Tong Huizhen, so it was reasonable for Tong Huizhen to meet Song Xinghe. Tong Huizhen, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan with a face full of despair. On the contrary, she didn't feel any fear and just sat on the ground in a very dispirited manner. Yi Fan, how did you find this place? Song Xinghe asked in fear. Yi Fan was naturally too lazy to explain. He pointed outside and said, Your truck, the tires were destroyed by me. If you want to move, I'm afraid it's not realistic. Seeing that there was no way out, Song Xinghe ran back without saying a word. He picked up a bottle of sulfuric acid from the experiment table and threw it at Yi Fan. Yi Fan dodged to the side, and the sulfuric acid landed on Song Xinghe's subordinate. That subordinate was directly burned in pain, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Yi Fan didn't wait for Song Xinghe to make a second move. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Song Xinghe's neck. Although Song Xinghe had been modified and his body was very strong, it was almost impossible for him to injure Yi Fan. I've already given you a chance to turn over a new leaf and live a new life. It's a pity that you're still stubborn, so you can't blame me. Yi Fan said coldly, a narrow and twisted soul has harmed you in the end. Song Xinghe said sinisterly, I'm not wrong. It was this world that was wrong. It was the dog couple who abandoned me. It was the perverted couple who abused me. It's you hypocrites. I relied on myself to get to where I am today. Do you know how much suffering I've suffered and how much I've suffered? Do you understand? From beginning to end, you only see the people who hurt you. There are no good people in your world. No sunshine. I can understand your pain because I once despaired of this world. Fortunately, someone saved me in time. So I've thought of giving you a chance, pretending time and time again that I don't know what you're up to, but you still don't understand. Then I can only kill you for the sake of the person I want to protect." Yi Fan sighed and didn't say anything else. He exerted force with his hand and broke Song Xinghe's neck. However, as soon as he broke it, Yi Fan realized that something was wrong. "I hate you. I hate you. Hate you. I hate you." Song Xinghe's head twitched as he kept repeating. Yi Fan suddenly woke up. This Song Xinghe in front of him was actually an android. Yi Fan exerted more force and completely crushed Song Xinghe's neck. As expected, he saw the metal and wires inside. When Tong Huijin saw this scene, she was also shocked. She covered her mouth and muttered, "This? How could this be?" Yi Fan looked around and searched everywhere, but to no avail. "Damn it!" Yi Fan fiercely smashed the table with his fist. He had still underestimated the IQ of this old friend. He still couldn't catch him. Chapter 428. 0428 Tong Huijin recovered from her shock and said with a sluggish face, I don't know. I always thought that this Song Xinghe was real." Leaf looking at Tong Huijin's expression, Fan Xian didn't seem to be lying, so he could only ask, "Then what was his previous plan?" Tong Huijin smiled bitterly. "His plan has already failed. Is there any point in saying it? If I ask you, just answer me." Yi Fan said. Tong Huijin smiled bitterly and raised her head to look at Yi Fan. "I just won't say it. Kill me, kill me, kill." Yi Fan looked at the woman's lifeless face and empty eyes and let out a long sigh. "I won't kill a defenseless, and already dead woman." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he turned around and walked to a computer operating the system. He wanted to copy a copy of the information and give it to Chu Yunyao. Fortunately, the system here wasn't as complicated as Chu Yunyao's, so Yi Fan could still understand it. Even if Yi Fan was unwilling to do so, he would still do it. Tong Huijin was stunned. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would really not kill her. "Yi Fan, what are you pretending for? I killed Su Chongping. I was the one who wanted to harm you and Su Qingxue. Have you forgotten? Don't you hate me?" Tong Huijin screamed. Li Fan Xian paused for a moment, then turned around and chuckled. "In this world, how can there be so much hatred? Aren't you tired?" After saying that, Yi Fan continued to operate. After he finished copying the item into a hard drive, he took it out and planned to leave. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, Tong Huijin was stunned. Two streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks as she cried and shouted, "Wait!" Yi Fan frowned and turned his head. "What else is there? You really want to die? Just commit suicide." Tong Huijin said, "Song Xinghe is not dead yet. He originally planned to turn all the women around you into his bionic people and kill you after finding your flaws. Then, he also wanted to turn your woman into his slave. Complete revenge on you. He also said that he wanted to revive Wei Ming and have him discredit Su Qingxue. He wanted him to have sex with Su Qingxue's bionic people, making you and Su Qingxue suffer unbearably." When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Song Xinghe was actually so vicious and abnormal. "That's basically all I know. Go and tell Su Qingxue to be careful. If Song Xinghe has a chance to make a comeback, don't fall into his trap," Tong Huijin said. Yi Fan frowned. "Why are you telling me this? Compared to hating you all," Tong Huijin's eyes were gloomy. "I hate Song Xinghe, who killed Wei Ming, even more." Yi Fan nodded, hesitated for a moment, then walked over and carried Tong Huijin up. What are you doing?" Tong Huijin exclaimed. Yi Fan threw a pair of chemicals on the ground, and a ball of flame quickly ignited. "You can't stay here. I'll take you out." Only then did Tong Huijin understand that Yi Fan wanted to burn everything that Song Xinghe had, so that Song Xinghe would not be able to create new bionics. Looking at the burnt half of Su Weiming, Tong Huijin cried again. After Fan Xian brought Tong Huijin outside the house, he said, "I'm leaving. If you want to live or die, it's up to you, but don't disturb little Snow." I'm disturbing her? Why should I disturb her? When she sees me, she probably wants to kill me." Tong Huizhen laughed bitterly. Yifan didn't say anything more. With a single step, he left the house. He couldn't catch Song Xinghe's real body, so he couldn't let down his guard. Thus, he planned to return to Chu Yunyao's place and think of a countermeasure with the woman. When he returned to the Cloud Club, Chu Yunyao was taking a bath. However, because of Yifan's special identity, the staff of the club also knew that no one dared to stop him. Yifan directly barged into Chu Yunyao's bedroom, scaring the woman. "What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock?" Chu Yunyao covered her chest. The bright petals on her snow-white skin looked especially alluring. Normally, Yifan would definitely not be able to resist jumping into the bathtub, but right now, Yifan was not in the mood. "The thing you want is in this hard drive." Yifan took out the hard drive and threw it onto a chair. Then he said, Song Xinghe left a bionic man in his own laboratory. He ran away by himself. "What?" Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment. Then she giggled and said, "This Song Xinghe is quite interesting. The distribution of resources is very reasonable, and the life-saving measures are in place." "What are you laughing at? One day, the assistant by your side might be Song Xinghe's bionic human. Can you block the assassination?" Yifan frowned. Chu Yunyao snorted. "What are you so anxious for? Song Xinghe won't be able to escape. I have a way to find him." "Oh, what method?" Yifan asked curiously. "Can your computer system search again?" "No, but I have a more direct way." Chu Yunyao elegantly got up from the bathtub and used a white towel to wrap around her proud figure. Then, barefooted, she walked to the chair and picked up the hard drive. "Actually, last year I developed a kind of nanomachines that rely on genes to search for people. It can find a specific person's location through the different DNA of humans. The number of these nanomachines had already reached more than 80,000, and they could search all the people in the entire Huahai region within a day. Even if Song Xinghe left Huahai, he would at most spend half a month to search all the nearby provinces. He would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Song Xinghe's DNA, some of the hairs left behind in his former residence have been captured, so it's not hard to find." After hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Yifan was speechless. "You still have this kind of thing? Could it be that it's also the technology of the Earth axis? Of course, otherwise, how could a physics student like me come up with such a fancy thing?" Chu Yunyao laughed. "Then why didn't you just send out these nanomachines?" Yifan was puzzled. "Do you know what it means to hide a hand? Besides, how do I know if you will really help me get back the information I want?" Chu Yunyao shook the hard drive in her hand with a teasing expression. Yifan could be considered to have completely submitted to this woman. One ring after another, he really couldn't beat her in scheming. Yifan thought to himself, "Wait until I get rid of Song Xinghe. See if I won't make you hover between life and death." On the outskirts of Huahai, on a small road heading south, a man wearing a black hood was driving a tattered pickup truck. Beside the man was a woman with messy hair and a black coat. "Master, can we really only walk?" the woman asked unwillingly. "If we don't leave, are we waiting for death?" The man said gloomily. No buts, my plan did not completely fail. I will be able to return sooner or later." Chapter 429. 0429. The man driving the car was shocked and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Only when the headlights shone on the black shadow did he clearly see that this person was strange. It turned out to be a strange person wrapped in red and black slim-fitting armor, with a clown-like face. The man nervously opened the door, got out of the car, and asked, "Who are you?" The clown's smile seemed to be filled with ridicule and mockery. "Who I am is not important. What's important is, we have the same direction, the same goal." "What do you mean? Stop trying to be mysterious," the man said gloomily. The clown laughed. You don't even know what kind of existence the enemy you're facing is. You can't win against that man. You know who my enemy is?" The man frowned. "Of course I know. I also know that although you are stubborn and refuse to admit defeat, you are already in despair because you don't have the funds or the ability to make a comeback. Right now, you are just a pitiful street rat. No one will help you. No one is willing to believe you. You can't go anywhere. You can only wait for death." The clown's words seemed to be able to bewitch people. The man's eyes were bloodshot. "Then why are you looking for me? It's very simple. I admire your talent. I will help you take revenge and help you leave China, but you have to give me all your skills. The man's gaze was complicated. What if I don't want to? Besides, why should I believe that you have the ability to do so? The clown tilted his head. I don't think. The current you has a choice. The man's face was filled with unwillingness, but he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. Then tell me, what should I do next? The clown let out a sinister laugh that echoed in the forest beside the road. Yifan had been busy chasing after Song Xinghe, so he didn't have time to explain to the other women, especially Feng Yuing, who was in the hotel. Yifan felt especially sorry. After all, Feng Yuying's house had been burned down. Thus, when he left the Cloud Club, Yifan directly asked Chu Yunyao for a villa not far from Egret County as Feng Yuying's new home. The reason for wanting such a house was very simple. Firstly, it was convenient to protect Su Qingxue and Feng Yuying at the same time. Secondly, it was convenient for him to find a woman to get intimate with. It was just that simple and crude. Chu Yunyao didn't care about these 1 or 2 sets of properties at all. If Yifan wanted to take them, she wouldn't bother to ask. She was still busy sorting out Song Xinghe's scientific research materials. Yifan ran to the hotel, brought Feng Yuying, and moved into the villa that had already been renovated. Feng Yuying was a little confused. Suddenly changing from a commercial house to a villa, the woman was a little overwhelmed. But Yifan told Feng Yuying to accept this residence with the reason of not letting him worry about his safety. Feng Yuying felt that the situation was indeed different from the past, so she accepted the house with unease and joy. As she gained more and more understanding of Yifan, she also knew that if she haggled over every ounce with a man for the sake of money and a house, Yifan would definitely find her too annoying. Yifan settled Feng Yuying down before returning to his home in Egret County. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, the lights in the hall were still on. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang were sitting in the living room downstairs. Beside the sofa stood a black-haired Caucasian woman. She wore a black leather jacket and pants, and her figure was tall and plump. Seeing that Yifan had finally returned home, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang both stood up. As for the black-haired Caucasian woman, her expression was rather excited as she respectfully knelt on one knee. Yifan stretched out his hand and stopped her. Don't bow. The black-haired Caucasian woman was stunned. After realizing something, she could only get up and nod her head. However, this also gave Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang a fright. One had to know that this set of actions just now was as smooth as flowing water. They were so used to it that they couldn't get used to it anymore. It was obvious that they were used to bowing to Yifan, which was why they were so straightforward. Yifan, what happened to Song Xinghe? Why is he alive again? Su Qingxue asked. It's a long story. Crow, you've worked hard today. Let's go first. Yifan waved his hand and said to the black-haired Caucasian woman. The crow respectfully nodded. It's my honor. After saying that, the crow quickly left the house like a black shadow. It was unknown whether it went through the door or the window, but it disappeared just like that. Aunt Jiang exclaimed, what a powerful movement technique. How'd he do it? Yifan shrugged his shoulders and smiled. That's not a movement technique, it's the innate skill of the Strigoi, shadow. It can move as fast as a shadow. Compared to movement techniques, it doesn't require any internal energy, and it's more labor-saving. Strigoi? Su Qingxue was stunned. That young lady called Crow is a vampire. The Strigoi don't like to be called vampires, just like how black people don't like to be called black people. It's best if you don't say that casually. After all, I have quite a few Strigoi friends. Yifan helplessly smiled. Aunt Jiang blinked. Yifan, you've really broadened our horizons. Why do you still have subordinates from Strigoi? Yifan scratched his head and sat down. He first poured a cup of tea and let Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang sit down as well. First of all, Crow and the others are not my subordinates. They're the subordinates of a friend of mine. Secondly, they are not pure Strigoi. They are all half-blooded Strigoi and humans, not strictly speaking Strigoi. Yifan said, no wonder. I knew it, sucking. The Strigoi shouldn't be able to bask in the sun. Just now, that crow was exposed to the sun in the afternoon, but it didn't do much. Furthermore, she still has a shadow. Su Qingxue was rather interested. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You must have watched too many movies. The Strigoi are a much stronger species than humans. If the sun could hurt them, then they would have perished a long time ago. These were all illusions that the Strigoi deliberately spread in order to make the humans feel at ease and feel that they could be eliminated. The ones who could truly restrain the Strigoi, other than absolute power, were the clergymen of the sacred royal court. They have been fighting with the Strigoi for 1,000 years. They rely on the power of the holy light to restrain the Strigoi. Sacred royal court? What was that? Is it the Holy See? Su Qingxue was at a loss. Yi Fan sighed. The imperial court has nothing to do with the Holy See, and the gods they believe in are also different. Wife, when the time comes, I'll get someone to get some information about the local world for you to see. It'll take a lot of effort to explain it all at once, so I'll tell you guys about Song Xinghe's situation. Chapter 430. 0430. After Su Qingxue heard this, she frowned and had a complicated expression on her face. Yi Fan thought that the woman was worried that Song Xinghe would revive, so he comforted her. Don't worry, my wife. With me here, I won't let him hurt you. That's right, miss. Yi Fan is really very careful and responsible. No wonder the old madam valued Yi Fan so much before she left. As expected, the old madam didn't misjudge him. Aunt Jiang couldn't help but admire Bai Shuqin. Back then, Bai Shuqin had really seen through him, although she probably wouldn't have thought that Yi Fan's true background was so deep. However, Su Qingxue shook her head and said, I'm not worried about Song Xinghe. I just want to Tong Huijin. Isn't she too miserable? Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Wife, you can't still be pitying Tong Huijin, right? She was the one who killed your father back then. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and said, but even so, she has already received the punishment she deserves. No matter what, she and I have been mother and daughter for more than 10 years. I clearly know that she deserves it, but I still don't think it's good to let her live and die on her own like this. Sigh, miss, you are too kind. This Tong Huijin, it's hard to change her nature. Her heart is so vicious. If you treat her well, she will bite you back. Is there a lack of stories of farmers and snakes in this world? Aunt Jiang tried her best to persuade him. Su Qingxue's face revealed a trace of struggle. After a moment of silence, she asked Yi Fan, should I really ignore her? Yi Fan sighed. He could roughly understand why Su Qingxue would have these thoughts. After all, Su Qingxue had no relatives now. To her, Tong Huijin, this stepmother who had never been on the right path, was the only thought she had for her family. Of course, Tong Huijin had indeed suffered enough, and Su Qingxue's anger had almost dissipated. Out of the feelings of being a family member and out of a kind heart, it was normal for Su Qingxue to have the thought of forgiving Tong Huijin. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Yi Fan didn't think that the current Tong Huijin could stir up any waves. Hearing the man's reply, Qingxue's eyes flashed and she nodded. Then I want to go find her now. Can you help me find her? Yi Fan was stunned. Now, can't I? Yi Fan didn't expect the woman to be so decisive. He thought for a moment and said, no problem. She shouldn't have left that area. I'll get someone to help you find her. The person Yi Fan contacted was none other than Ning Zimo. It was just looking for Tong Huijin, so there was no need to invite Chu Yunyao, that great god. Ning Zimo's purple bamboo forest had people all over Huahai, so it was very easy to find someone with a photo. Yi Fan didn't avoid it and directly called Ning Zimo in front of Qingxue. He thought that Ning Zimo had already fallen asleep, but the woman picked it up. Ning Zimo did not know that she was almost attacked by Song Xinghe's bionic human during the day, so she did not ask about Song Xinghe. What's wrong, Yi Fan? Why are you contacting me so late at night? Don't tell me you want to spend the night at my place. Yi Fan was curious. You haven't slept yet? Something happened in the gang, and I need to hold a meeting. I'm having a headache. I wanted to discuss it with you, but you came looking for me. What's wrong? Yi Fan said, help me find someone. It's the mistress of the Su family, my wife's stepmother, Tong Huizhen. Tong Huizhen? She's not dead? You want me to get rid of? No, just find her and don't hurt her. It should be in the area of Pingyuan Town, north of the city. Start searching from there and tell me when you find it. Yi Fan said. Although Ning Zimo felt that it was strange, she didn't ask too much and immediately sent someone to do it. Do you have time in the morning? Can you come over? I have something to discuss with you. Leaf, it was rare for Yi Fan to hear that Ning Zimo would take the initiative to look for him if something happened. It seemed that the matter was not small. I understand. See you in the morning. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan told Su Qingxue that the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest would help him find Tong Huizhen. She had been with Yi Fan for half a year, so how could she not know the relationship between Yi Fan and Ning Zimo? If you found it, just let them inform me. It's fine if you let Miss Ning contact me. I will thank her. Su Qingxue said lightly. Yi Fan grinned. I knew that my wife was a broad-minded woman. Actually, I wanted to explain that you knew Ninger a long time ago. She also knew that Ning Zimo had known Yi Fan earlier than her, so her rejection towards Ning Zimo wasn't particularly strong. At least, compared to Chu Yinyao, she was more willing to talk to Ning Zimo. Don't smile mischievously. I'm just greeting her politely because she helped me find someone. Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian didn't care how the woman explained it. In any case, he planned to do it step by step, and while the woman was satisfied with him, he would let her interact more with his other women. If she got angry, he could just make her happy again. He had already figured out some tricks. The key to getting along with his wife was two things. 1. Shameless. 2. Keep coaxing. Of course, if this woman didn't have him in her heart, then no matter how much he coaxed her, it would be useless. Su Qingxue was also very sleepy after a day. Seeing that Yi Fan had safely arrived home, she also planned to go up and rest. However, she didn't forget to ask Yi Fan to prepare some information about the underground world for her to see. Yi Fan, on the other hand, took a simple bath and prepared to train until daybreak. In his battle with Xiao Exiner, he once again felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. If he hadn't been lucky enough to hear about the body disintegration technique from Su Lingshan, he might not have been able to suppress Xiao Exiner. His body training method still needed to be further strengthened. His muscles and bones had already been trained for a very long time, and Yi Fan now felt that his skin also needed to be strengthened. In this battle with Xiao Exiner, Yi Fan thought that if he wasn't easily burned, then he wouldn't be afraid of Xiao Exiner at all. Of course, in order to block the high temperature of the phoenix flames and the heat resistance of his skin, he would need to cultivate for more than a day or two. In addition, Yi Fan had also gradually started to train his blood, causing the energy contained in each drop of blood to continuously strengthen. Blood, since it was blood energy, it was directly related to the essence and vitality of the human body. To a martial artist, it was extremely important. In the eyes of many ancient martial artists, this seemed unimaginable, but the path that Yi Fan was walking on was exactly this strange. Yi Fan's training lasted until the sky brightened. Just as Yi Fan was about to go out to buy some breakfast and run to the Purple Leaf Tea House, he received a call from Sally. Chapter 431. 043 1-inch My King. The lynx that was monitoring Selena has died. Sally's voice was bone-chilling, as if she was suppressing a volcano that was about to erupt. When Yi Fan heard this message, his pupils instantly contracted, and he immediately said, I'll go take a look. Don't be impulsive. Yi Fan knew very well that every Netherworld guard was a subordinate that Sally valued very much. Although they were subordinates, their relationship was very good, just like Sally's brothers and sisters. Therefore, if any of the Netherworld guards were to die, Sally would be very angry. And this woman, who usually looked noble and cold, and was as quiet and elegant as an orchid most of the time, once she really got angry, it would be very terrifying. Yi Fan was very afraid of seeing Sally's angry appearance. I will investigate who killed the lynx. After Sally finished speaking, she took her leave and hung up the phone. Yi Fan sighed, put on his clothes, and drove to Du Yun'er's residence. When he arrived at the floor where Du Yun'er and Selena lived, Yi Fan discovered that the doors to both rooms were open. Brother Yi Fan. Hearing the commotion, Du Yinner ran out of Selena's room with a panicked expression on her face. Yinner, are you all right? Seeing the girl's pale face, Yifan couldn't help but ask worriedly. With tears in her eyes, Du Yinner said, "That big brother called Lynx, he's dead." Li Fanxian frowned and followed Du Yinner into Selena's room. He discovered that the lynx's corpse was lying under the living room window. Something had burned through the chest of the lynx, leaving a charred hole. Li Fanxian clenched his fists. Obviously, this guy understood the weakness of the Netherworld Guard very well. As a hybrid of the Strigoi and humans, they would not die from ordinary injuries, unless their heads were blown off or their hearts were damaged. It was also very difficult to pierce through them with a sharp weapon, because their bodies were very strong. The only things they were relatively afraid of were high temperatures and flames. Yinner, where's Selena? I don't know. Du Yinner shook her head and said, I was just about to go to work, but I saw that Sister Selena's door was open, so I came in to take a look. In the end, I found that the lynx was dead, and Sister Selena was nowhere to be seen. I called her, but I couldn't get through. Yifan's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he let out a long sigh. I still underestimated Selena. How did she do it? Brother Yifan, do you think that the lynx was killed by Sister Selena? Du Yinner felt that it was inconceivable. Yifan nodded. Actually, I've always suspected that Selena's purpose for coming here was because it was too coincidental for her to meet us. I've been traveling overseas for many years, and I can usually tell something about people. Although Serena is flawless, I still feel that there's something wrong with her. That's why I've been secretly letting Lynx monitor Serena and protect you. Lynx has been doing its job well all this while. But this time, I reckon that after Selena discovered my suspicions towards her, she didn't want to give herself away, so she ran away first. Lynx probably tried to stop her, so she killed it. How could this be? Du Yinner thought back to the time she had spent shopping, cooking, eating, watching TV, and learning foreign languages with Selena. She was unwilling to accept this reality. Yinner, I know you might be very sad, but I also hope that Selena is really just an ordinary big sister. She came here to live, and she can still be your companion. But her intelligence is definitely not something we can underestimate. She is definitely not such a simple woman. Yifan said seriously. Du Yinner shook her head and said with a sobbing tone, I don't believe it, unless I see Sister Selena kill someone. She was clearly so good to me and even helped me so much. We have a very good relationship. Li Fanxian was also a little puzzled. Selena had been hiding for such a long time, so why didn't she do anything to Du Yinner? Logically speaking, after Selena killed the lynx, she could easily kidnap Du Yinner. If there was anything she wanted to talk to him about, she would have enough bargaining chips. However, Selena actually let Du Yinner go, which was something that Yifan couldn't understand. I still don't know why Selena came to get close to you and me, but Yinner, you must remember, if she appears in front of you again, don't easily believe her. Yifan warned. Du Yinner's face was haggard. Brother Yifan, I feel so tired. I want to go home alone and calm down. All right, I will take care of this place. You can go back and rest. Yifan didn't know how to comfort her. It might take a while for Du Yinner to accept this reality. When Du Yinner returned to her room, a black shadow appeared behind Yifan. My king, may I ask how we should deal with this? The black-haired white woman was the crow that Yifan had told her to leave last night. Crow also discovered that after losing contact with the lynx, he came here to check on the situation and told Sally the news of his death. Bring the lynx's body back to Purgatory Island and bury it properly. Let Sally focus on Selena and see if all the information about her in the Magnesium country is true. I have a premonition that this Selena and the death of her husband, the elephant god, there's an unusual connection. She might be much more powerful than we imagined. Even if we find her, we shouldn't easily fight, lest we end up like the lynx. Die an unknown death. Yifan instructed. Crow's eyes were filled with a trace of suppressed vengeance, but he still placed one hand on his chest and lowered his head, saying, Yes, sir. Although Yifan really wanted to talk to Sally about this matter, he still had to rush to the Purple Leaf Tea House, so he drove away from the residential area. After arriving at the tea house, Yifan discovered that there were already 7 or 8 cars parked outside the gate. It was only early in the morning, so the tea house probably wasn't open yet. Moreover, at the entrance of the tea house, little Zhao was not standing there waiting for him as usual. Instead, it was a group of unfamiliar men. This group of men all had fierce physiques, and it was obvious that they were all martial artists. They wore black suits, and on their cuffs, there was a cross between a saber and a sword. Sword and saber alliance? Yifan muttered in his heart. He naturally recognized that this was the symbol of the Ning family, the leader of the 5 great underground families, the Ning family of the Sword and Saber Alliance in Sichuan Province. Back then, Zimo was the young miss of the Ning family, but she was persecuted by her family members and fled to her grandfather. She had long since stopped interacting with the Ning family. Yifan was also puzzled. Just what kind of trouble had Ning Zimo encountered? But now that he looked at it, he could see some clues. He walked to the entrance and was about to enter when 2 thugs from the Sword and Saber Alliance blocked his way. "The tea house is not open," a man said with a straight face. Chapter 432. 0432. The 2 thugs looked at each other and asked, "You're looking for Ning Zimo? Who are you to her?" When Yifan heard them call out the woman's name, he knew that this group of people did not have any respect for Ning Zimo, so there was no need to be polite to them. Yifan was too lazy to say anything else and was about to walk inside. "Deaf, I'm asking you a question." Seeing that Yifan was about to force his way in, a hand grabbed towards Yifan's collar. Without saying a word, with an even faster speed, Yifan opened his arms, grabbed the heads of the 2 thugs with both hands, and slammed into the mahogany door frame with a dang-dang sound. After 2 collisions, the 2 thugs fainted and fell to the ground, their heads bleeding. "Catch him!" The other thugs at the side realized that the situation was not good and quickly rushed forward. However, Yifan had already rushed into the tea house in a flash, and the group of people behind him couldn't catch up at all. When Yifan entered, he discovered that there was a martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm in the tea house. He followed this aura and came to a relatively large meeting room. Sure enough, he saw that there were quite a few people from the Sword and Saber Alliance standing at the door. Li Fanxian walked over with large strides. These few thugs from the Sword and Saber Alliance knew that something was wrong with the situation and hurriedly surrounded him. However, these people were unable to pose any threat to Yifan at all. Yifan easily knocked down this group of post-celestial stage martial artists with a single punch. When Yifan pushed open the door to the private room, the group of people in the room had already stood up and were staring at him with a serious expression. He saw a man wearing a black fur collar windbreaker, with short hair and a scar on his head. His face was gloomy, and he was impressively the leader of this group of people from the Sword and Saber Alliance. This man had a pair of large hands, and his knuckles were covered in black calluses. His Zhenqi cultivation had reached the peak of the Xiantian realm, and his might was extraordinary. Behind him, a dozen or so elite members of the Sword and Saber Alliance looked at Yifan covetously. Yifan! Ning Zimo stood up with a look of pleasant surprise on her face. The woman was wearing a relatively thin set of clothes, as if she hadn't had time to dress up in the morning. However, what made Yifan frown even more was that there was a small bloodstain on Ning Zimo's left cheek. Although the wound wasn't big, it was like a flawless piece of jade that had suddenly been cut by someone. It was too obvious. Yifan ignored the group of people from the Sword and Saber Alliance. He walked in front of Zimo and lovingly reached out to caress the woman's face. "How did you get injured?" Ning Zimo hurriedly covered her face. "Don't look, it's too ugly." "Let me ask you, how did you get injured?" Yifan emphasized. There was a trace of humiliation and unwillingness in Ning Zimo's eyes. Just as she was about to say something, the knife-scarred man had already spoken up. "I did it alone." The knife-scarred man diabolically grinned. "I just wanted to return Miss Ning's flying knife to her. Who would have thought that she wouldn't be able to catch it? How about it? Do you have a problem, boy?" Yifan's gaze became colder and colder. He ignored the knife-scarred man and forcefully removed Ning Zimo's hand, carefully examining the woman's wound. Ning Zimo said in shame, "I'm sorry. I'm too disappointing. I'm not that guy's match at all. Fan Xian lightly said, you aren't even at the innate stage, so it's normal for you to not be able to beat him. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Although Ning Zimo knew that Yi Fan was telling the truth, she still felt a trace of dissatisfaction. Yi Fan sighed. Why are you alone? Little Zhao and the others, where are your elites? Little Zhao is injured. As for the others, they're either injured or dead. Ning Zimo's eyes were sparkling as she turned her head to look at the knife-scarred man and said, this guy is called Dan Haojia. He's a guest of the Ning clan. He brought people in this morning, and little Zhao and the others wanted to stop him. So they were injured, Dan Haojia said in a strange tone. Eldest Miss Ning, we came with good intentions to show you a bright path. That Zhao Zhong betrayed the Ning family in the past and followed you out is already a capital offense. If it weren't for my good intentions, your little follower would have died long ago. You should thank me. Ning Zimo could not bear it any longer and said, Hero Dan, after I left the Ning family, I had already completely drawn a line with them. Well water does not interfere with river water. Everything I have obtained today has nothing to do with the Ning family. Even if you want to discuss any cooperation with me, you should follow the rules of the underworld. Aren't you afraid of offending the bottom line of the country and being punished by the country for killing people like this? Dan Haojia disdainfully said, Eldest Miss Ning, you are truly terrifyingly naive. We dare to come here from Sichuan province, so we naturally have our confidence. With just you, even if you swallow a portion of the disappointing Shangwan family's resources, you are still not worthy of being on equal footing with the Ning family. What qualifications do you have for us to talk about rules with you? Don't forget, you still have the identity of a traitor of the Ning family on your back. The Ning family has already done their best not to capture you and let you be free for so many years. Ning Zimo snorted and her eyes turned red from anger. Huffed. That heartless bastard, Ning Hongtao, killed my parents and even framed me. He still has the face to call me a traitor. Dan Haojia coldly snorted and said, As your uncle, the alliance leader has already taken care of you enough. He has never had the heart to kill you, but you still don't know how to be grateful. It really makes us, the people below, feel bitterly disappointed. We've already made things clear to you this time. Since you have such an attitude, then just wait for your purple bamboo forest to be completely cut down by our sword and saber alliance. After Dan Haojia finished speaking, he grinned, waved his hand, and swaggered out. Wait a minute, Yi Fan shouted. His voice wasn't loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Dan Haojia turned his head to look at him in ridicule. What's wrong, kid? Are you going to stand up for a woman? You're called Yi Fan, right? I heard that your martial arts aren't bad. Even that Mo Xianfeng from the Yin Corp sect was killed by you. However, don't think that your grandpa Dan is also that kind of weakling. If you want to spar with me, you might regret it. Yi Fan sighed. I didn't say I wanted to spar with you. Oh. A trace of doubt appeared in Dan Haojia's eyes. Then what do you want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Haojia's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fan had already moved in front of him. I want to kill. Yi Fan kicked Dan Haojia's abdomen, and the burly man flew out like a cannonball, knocking the 3 or 4 subordinates behind him into a complete mess. Dan Haojia's entire abdomen was in turmoil. He spat out a few mouthfuls of acid and blood as he hurriedly got up from the ground. He was in a state of panic as he looked at Yi Fan in fear. He quickly gathered his jinchi. Chapter 433. 0433 you. Are you crazy? You dare to make an enemy out of our sword and saber alliance? Do you know how many people we have? Dan Haojia shouted loudly, as if to boost his courage. Yi Fan slowly walked towards him and expressionlessly said, Use your special skill and show me your ability to injure my woman. In front of so many of his lackeys, and at the critical moment of life and death, Dan Haojia's blood surged. With a loud roar, he used his best tiger subduing fist towards Yi Fan. This iron fist used the straight bridge in the hand of the bridge, which was also a straight fist. It carried an indomitable aura and condensed all the true energy in his body into his fist. Dan Houja had been practicing his fist with iron sand all year round, and all of his hands were covered in thick calluses. His bones were like steel, and he was incomparably domineering. Yi Fan did not dodge, and also threw out a straight punch, smashing towards Dan Houjia's fist. Bam! With an explosive sound of true energy, Dan Houja let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body once again fell to the ground. Dan Houja hugged his right arm. One of his hands was trembling, and the bones in his hand had actually been broken. Master Dan, a few of Dan Houjia's subordinates cried out in alarm. This was the first time they had seen Dan Houjia's most powerful straight punch lose so completely in a head-on clash. Dan Houja looked at Yi Fan in fear, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. You? Who the hell are you? What kind of fist technique is this? Yi Fan raised his hand and blew on his fist. There wasn't even a red mark on his hand, let alone being injured. Just like you, Hong Quan's bridge hand, it's just that your fist. It's just that it's not as hard as mine. Yi Fan walked forward and said, looking at your Hong Quan, you're also from a famous sect. If you don't properly carry out the ancient fist technique, why are you going to the Saber and Sword Alliance to be a guest? You really lose face for your ancestor. Dan Houja was sweating profusely. Suddenly, he pulled out a black pistol from behind his waist and fired at Yi Fan. Go to hell. Ning Zimo, who was at the side, was shocked. Be careful. No one expected that Dan Houja would actually bring a firearm with him. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gunshots, Yi Fan clenched his fist and placed it horizontally in front of his chest. As soon as he opened his hand, 3 bullets fell to the ground with a ding, ding, ding sound. At a distance of less than 2 meters, everyone thought that Yi Fan had already been shot, but they didn't expect that he would catch all the bullets with his hands. Smelling the smoke in the air, Dan Houjia's face was ashen as he looked at Yi Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fan calmly walked forward, took the black pistol from Dan Houjia's hand, and then looked at it. M9, this is the standard of the Magnesium Army, right? Your Sword and Saber Alliance. You can already do business with the arms dealers of the Magnesium country? Yi Fan looked at him playfully, or could it be? Do you have a channel to purchase goods from the black market? Generally speaking, even if you buy a gun, it will be a domestic one. The source of your guns is quite interesting. Dan Houja gritted his teeth and said, if you want to kill me, then kill me. What's with all this nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan pulled the trigger. After hearing 6 consecutive gunshots, Dan Houja's eyes were tightly shut. However, when the gunshot ended, Dan Houja discovered that he was not dead. Instead, there were 6 bullet burns on his head and face. Everyone suddenly woke up from their stupor. Yi Fan had purposely not killed anyone, and used this method to vent his anger on Ning Zimo's face. However, Yi Fan's marksmanship made everyone feel that it was terrifyingly accurate. This was because Dan Houja had been swaying the entire time, but every bullet from Yi Fan was able to brush past his scalp without any fatal wounds. Dan Houja was so scared that all his bones went soft. This feeling of being one step away from death was simply too unbearable. The key was that he didn't even dare to use his innate chi to resist, because he knew that no matter how hard he tried, it would be easy for Yi Fan to kill him. Enough. That's enough. I'm just here to negotiate. You've already vented your anger. If you have the guts, then set up a good date to fight again. Dan Houja forcefully shouted with a flushed face. However, Yi Fan sneered and threw out the gun in his hand. This gun seemed to have become a great killing weapon as it heavily smashed onto Dan Houjia's head. Bang! Like a watermelon that had been smashed, a large amount of red and white objects exploded outwards. The group of thugs from the Sword and Saber Alliance were all dumbfounded. Soon after, a few of them felt like vomiting, and their faces were ashen. It was unknown who reacted first, but he panicked and escaped from the private room, running out like a madman. Soon after, the other members of the Sword and Saber Alliance also fled in fright, not daring to stay for even a moment. After being shocked, Ning Zimo said with a worried expression, Yi Fan, did I cause trouble for you again? I originally thought that this matter could be resolved through negotiation. Don't be silly. That uncle of yours never planned to let you go. I suspect that the reason why he didn't continue to chase after you was because he felt that you weren't a threat to him, was because he planned to fatten you up before killing you. Yifan said. Although Ning Zimo was unwilling, she still bit her lower lip and nodded. I only reacted in the past 2 days. At that time, he didn't chase after me. It wasn't because you saved me that he gave up, but I want to see if I can enter the purple bamboo forest. Your Ning family is really strange, especially your grandfather, Ning Gudao. He's really free and easy. He can even sit back and watch his own flesh and blood kill each other. In the eyes of the entire world, he's considered different. Yifan sighed and shook his head. Yifan actually already knew about the Ning family. Not only did Ning Zimo tell him about it, Yifan also knew about it. As the leader of the 5 great underground families, the Ning family had a very important reason for this. From the fact that the gang was called the Alliance of Swords and Sabers, one could see the clues. Within the Ning family, the law of the jungle had been advocated since young. It was a common occurrence for the descendants to fight with each other. As long as they didn't harm the interests of the Alliance of Swords and Sabers, they could do whatever they wanted. The heirs who were able to survive were all ruthless and ambitious characters who had truly withstood the test of time. Therefore, the other underground families were both respectful and fearful of the Ning family. No one dared to provoke this mad-like family. Ning Zimo's parents were plotted against and killed in a fight with her uncle, Ning Hongtao. Because of this, Ning Hongtao was recognized by her father, the alliance leader at that time, Ning Gudao. To me, living in the Ning family for more than 10 years was like living on a battlefield every day. My nerves were so tense that I didn't even dare to relax when I slept. My parents have always been dissatisfied with me because I'm a girl, and in a family like the Ning family, being a daughter is a sin in itself. I've always been thinking how good it would be if I could be a girl from an ordinary family. Ning Zimo said desolately. Yifan raised his eyebrows and reached out to grab the woman's shoulder. Don't be silly. If you were a girl from an ordinary family, how could you have met me? Chapter 434. 0434 inch. Don't say it like that. There are 5,000 to 6,000 people in the Sword and Saber Alliance. Just the total number of ancient martial artists is the sum of the other 4 great underground families. It's definitely not a joke. Ning Zimo said seriously. Yifan laughed evilly. What? You don't believe your man's words? If I say it's a fart, then it's a fart. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Hongtao is your uncle, I would have killed him a long time ago for killing your parents. But no buts. In my eyes, there is only already and definitely in this world. Yifan said decisively. Hearing Yifan's confident and domineering words, Ning Zimo couldn't help but smile. However, she felt that this matter couldn't be laughed at. It was a very serious matter, so she put on a straight face and said, It's not that I don't believe you, but I still have to be careful. Actually, little Zhao and the others are fine, but I have to arrange a pension for the families of the brothers who were killed. In addition, I also have to prepare to talk to Shangwan Qin and send some people from the Shangwan family over. I'm worried that the Ning family will bring a large number of people over. They want me to hand over a lot of the businesses of the purple bamboo forest and the Shangwan family. If I refuse, they will definitely not let this matter rest. Yifan stretched out his hand and scratched the woman's nose, smiling. Ninger, do you know when you were the most beautiful? Why are you asking this? How would I know? Ning Zimo covered the scar on her face. Don't look at me. Before this scar is healed, I will definitely be ugly to death. Yifan laughed. When you're the most beautiful, you clearly want to laugh, but you purposely want to be serious. I always feel that you are purposely pretending to be a very serious big sister. Huh? Ning Zimo blushed and stammered. I'm older than you to begin with. Don't forget that you used to call me Sister Ning. All right. Then my dear Sister Ning. The two of them laughed and chatted. Seeing how relaxed Yifan was, Ning Zimo knew that the man was confident and was not afraid of the Ning family at all. Little Zhao and the others were recuperating in the guest room at the back. The purple bamboo forest had its own medical team, so they didn't need to go to the hospital for injuries. After Yi Fan and Ning Zimo finished seeing the injured, they returned to Ning Zimo's room. Ning Zimo called one by one and consoled the relatives of her dead subordinates. Although it was very difficult, the woman's eyes were still red as she personally called each of them. After all, these were her trusted aides who had been with her for at least 3 years. She knew every one of them by name and knew their family backgrounds. They were like family to her. After the fight was over, Ning Zimo said with a sad expression, "Yi Fan, I feel so useless. I can't protect everyone. I can only wait for them to die, tell them such a depressing news, and give them some money. What was the use of money? They were dead, and their pain could not be compensated by money. If we really fight with the alliance of swords and sabers, many of my brothers might lose their lives. Is this worth it?" Fan Xian was smoking at the side, puffing out smoke, and said, "Then what do you think we should do?" Ning Zimo hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm thinking, is it possible to solve the problem through negotiation and cooperation? If they were to fight, no matter what, someone would die. This is not to protect the country, nor is it national hatred. It's just for money, for the distribution of benefits. We are all from the same country, so why should we kill each other? That's what you think, but your uncle wouldn't think so. That's why your parents died." Yi Fan walked forward and caressed Ning Zimo's hair. "Think about it. Those brothers who died to protect you. Could it be that they really only stood with you for money? Your martial arts aren't the strongest, your background isn't the strongest, and you even escaped from the Ning family. But your grandfather gave the purple bamboo forest to you, not his grandson, and those brothers have always been following you. What do you think is the reason?" Ning Zimo was at a loss and shook her head. Sometimes I can't figure it out." Li Fan Xian chuckled. "For many people, the underground world and the underground gangs are not for some great cause, or for some great cause. Everyone mingled in the underground world and joined a gang, just like repairing cars on the side of the road, selling vegetables in the market, and working in an office. It was just a job, a profession to support their families. Of course, working in the gang, there was always danger to their lives. They knew this, and this was high risk and high reward. To them, what you show them is more of a kind of spiritual power. They have a sense of belonging in the purple bamboo forest, and they know that even if they die, you will take good care of their families and not use them as chess pieces. This was why those brothers were able to rush forward and risk their lives without any worries, because they felt that you were trustworthy. If you back off now, their deaths will be in vain. Moreover, your uncle will be insatiable and will make those brothers who are loyal to you become his sacrificial pawns." Ning Zimo's eyes focused, and her delicate body trembled slightly before revealing a determined expression. "I understand. Now is not the time to be weak." Ning Zimo bit her lower lip. Li Fan Xian's eyes revealed a look of emotion as he sighed. "Back then, I also had the same thoughts as you. I couldn't figure out why a group of people were shouting and fighting all over the world, licking blood from their blades. The key was that this group of people were still following me. Without any regrets later on, I figured it out. It was meaningless to think about all of this. Being able to sacrifice the least amount of money in exchange for everyone's benefits and living a good life is the only thing I need to consider." Ning Zimo glared at him. "Don't compare your matters with me. In your eyes, I'm afraid this matter of mine isn't even a problem, right?" Li Fan Xian curled his lips, thinking that this really wasn't much, but he couldn't say it directly, lest the woman felt that the gap between the two of them was too big. At this moment, one of Ning Zimo's subordinates knocked on the door. "President, Mr. Lu Yunfeng has come to request an audience." Ning Zimo was stunned. "Lu Yunfeng? Why is he still here?" Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. "If you want to come, then come. Let's go out and meet him." The two of them arrived at the living room and saw Lu Yunfeng pacing back and forth with an uneasy expression on his face. Seeing Yi Fan and Ning Zimo, Lu Yunfeng didn't say anything and shouted, "Not good. Miss Ning, quickly leave Huahai." Ning Zimo frowned. "Young Master Lu, what happened?" "The people from the Sword and Saber Alliance are coming," Lu Yunfeng said seriously. I know. In the morning, the guest of the Sword and Saber Alliance, Dan Haojia, brought his men here, but he was already killed by Yifan. Chapter 435. 0435-inch Bloodthirsty Hall. Ning Zimo said in surprise, "You're saying that the entire Bloodthirsty Hall has come to Huahai?" Li Fan Xian's eyes flashed. He had heard of the Bloodthirsty Hall of the Alliance of Swords and Sabers. This was equivalent to the strongest force in the Alliance of Swords and Sabers. They were all made up of iron blood warriors who were loyal to the Alliance of Swords and Sabers. Some of them were even disciples who had served the Ning family for generations. They had the best cultivation resources and were also the #1 killing machine of the Alliance of Swords and Sabers. The strength of an ancient martial artist from the Bloodthirsty Hall surpassed that of the other 4 great underground families. "That's right," Lu Yunfeng said with an ugly expression. "Not only that, the White Jade Towers Wei family has also sent their elite warriors over. At the same time, they have also joined forces with the 5 Poison Sect's elder, Nyo Surui, to bring some martial artists from the small sections. This group of people added together is enough to wipe out the purple bamboo forest from Huahai. Even if Miss Ning, you control the Shangwan family now. With the Shangwan family's foundation, you won't be able to stop them. The Wei family is also involved." Ning Zimo said angrily, "Are they here to divide up Huahai and the province?" Yifan sneered. "To be able to get the Ning and Wei families to work together like this without any gaps, the Zhu family should have contributed to it, right?" Lu Yunfeng's face was awkward as he lowered his head and said, "Second young master Zhu wants to open a casino in Huahai in the province. Miss Ning, if you don't agree, he will naturally not let this matter rest." Li Fan Xian smiled. No wonder that Dan Haojia was able to obtain the equipment of the Magnesium Army. The Zhu family has been operating in the Magnesium country for many years, so they definitely know a lot of arms dealers. It seems like the Zhu family is paying, and the Ning and Wei families are going to contribute. Ning Zimo also reacted and gritted her teeth. The Zhu family is so shameless. As a member of the 5 great families, they actually interfere in the matters of the underground families. With the Zhu family's financial resources, the 5 great underground families combined wouldn't even be worth a single finger of the Zhu family. Therefore, once the Zhu family got involved, it was equivalent to the balance tilting. Breaking the rules. Retribution is inevitable. Yifan smoked a cigarette and lit it up, and said to Lu Yunfeng, "Aren't you afraid that you'll be killed by the Zhu family when you return?" Lu Yunfeng smiled bitterly. "I'll be fine. I'm the young master of Xianjian faction after all. My grandfather will protect me. If I hadn't fallen in love with Miss Ning back then, things wouldn't have come to this. I always feel sorry for Miss Ning." Ning Zimo shook her head and said, "Young Master Lu, you and I are not the same kind of people, but I, Ning Zimo, will be grateful to you for coming here today to inform me of these things. If you encounter any trouble because of what happened today, we will also help you get through it. Isn't that right, Yi Fan?" Hearing the woman's words, Fan Xian also nodded his head. This Lu Yunfeng used to think that he was a playboy, but now it seemed that his temperament was indeed not bad. It was just that he was young and arrogant, and he came from a famous family. "When will the motley crew of the Bloodthirsty Hall and the Wei clan arrive here?" Yi Fan asked. Lu Yunfeng said, "As soon as they made their move, I rushed over to inform you. They have the financial support of the Zhu clan and have chartered a few planes. They should all arrive at Huahai tonight." Yi Fan calculated the time and said, "Then don't go back today. Stay at the tea house. After tonight, you can go back to the Zhu clan. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." Lu Yunfeng was stunned. "You all, aren't you planning to escape?" When they arrived, it would be on the scale of over 1,000 people. All of Huahai, every stronghold of the purple bamboo forest would be besieged by their people. At that time, hundreds of lives would be lost. Can we afford to be injured? Most of her subordinates had never practiced martial arts before. If they were to meet someone from the Sword and Saber Alliance, it would be a dead end. When she thought about how her subordinates could be killed, Ning Zimo was on the verge of collapse. "Yi Fan, should we retreat? Lu Yunfeng is right. although you're very powerful, but it's impossible to protect everyone at the same time. Ning Xuemo advised. Yeah, even if your martial arts are unparalleled, you don't have any helpers. How can you protect so many people? Lu Yinfeng also felt that Yi Fan was trying too hard. Yi Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "When night comes, you will know." On a plane from Chuan Province to Huahai, in the first-class cabin. Cheers! I wish Alliance Master Ning and the Wei family head of victory. The two families' territories open up new territory. Zhu Wei, who was dressed in a white suit, raised a glass of champagne and said with a carefree smile. Beside him, the other middle-aged men also raised their glasses of champagne and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Zhu, don't worry. That purple bamboo forest is not a match for our saber and sword alliance. That niece of mine is still too young. This time, I am only going to take back what belongs to our Ning family. A man with a square face and long and narrow eyes was the alliance master of the Saber and Sword Alliance, Ning Hongtao. He, Alliance Master Ning, since you've eaten meat, you should at least give our White Jade restaurant a bowl of soup to drink. Huahai and the Jiang province are both rich places, so it's not too much to ask for a small request, right? Another long-faced man wearing a black leather coat and a mustache was the patriarch of the Wei clan, Wei Jianmin. Patriarch Wei, didn't you say that you went together to avenge your eldest son? Why did you suddenly change your mind and want to share some other benefits? Ning Hongtao smiled evilly. Wei Jianmin narrowed his eyes. Alliance leader Ning, my son died unjustly, but I still have a younger son. I can't possibly make a trip for nothing, right? If you'd said that earlier, our sword and saber alliance would have been enough. Your Wei family wouldn't have needed to follow us. Seeing that the two families were about to quarrel, Zhu Wei hurriedly advised Sai, "You two, why are you arguing over such a small profit? As long as you help me control the underground forces in Huahai and the province, I will open a dozen or so casinos, and the benefits will not be small for you." Hearing this, Ning Hongtao and Wei Jianmin were overjoyed. "Thank you, young Master Zhu. Don't worry. The people who are going this time are the most elite troops of our bloodthirsty hall. Even if that girl integrates the Shangwan family's troops, she will still not be our match." Zhu Wei's eyes were cold as he said, "Those characters are obviously not enough to be afraid of, but that Yi Fan really annoys me. Last time, he even made me lose face. You guys have to be careful. Young Master Zhu, no matter how powerful that Yi Fan is, he doesn't have a clone technique. If we capture the rest of the people from the purple bamboo forest and use hundreds of lives to threaten him, what else can Yi Fan do? If he still doesn't admit defeat, then grab the people around him. There will always be a way to kill him." Wei Jianmin sneered. "If you dare to kill my son, then don't even think about living well." Chapter 436. 0436. As night fell, the lights in Huahai were like a sea of stars. But even so, the crowd at night was much smaller than usual. As the new year approached, many of the workers had already returned to their hometowns. Especially at night, on such a cold day, there were very few people living at night. Because of this, the Purple Night Entertainment Club, which was usually bustling with noise, seemed rather deserted at this moment. Purple Night was an entertainment venue brand under the Purple Bamboo Forest Group. There were 4 nightclubs in Huahai, and this was one of them. The parking lot outside was usually full, but today, less than a third of it was empty. The 2 security guards at the door were also members of the Purple Bamboo Forest. However, they were the lowest level members, so they could only do the hardest work. In the winter, wearing a black coat, it was still quite cold outside. He could only walk back and forth, looking left and right in boredom. At this moment, 2 minibuses suddenly drove into the nightclub's parking lot from afar. The 2 security guards looked at each other in surprise. Why would someone form a group to come to the nightclub to play? However, when they saw the people who got out of the minibus, the 2 security guards realized that something was wrong. This group of people were all holding steel sticks, iron chains, machetes, mace, and other weapons in their hands. Their expressions were unfriendly as they aggressively walked towards the nightclub's entrance. Fortunately, it was a cold day, and no one passed by here at night. Otherwise, just this formation alone would be enough to scare ordinary people away. What's going on? I don't know. Hurry up and tell the manager. The two security guards discussed. One ran in to report the news, while the other shouted at the door with trembling legs, "What are you doing?" The group of fiendish men did not answer at all. A long-haired man walking in front threw a dart. Poochie. The dart pierced into the security guard's chest and abdomen, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground. This scene happened to be seen by the manager of the club, who was chased out. The manager quickly shouted, "Close the door! Close the door!" The two waiters immediately dragged the injured security guard in, then quickly closed the door and locked it. The long-haired man brought 30 to 40 people and walked to the door. Without saying a word, he took a steel rod from the side and smashed the lock of the door. After smashing it a few times and finding that it was unable to open, the long-haired man coldly said, "Bring it on." A man walked up from behind with a rifle in his hand. After loading the bullet, he aimed at the lock of the door and fired a bang sound. Sparks flew everywhere, and the door lock was blown to pieces. The long-haired man kicked the door open. He licked his lips and smiled cruelly. His cold eyes looked at a group of frightened clubhouse staff inside. "Little fish of the purple bamboo forest, if you don't want to die too unsightly, obediently call them out, kneel on the ground and kowtow to beg for mercy. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving tonight." The long-haired man grinned. The manager of the clubhouse was an old gang member in his 40s. Although he did not have a high position in the purple bamboo forest, he was the main person in charge of this shop. He was also quite experienced. At this moment, he calmed down and asked, "You guys, are you from the Saber and Sword Alliance's Bloodthirsty Hall?" It seems like you've heard the news. Not bad. You know that we might be coming, yet you still haven't escaped. You people from the purple bamboo forest aren't afraid at all." The long-haired man laughed. "Boss, it's not that these bastards aren't afraid. It's that they have nowhere to run. If our Saber and Sword Alliance wants to kill someone, it's the same wherever they go." "Ha!" The group of men from the Bloodthirsty Hall laughed wildly in disdain. The manager of the clubhouse took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Young master's son, they're here." Before he could finish his sentence, a young man had already walked out of the clubhouse with a large group of people. "My butt is sore from sitting, but I'm finally here." At the same time, a large group of men with bladed weapons ran out from the corridors on both sides and outside the clubhouse. At a glance, there were over 100 people. In an instant, they surrounded the dozens of people from the Bloodthirsty Hall. At this moment, the people from the Bloodthirsty Hall were a little stunned, and their aura weakened by quite a bit. When the long-haired man saw this young man, his face darkened, especially the few warriors behind this young man. They all had extraordinary inner force. "Who are you people?" The long-haired man didn't believe that the purple bamboo forest could have so many people. The young man, surnamed Sun, snapped his fingers. "Brothers, they're asking us who we are." More than 100 burly men immediately roared. "Unyielding and unyielding. Bloodline inheritance." As soon as this slogan was shouted, the expressions of the people from the Bloodthirsty Hall changed drastically. "You are the Sun family of the Western Province. Iron Blood Alliance?" The man surnamed Sun was the third young master of the Sun family, Sun Yu, whom Yi Fan had coincidentally met when he went to Su Qingshua's hometown. Sun Yu lit a cigarette, spat out a mouthful, and said with a smile, "It seems like the reputation of our Iron Blood Alliance has been heard of in your Chuan province. Fortunately, you have heard of it. Otherwise, you would have to introduce yourself. How awkward would that be? You are the young master of the Sun family. Why did you come a Hua Hai and stand up for the purple bamboo forest?" The long-haired man's expression became cautious and a little uneasy. Although the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family was not as strong as the Sword and Saber Alliance, they still had the advantage in numbers. If 2 of them couldn't beat you, then 3 of them would fight you. The Sun family did not lack people, and the Iron Blood Alliance was a typical example of coming into contact with all sorts of people. "Huh, what a joke. Our Sun family is at least in the province next door, so it's normal for us to come and visit. Your Sword and Saber Alliance is in Chuan province, so aren't you more domineering than us by flying over to cause trouble? What, Do you think there's no one in Jiangnan taking a plane to cause trouble? Your sword and saber alliance has quite the temper. Sun Yu coldly snorted. The long-haired man finally understood something and said with a perturbed expression, "Your Sun family has teamed up with the Purple Bamboo Forest?" Only now did he realize that this was a trap. Most of the cars outside were driven by the Sun family. Today, the nightclub was not open at all. They were waiting for the people from the Bloodthirsty Hall to come over and invite them into the trap. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. There's no need to ask. If you know what's good for you, put down your weapon and kneel down to beg for mercy. Otherwise, none of you can even think about leaving. The long-haired man gritted his teeth. None of us from the Bloodthirsty Hall are cowards. If you have the ability, come out and fight me one-on-one. Ha! Then I'm sorry, but the fine tradition of our Iron Blood Alliance is to bully others with numbers. Sun Yu waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, cut!" A group of sturdy men from the Iron Blood Alliance picked up their weapons, and without saying a word, they surrounded them. Originally, there seemed to be a lot of people in the Bloodthirsty Hall, but being surrounded by more than 100 people in a narrow space, they were unable to display their full strength. Chapter 437. 0437. At the same time, in the Purple Leaf Tea House, a few black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped in front of the tea house. Ning Hongtao, Wei Jianmin, and the other important figures of the Ning and Wei families got out of the car. In the cold wind, under the swaying lantern at the entrance of the tea house, Yi Fan and Ning Zimo were already standing there with a group of people from the Purple Bamboo Forest. "My dear niece, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been?" Ning Hongtao was wearing a black leather coat as he proudly walked at the front. When Ning Zimo saw this man who was both her uncle and the enemy who killed her father, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. "Ning Hongtao, stop being so disgusting. You know full well what kind of relationship we have." "Ha ha." Ning Hongtao had a relaxed smile on his face as he teasingly looked at Yi Fan. "This is the man you're looking for here. Yi Fan, right?" Yi Fan ignored him and looked at the group of ancient martial artists behind Ning Hongtao, including one at the peak of the innate stage. The other few who were at the initial stage of the innate stage, and those who had just entered the innate stage, should be the most elite mercenaries of the murderous blood hall. Ning Hongtao saw that Yi Fan did not respond, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You killed Dan Haojia, so you're powerful, but don't think that in this world, as long as your martial arts are high, you can do whatever you want. You're still too young." "Ning Hongtao, what exactly do you want? Do you have to bleed like a river and let so many people sacrifice themselves for nothing before you're willing?" Ning Shuima asked. "TSK, TSK. Ning Hongtao wagged his finger. "My little niece, why are you still so naive? A general success was built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. Which of those who achieved great things did not step on corpses to reach the throne? There were too many people in this world. Those who shouldn't live should die. With your personality, it's a miracle that you can still survive in the underground gang until now. Of course, it's also possible that the gangs in Hua Hai are all a bunch of cowards, which is why you have such a naive idea. Bullshit. You just want to suck up to the Zhu family and get benefits from them. For your own selfish interests, you made the people of the Sword and Saber Alliance bleed. Do you have a conscience?" Ning Zimo said disdainfully. Ning Hongtao patted his chest. "Conscience? Don't make it sound so sanctimonious. If your parents had won against me, I would have been the one killed. And you, my little niece, if it wasn't for your incompetence, do you dare to say that you wouldn't have killed me, your uncle, to avenge your parents? If you want to talk about conscience, I am the one with a conscience. I let you live for several years and didn't send anyone to kill you. I am already being extremely benevolent. This time, it's you who doesn't know how to conduct yourself. Young Master Zhu wants to open a casino, but as a member of an underground gang, you don't support him. You're making it hard for everyone to do business. I'm really doing this for the livelihood of my brothers. I'm making money and expanding my business. What do you know?" Ning Zimo coldly snorted. "People of different paths can't make plans together. No matter what, you think you're right. Luckily, I didn't become like you. The Ning family makes me feel disgusted. Whatever you say, but as your uncle, I advise you not to resist. Obediently hand over the business of the purple bamboo forest and the Shangguan family. If that's the case, I can still spare your lives. Ning Hongtao said. Ning Zimo's face was cold as she said, Why? With just a few of you? Haha. Wei Jianmin laughed evilly and said, Ning Zimo, I know you have a boyfriend with profound martial arts, but no matter how powerful this expert he is, he's still just one person. Do you really think he can fight against 100 people by himself? Yi Fan took a step forward and said with a smile that was not a smile, You guys haven't tried it before. How do you know that I can't fight against 100 people by myself? Maybe I can even fight against 10,000 people by myself? Stop bragging. A middle-aged man with a long face and hair walked forward with a sinister gaze and said, Alliance leader, this kid killed old Dan. Why don't I meet him? Ning Hongtao narrowed his eyes and said, Li Shua, then you better be careful. This Lil Yi still has some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Imo, Xianfeng, and Dan Haojie in a row. Ning Zimo, on the other hand, stood behind Yi Fan and whispered, This Li Shua is the same as Dan Haojie. They are both guests of the Ning family, and their strength is even stronger than Dan Haojie's. Li Fan Xian indifferently curled his lips. He could already tell that the strongest person in this group of people was this Li Shua. However, in his eyes, he was still too weak. Brat, if you can take 3 of my moves, then you have the ability. Li Shua instantly circulated his Xiantian large success stage Zhenqi, and all the muscles in his body swelled up. He stomped on the ground, causing the floor tiles to crack, and his body was like a sharp arrow, charging straight towards Yi Fan. A straight punch went straight for Yi Fan's throat. It seemed simple, but it sealed off the left and right dodging routes with its footsteps. Kontong's Gate of Life Fist Technique. Yi Fan smiled but did not dodge. He reached out his hand and placed it on his chest, seemingly casually grabbing at it. Li Shua's fist just so happened to land on Yi Fan's palm. Li Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't even see clearly how Yi Fan blocked his fist. The Gate of Life Seizing Fist Technique pays attention to the fatality of every move. The ultimate move is frequently used, and there is no way out. The fist technique is a good fist technique, but unfortunately your speed is too slow. To me, this kind of fist is useless. Li Shua grinned evilly. That might not be the case. As he spoke, a blade suddenly popped out from one of his feet. This shoe actually had a mechanism. Li Shua kicked towards Yi Fan's thigh, hoping to use the venom on the blade to make Yi Fan lose his fighting strength. However, before Li Shua could even raise his foot, Yi Fan's left foot was already like a heavy cannon, kicking Li Shua's stomach. Bam! With an explosive sound, Li Shua was sent flying. He spat out a cloud of blood in midair and rolled on the ground a few times. The bones in his waist had actually been broken by the kick, and his corpse was twisted to the point that it no longer looked like a human. Everyone was dumbfounded. This death was simply too horrible to look at. It was as if he had been kicked into a ball of rotten meat. Seeing a martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian stage being kicked into pieces by Yi Fan, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. I say, why are you so bold? You clearly know that you can't beat me by yourself, yet you still want to come forward and die. So it turns out, it's because you want to use poison on me. Yi Fan looked at Ning Hongtao, Wei Jianmin, and the others in ridicule, and said, Do you still think that I can't fight 1 against 100? Ning Hongtao's face was solemn, while Wei Jianmin's face was pale. He said, Don't be complacent. Although your martial arts are strong, don't forget that in Huahai, there are still hundreds of purple bamboo forest members. Their lives are all in our hands. Mr. Yi, even if you can protect my niece, can you protect all the members of the purple bamboo forest in Huahai? Chapter 438. 0438 inches, that so? Yi Fan turned around and looked at Ning Zimo. Ninger, what do you think we should do? Ning Zimo's eyes flickered as she leisurely said, Who doesn't know how to scare people? Ning Hongtao, Why do you think that our brothers from the purple bamboo forest will definitely not be a match for the bloodthirsty Hall? Ning Hongtao sneered. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. My poor niece, it seems that after leaving Ning family for a few years, you have already forgotten the horror of our bloodthirsty Hall? As he spoke, Ning Hongtao used his phone to make a video call. Not long after, someone picked up the phone, and a young man's face appeared on the screen. Ning Hongtao was about to speak, but when he saw the young man who answered the phone, he was stunned. Who are you? The young man grinned. Alliance leader Ning, you don't know me, but I recognize your appearance. I am the third son of the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family, Sun Yu. Nice to meet you. Iron Blood Alliance. Sun family? Ning Hongtao's scalp went numb. He felt that something was wrong. Wei Jianmin and the others looked over in astonishment when they heard the commotion. Why did you pick up the phone? Ning Hongtao asked loudly. Sun Yu shrugged and turned the camera on the phone behind him. The group of people from Bloodthirsty Hall, led by the long-haired man, were either dead or injured. They were now kneeling on the ground and tied up into a ball. I'm sorry, your people. I don't have the face to see you. Sun Yu sneered. Ning Hongtao suddenly understood something and scolded. Your Iron Blood Alliance actually dares to interfere in this matter? Do you think that with just your Sun family, you can win against the combined forces of our Ning and Wei families? Hee, whether or not you can win, you can just ask your subordinates in other places, right? After Sun Yu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ning Hongtao's hands trembled as he dialed another number. When another video call was connected, it was still a young man that Ning Hongtao did not recognize. And who are you? Ning Hongtao roared. The handsome young man seemed to have just finished a fight and was wiping the bloodstains on his face with a towel. He held his phone and smiled at Ning Hongtao. Alliance leader Ning. This junior is Dongfang Ming from the Dongfang Family's Azure Sun Association. I'm sorry, your people. I can't answer the phone right now. Dongfang family? Ning Hongtao gritted his teeth. You and the Sun family colluded to help the purple bamboo forest. Dongfang Ming laughed and said, Alliance leader Ning, we are not targeting the Saber and Sword Alliance. It's just that both of us have received Mr. Ye's kindness, and my life was saved by Mr. Yi. How can we refuse a favor from our benefactor? Ning Hongtao's face turned green. He threw the phone to the ground and stomped on it. His eyes emitted an ominous glint as he fiercely glared at Yi Fan and said, The one surnamed Yi, you are ruthless enough. The Dongfang family and the Sun family were actually bribed by you? How much did you give them? Instead, he turned around and shouted towards the tea house. Patriarch Dongfang, Patriarch Sun, did I bribe you? Soon, two middle-aged men, leading a group of people, walked out of the tea house with bright smiles. These two people were the Dongfang family's Dongfang Bai and the Sun family's Sun Jua. The sudden appearance of the two patriarchs caused another uproar. For a time, the patriarchs of 4 of the 5 great underground families of China were all standing at the scene. Mr. Yi has done a great favor for both of our families. As people of the martial arts world, what we care about is loyalty. Do we still need to talk about such a small matter? That's right, Alliance leader Ning. You guys came all the way from Sichuan province. You really made us anxious. Sun Jua smiled and said, We arrived in the afternoon and have been drinking tea for quite a while. Ning Hongtao, Wei Jianmin, and the others all looked as if they had eaten a cockroach. Their expressions were extremely conflicted, and they couldn't say a single word for a long time. They never would have thought that they would be the ones being crushed in a battle that they thought they had the upper hand in. No one would have thought that Yi Fan had once saved Dongfang Bai and Sun Jua's son. Even Dongfang Bai's sister, Su Lingshan's mother, Dongfang Xian, was saved by Yi Fan. Ning Zimo stepped forward and said, Ning Hongtao, you have already lost. The entire Blood Slaughter Hall has suffered a great loss this time. This is the price of your arrogance. Humph, I never thought that you would find such an amazing man. As expected of my good niece, you sold yourself for a good price. Ning Hongtao disdainfully snorted. No matter how much you slander me, I won't care. I just want those who follow me to live a better life. Everything I do is not just for myself, Ning Xiuama said. Leaf when Zimo found out that Yi Fan had actually called all the people from the Dongfang and Sun families over. She was once again shocked by the man's influence. Only then did the woman know that Yi Fan had quietly become the benefactor of the Sun family and the Dongfang family. Moreover, he was an important figure that the two families wanted to curry favor with. Although she had long felt the relationship between Yi Fan and the military, this was the first time she had seen the relationship between the underground family and Yi Fan. The Sun family and the Dongfang family were not far from Huahai. This time, it could be said that they were relying on Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan purposely did not contact the military. Firstly, he did not want to owe anyone a favor. And secondly, Yi Fan felt that the matters of the Jianghu were settled in the martial arts world. If the Purple Bamboo Forest relied on the army to settle the Saber and Sword Alliance, then in the future, it would be branded with the military's imprint, and it would be very difficult for it to obtain the approval of the other underground gangs. Ning Hongtao saw that the situation was over, and without any capital to threaten Yi Fan, he could only laugh miserably. All right, I was careless, but don't think that I will kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if I, Ning Hongtao, die, I will drag a few of them down with me. After saying that, Ning Hongtao waved his hand, and the few people in front of him moved aside. The three martial artists of the Sword and Saber Alliance who were following behind actually carried 3 rocket launchers and instantly fired 3 rockets. This gave the people from the Dongfang and Sun families quite a fright. No one would have thought that the Ning family would have such a powerful weapon. However, before anyone could clearly see what was going on, Yi Fan had already pulled out 3 throwing knives from Ning Zimo's waist and threw them towards the 3 flying rockets. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 3 throwing knives accurately intercepted the 3 rockets midway, causing them to explode in midair. Suddenly, these 3 explosions caused everyone to be once again intimidated by Yi Fan's astonishing strength. However, Yi Fan turned around and called out to Ning Zimo, "Ning, son." Ning Zimo suddenly reacted. Her hand shot out 3 more throwing knives like lightning. The 3 throwing knives that carried true energy pierced through the throats of the 3 men holding rocket launchers. Chapter 439. 0439. The people from the Dongfang family and the Sun family were extremely excited. To them, Yi Fan's martial arts were like that of a god. Haha, Mr. Yi is truly an expert. I used to think that Mr. Yi was a genius in medical skills, but I didn't expect his martial arts to be even more superb. Hearing the flattery of the 2 families, Yi Fan didn't feel anything. He glanced at the people from the Ning and Wei families and lightly asked, "Who else wants to come up and try?" After asking, there was silence. The people from the Ning and Wei families all silently took a few steps back. Seeing this, Wei Jianmin rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, President Ning, Brother Dongfang, Brother Sun, this time, our Wei clan was only bewitched by Ning Hongtao, this fellow. We will never set foot in Huahai again. Please be magnanimous and spare us this time." After saying that, Wei Jianmin bowed 90 degrees and waved his hand for the Wei family guests behind him to quickly apologize. F***CK, Wei Jianmin, you coward. Ning Hongtao cursed. Are you still worthy of being the Wei family's patriarch? Wei Jianmin said with a righteous expression, I, Wei, only dare to take responsibility for what I have done and can be flexible. A man should be like this, not to mention that you want to annex the Purple Bamboo Forest. Our Wei family was only instigated by you. Ha ha ha! Your son, who was killed by Yi Fan, is about to kick the coffin. Ning Hongtao was so angry that his eyes turned red. Do you think that the Zhu family will let you off just because you fled like this? Hearing the Zhu family, Wei Jianmin's expression became uneasy again. However, in order to survive, Wei Jianmin gritted his teeth and said, Our Wei family's White Jade Tower is active in the Yun province all year round. We won't come to Huahai to develop. Young Master Zhu will naturally understand. Seeing this, Ning Hongtao could no longer bear it. He took out a Desert Eagle pistol and was about to fire at Wei Jianmin. If I want to die, I'll kill you first, you fence-sitter." The guests on Wei Jianmin's side were not to be trifled with. Realizing that the situation was not right, two men immediately rushed forward and pushed Wei Jianmin away. "Patriarch, be careful." Ning Hongtao fired his gun. Bang! Bang! He didn't hit anyone, but it completely intensified the conflict between the Wei and Ning families. For a moment, Wei Jianmin was also flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "Damn it, Ning Hongtao, how dare you shoot? Brothers, kill them." The two groups of people immediately collided with each other, punching and kicking. True Qi shot out in all directions, and the sound of gunshots rang out incessantly. This caused Yi Fan and the others to be dumbfounded. Why didn't they make a move? But the alliance between the Ning and Wei families had started a fight. However, Yi Fan, Ning Zimo, and the others were also happy to see them bite each other. Originally, the people from the Alliance of Sabers and Swords should have had more profound skills. However, the Wei clan had also invited the martial arts practitioners who were skilled in poison from the Five Venoms sect. They had scattered all sorts of poisonous fog and poison darts everywhere, killing quite a few ancient martial arts practitioners from the Alliance of Sabers and Swords. Ning Hongtao hurriedly ordered people to besiege and kill the martial artist who used the poison technique. The situation fell into a stalemate again. Not long after, both the Wei and Ning families suffered heavy losses. Wei Jianmin and Ning Hongtao's faces were also covered in blood. There were only 7 or 8 of their most powerful trusted aides left by their side. Neither side dared to make a move again. They pulled each other to the side, panting heavily. Ning Hongtao looked at the corpses on the ground and laughed miserably. What exactly is this for? Wei Jianmin, on the other hand, was injured on his waist. He turned around and knelt down towards Yi Fan, begging, "Mr. Yi, we really don't dare to offend you anymore. Please spare our lives." Yi Fan turned his head to look at Ning Zimo. "Ning, son, you make your decision." Ning Zimo thought for a moment, then looked at Dongfang Bai and Sunjua, Dongfang family head. "Sunjua, what do you two think we should do?" "We'll listen to President Ning. This time, we only came to show our sincerity." Dongfang Bai chuckled. Sunjua also had a polite smile on his face. Ning Zimo sighed in her heart. These two families were clearly trying to curry favor with Yi Fan, so they didn't dare to raise any objections. Although Ning Hongtao had killed her parents in a family struggle, who lived and who died was the path they had chosen for themselves. Moreover, no matter what, Ning Hongtao was still her uncle. If she killed her uncle, wouldn't she be the same kind of person as Ning Hongtao? Unexpectedly, just as Ning Zimo was at a loss, Ning Hongtao revealed a fierce glint and said, "There's no need to think about it. I, Ning Hongtao, have never admitted defeat in my life, and I will not accept your pity now. ZMO, don't let your descendants follow in the footsteps of your father and me. The Ning family needs you, go back." After saying that, Ning Hongtao pointed the muzzle of the gun at his own mouth, and with a pung sound, he shot. Fresh blood spurted out, and Ning Hongtao instantly ended his life. Straightforward, neat, and without the slightest hesitation. The remaining members of the Ning family were stunned. Wei Jianmin and the others were also dumbstruck. "Uncle!" Ning Zimo let out a cry of alarm and ran over uncontrollably. She knelt beside Ning Hongtao's corpse as tears fell uncontrollably onto the ground. The people from the Ning family also didn't have any intention of making a move against Ning Zimo. The group of people were still in a daze, sighing, confused, and at a loss for what to do. Leaf the Sail slowly walked to the woman's side, squatted down, and lightly patted Ning Zimo's fragrant shoulder. To him, this might also be a form of relief. "I'm afraid there's a lot of bitterness in his heart," Yi Fan advised. Ning Zimo's pair of white hands tightly gripped the ground. The blood flowing out of Ning Hongtao's corpse soaked her fingernails. The woman slowly stood up. After taking 2 deep breaths, a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. She looked at Wei Jianmin and the others with a cold expression and said in a cold voice, "Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Purple Bamboo Forest, the Dongfang family, and the Sun family immediately rushed towards Wei Jianmin and the others. Not long after, several miserable screams pierced through the night sky above the purple leaf tea house. On this cold winter night, to ordinary people, they might only know that there were some places where ruffians were fighting and gangs were fighting to the death. However, to the underground gangs of China, it was a huge earthquake. After Ning Zimo successfully absorbed most of the Shangwan family's resources, she also intimidated her own family, the Ning family. Although the Ning family's vitality was greatly damaged, Ning Zimo's prestige suddenly rose. It was only a matter of time before she returned to Chuan province and entered the Ning family. The Ning family was naturally only temporarily weakened. The Dongfang family and the Sun family naturally obtained a lot of benefits. Without the pressure from the Ning family, they also had a way to do business from Huahai to the province. It could be said that everyone was happy. Chapter 440. 0440 the next day, Yin City. In a large manor by the lake, a large number of buildings were built with huge stones as the foundation, gorgeous and dignified. This was the ancestral home of one of the 5 great sects, the Zhu family. A black Rolls-Royce drove to a 5-story stone building. The door opened, and the person who got out of the car was the second young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Wei. With a gloomy face, Zhu Wei stepped on the imported Persian wool carpet and walked through the mahogany door. Arriving at a magnificent hall, there were huge crystal lamps, antique furniture, and huge portraits of ancestors hanging on the walls. All of them showed the wealth and heritage of this large family. A fair-skinned, rather handsome man wearing a gray custom-made suit with a head of black hair sat in the seat of the host. Although the man did not make a sound, the imposing manner of a superior was very obvious. "Father, why did you call me back in such a hurry?" When Zhu Wei saw the middle-aged man, although he was in a bad mood, his tone was still respectful. This man was the head of the Zhu family, and also Zhu Wei's biological father, Zhu Linming. "There are guests at home." Zhu Linming's face was dark, and his tone was very cold. Zhu Wei looked to the side and saw a young man sitting nervously. He immediately scolded, "Lu Yunfeng, you stinking brat, you still have the face to sit here. If you didn't go and inform them yesterday, how could the purple bamboo forest have the time to find the Sun and Dongfang families? Someone come. Today I must." "Shut up." Zhu Linming stood up and roared furiously, "You King, kneel down." Zhu Wei was stunned. He pointed at Lu Yunfeng and said, "Dad, this brat betrayed me. He wants to harm our Zhu family. The one who wants to harm the Zhu family is you." Zhu Linming walked up and kicked Zhu Wei to the ground. Lu Yunfeng, who was at the side, trembled with fear, not daring to make a sound from beginning to end. Zhu Wei's face was blank as he asked in bewilderment, "Dad, what did I do wrong? I am doing this for the benefit of the family." "Shut up. How did I raise such a pig-headed son?" Zhu Linming came up and kicked him a few more times, but he still didn't vent his anger. He scolded, "From today onwards, you are only allowed to work in the company. I will let your other brothers take over all the businesses in your hands." Zhu Wei's face was deathly pale. Didn't this mean that he was going to be banished into the cold palace? Once he lost this power, he would no longer have the chance to fight for the inheritance of the family, and his status would plummet. "Dad, why? Just because of this one loss. Please give me another chance. I will definitely be able to open the casino." Zhu Linming cursed. "You still want to open a casino? Do you know how much pressure I had to endure to save your little life?" "Huh?" Zhu Wei was dumbfounded. What do you mean? I told you not to provoke Yi Fan. Why are you still so stupid? Do you think that by inciting the Ning and Wei families, Yi Fan will think that this matter has nothing to do with you?" Zhu Wei said, "Dad, are you afraid of that Yi guy? Do you think our Zhu family is afraid of him? Bastard, do you know what the Yi guy you spoke of did yesterday? Since last night, our stocks in the magnesium country have already fallen to the limit. Several secret consortiums in the world are sniping at our company, and our casino has been closed down by the Investigation Bureau because it was found to be a drug." Zhu Linming said angrily, "Just because of your arrogance, do you know how much our Zhu family has suffered? If I hadn't protected you, the people of the Dragon Soul would have already captured you. You are creating social unrest. Do you know that? Zhu Wei opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Does he have that much ability? Lu Yinfeng, who was at the side, also trembled when he heard this. In fact, he was only helping Yi Fan bring a message and came to the Zhu family. He didn't know that Yi Fan had actually stirred up a storm overseas. Zhu Liming gasped for breath and said, if he doesn't have that ability, can he kill the Wang family's Wang Jiushao? Do you think the Wang family would dare to fart now? I don't know who Yi Fan is, but our Zhu family can't afford to offend that great god. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you. Dad, Zhu Wei begged. Scram. Zhu Linming was not polite at all. Zhu Wei had no choice but to retreat like a walking corpse. He knew that his days of glory would never return. If he had known earlier, he would never have thought of planning this operation. After Zhu Wei left, Zhu Linming took a deep breath and said to Lu Yinfeng, Yinfeng, help me bring a message to Mr. Yi. Our Zhu family has an unfilial son, but that doesn't mean that our Zhu family is his enemy. I hope that he will be magnanimous and let this matter pass. We can still be friends in the future. Lu Yinfeng nodded and said awkwardly, then, Uncle Zhu, I'll be leaving first. I'll definitely bring the words to you, and Zhu Linming smiled bitterly and patted Lu Yunfeng's shoulder. Don't spread this matter out. After all, it will humiliate our Zhu family's reputation, nephew knows. Lu Yunfeng's back was also drenched in cold sweat. Who would have thought that one of the 5 great sects, the Zhu family, would be so scared by an unknown Yi Fan? In Huahai, the winter sun was warm, causing people to be in a good mood. Because Ning Zimo had a lot of things to do, Yi Fan didn't stay at the Purple Leaf Tea House for long. After breakfast, he planned to go to work. On the Zhu family side, Yi Fan wasn't worried at all. He asked Sally Yi to find a few acquaintances from overseas and attack them financially. That way, the Zhu family would be able to escape. Within the borders of China, Yi Fan didn't have much power, but overseas, the Zhu family was just a salted fish in Yi Fan's eyes. After arriving at the company, Yi Fan received a call from Chu Yunyao. He originally thought that Chu Yunyao had found Song Xinghe, but he didn't expect that the woman would say that Song Xinghe had disappeared. Chu Yunyao was also very strange. She had thought that she would definitely be able to find Song Xinghe. Her nanomachines had searched the entire area, not even letting go of the sewers. However, he couldn't find any trace of Song Xinghe. Helpless, Chu Yunyao could only continue to expand the search area, but the probability of finding it was not very high. On one side, Yi Fan asked Chu Yunyao to continue searching, but on the other side, he raised his guard once again. This was because Song Xinghe's disappearance and Selena's disappearance made Yi Fan feel that something was wrong. Walking out of the elevator, Yi Fan was about to go to the office when he saw Chunya, who was dressed meticulously in OL attire, walk in front of Yi Fan with a cold face. Chapter 441. 0441 Yi Fan blinked. What guest? Go and see for yourself. Chunya replied coldly. As Yi Fan walked, he sighed and shook his head. Sister Chunya, let me tell you, I'm not your sister. Chunya glared at him. All right, Sister Chunya, let me tell you, you can't be so cold like this. You're not our director, Sue. You look like a fairy. No matter how beautiful you are, you're still called a cold beauty. You, with such an average figure and face, and yet you're not willing to be a little sweet. How can you have a boyfriend in the future? Yi Fan said earnestly. Chunya sneered. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I already have a boyfriend who loves me very much. You don't have to worry about it. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Hee hee, is it real or fake? It's really a carrot and a pit. Your boyfriend has a unique taste. Blessings, blessings. What do you mean? Chunya was so angry that she almost jumped up. This guy's mouth was too lowly. Yi Fan laughed and quickly entered the CEO's office. He took advantage of the situation and ran. As soon as he entered the office, Yi Fan saw a handsome and resolute middle-aged man wearing a long dark coat sitting on the sofa, not angry, but giving off a dignified aura. This time, Qingxue didn't sit on her boss's chair, but rather politely sat on the sofa as well. General Su? Yi Fan was stunned. He discovered that the person who came was Su Lingshan's father, Major General Su Mingyu. When Su Mingyu saw Yi Fan, he smiled and stood up. However, he was used to keeping a straight face, and his smile was very stiff. Yi Fan, you're here. Su Mingyu's tone was much more polite than before. Qingshue's eyes flickered. She silently gave up a seat and said to Yi Fan, "Come and sit. General Su is looking for you." In front of outsiders, and Su Mingyu knew that the two of them were already married, so Qingxue still wanted to give Yi Fan some face. Yi Fan didn't expect his wife to be so sensible. He casually sat on the sofa and asked, "General Su, why did you suddenly come? How is Auntie's recovery?" Su Mingyu said gratefully, "Thanks to your operation, my wife has already been discharged. Everything is recovering very well." "That's good." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "I came here today not only to thank you for saving my wife, but also to thank you on behalf of the Su family. We have already officially signed an alliance with the Taiji sect. Every year, the Taiji sect will provide support to our Su family in terms of ancient martial arts. The gap in our Su family's ancient martial arts has finally been filled." When Su Mingyu said this, his face was flushed. Obviously, he was very excited about this situation. "It's nothing. I promise to let your Su family become one of the 5 great sections. Although you might not be able to squeeze out the 5 great families, it won't be a problem for you to at least be on the same level as them." Shu Qingxue frowned and asked curiously, "You were the one who went to the Taiji sect a few days ago to do this?" "Haha, it's just a matter of convenience. The Taiji sect is looking for me to be a guest, so I'll let the Taiji sect help the Su family cultivate some ancient martial arts talents." "Didn't you go find the sect leader of the Taiji sect to settle the score? How did he become a guest of the Taiji sect?" Su Qingxue felt that it was inconceivable. How did this guy do it? Yi Fan curled his lips. "This is a long story, but I did it anyway. I'll tell you later." Shu Qingxue said, "Forget it. There's no need to say anymore. I'm not interested in asking." She really wasn't interested in Yi Fan's matters. As long as she knew that the matter had been resolved, she couldn't be bothered to care about how Yi Fan was tormented. Su Mingyu saw that the two of them were chatting intimately and seemed to be deep in thought. He smiled and said, "Yi Fan, you've made me look at you in a new light time and time again. Next time we have time, we'll go to Su City again. Our whole family is waiting to treat you to a good meal. My father also said that the fate of the Su family, because of your appearance, has already been rewritten. You are the great benefactor of our Su family." Yi Fan waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. Besides, I'm not doing it for your Su family. I'm just doing it to make Shan feel a little more relaxed." "Oh, right. If Andy is done, when will Shan be back?" Although Su Qingxue was right beside him, Yi Fan didn't plan to hide anything. Firstly, Su Qingxue already knew about the ambiguous relationship between him and Su Lingshan. Secondly, in front of Su Mingyu, Yi Fan couldn't act too fearful. Sure enough, Su Qingxue wasn't surprised that Yi Fan called Su Lingshan like that. Although she was expressionless, she didn't ask anything. Su Mingyu sighed. "The third thing I came here for this time is to tell you that Lingshan doesn't plan to come back." "What?" Yi Fan was stunned. "She's not going back to Huahai." Su Mingyu nodded and handed over a letter to Yi Fan. This letter was personally written by her. "She told me to give it to you. Once you finish reading it, you will naturally understand." Su Mingyu said with a complicated expression. Yi Fan looked at the plain and unadorned envelope. On it were the words, "To be opened by Yi Fan." The handwriting was neat and tidy, and it carried a heroic spirit of a woman. It was obvious that it was Su Lingshan's style. Yi Fan frowned, but didn't avoid it. He opened the letter on the spot and took out the letter inside. "Yi Fan, when you read this letter, I am no longer in Huahai, nor am I in the Su family of the Su city. I might not even be in China. I know this is very sudden, but in my heart, I have been thinking about it for a long time. What happened recently made me finally make up my mind to make such a decision. Ever since I met you, you have always surprised me. Your martial arts, your connections, all make me feel that there's a huge gap between you and me. Although we haven't known each other for long, I can see you almost every day in the company. The more I see you, the more curious I become about you. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling in love with him. I'm very happy that you are willing to like me, but I know very well that in your heart, I am only a small part of it. I'm not as beautiful and intelligent as CEO Sue, and I'm not as gentle and virtuous as Sister Yuing. The only thing I'm better than them at is that I know some martial arts, but with you, it's meaningless. This time, you brought the Taiji sect to our Sue family, and the elders of the family were very happy. They even praised me for finding a good man and bringing great benefits to the family. But to me, what does it matter? I don't care what you bring to the Sue family, and I don't care what the elders of the family think of our relationship. What I care about is whether or not I have the qualifications to be with you. I don't know who you are or what kind of background you have, but I know very well that you don't lack women like me by your side. So even if I leave, you shouldn't be too sad, right? I plan to train myself again and make myself stronger. At the very least, I will no longer feel inferior because of the huge gap between us. Until one day, I have enough confidence that I can stand in front of you again. I hope you haven't forgotten me. Thank President Sue for me. Thank her for giving me a warm home when I was lonely and helpless. Take care. Ling Shan. Chapter 442. 0442 Yi Fan did not hide the letter, so Su Qingxue, who was at the side, could also see it. After quickly reading it, Su Qingxue's eyes reddened. General Su, where did Ling Shan go? Su Mingyu shook his head. To be honest, I really don't know. I only know that because the Dragon Soul has suffered a lot of losses, the Dragon Soul is currently selecting outstanding soldiers from all over China. Ling Shan, she had a military background and strength, so she should have successfully joined the Dragon Soul. However, as for what exactly she's going to do, where she's going to train or carry out a mission, our military has no way of knowing. Even if you know, you can't say it, right? Yi Fan folded the letter and raised his head. Su Mingyu nodded. I've already brought the letter. Yi Fan, I think if you respect Ling Shan, then respect her choice. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. What else can I do? Even if I were to look for her now, it would only give her more pressure. I never thought that what I did would make her feel uncomfortable. Su Mingyu sighed. My own daughter, I know very well that once she has made up her mind, she can't change it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Huahai alone and not gone back for 3 years. Yi Fan was also deeply aware of this point, so even though he was extremely unwilling and depressed, he didn't plan to forcefully find Su Ling Shan. Su Mingyu stood up and said, Yi Fan, Miss Su, I still have military matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. After he finished speaking, Su Mingyu didn't waste any more time and straightforwardly left, not allowing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue to send them off. After they left, only Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were left in the office. Seeing the man holding the letter and looking depressed, Qingxue faintly sighed. Women are different from women. Some girls can willingly rely on a man like a little bird. Some girls, on the other hand, must have their own career, must win their own social status, and do not like to rely on men to live. Ling Shan, she belongs to the latter. She never wants to be an ornament by a man's side, so you should understand her. Yi Fan turned his head, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and asked with a smile, So, wife, you are also the latter? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. Come on, I want to rely on you for everything, but the house you live in and the car you drive are all mine. How can I rely on you? Fan Xian had an awkward expression on his face as he awkwardly smiled. You seem to be right. Hello. I'm going out, I'm going to work. As soon as the guest left, Su Qingxue's tone became much colder. Yi Fan helplessly stood up. He also knew that it was the end of the year and there were a lot of things to do in the company, so he could only silently leave. But at this moment, Su Qingxue's phone rang. The woman answered the phone and immediately turned around. Yi Fan, wait, what is it? Yi Fan was puzzled. They found Tong Huizhen. Su Qingxue said excitedly. Because the purple bamboo forest had just undergone a test, The matter of helping Su Qingxue find Tong Huijin was also put on hold. But this morning, he finally found Tong Huijin and immediately told Su Qingxue. Seeing that the woman immediately went to get her coat and was about to leave, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After all, they had been family for more than 10 years, and they had even lived together for so many years when they were young. Even if Tong Huijin was half the enemy who killed her father, Su Qingxue still had a trace of affection for her. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up a drive. Seeing that Yi Fan was standing still, Su Qingxue anxiously said. Yi Fan nodded. He was also worried about Su Qingxue going to see Tong Huijin alone, so he immediately went to the garage. Nearly an hour later, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue arrived near an old community in the west of the city. The car stopped by the roadside, and the two of them walked onto the street. They discovered that this area was filled with small shops, all kinds of noodle shops, small restaurants, and grocery stores. Most of them were old residents and some workers who came from other places to rent houses. A rather quick-witted young man wearing a jacket quickly ran in front of the two of them and said with a fawning smile, "It's Brother Fan and Director Su, right?" "Yes, you were the one who called?" Yi Fan asked. The young man bowed and smiled. "My name is Mai. I'm the steward of the purple bamboo forest in this area. I've long heard of your great name, Brother Fan. My admiration for you is like a surging river." All right, I'll save the lines. Mai, where's Tong Huijin? Take us to her." Yi Fan hurriedly stopped this guy. Mai nodded in embarrassment and stretched out his hand. "Brother Fan, Director Su, please follow me." I followed your instructions and told the two brothers to keep an eye on it after I discovered it. "Where is Tong Huijin now?" Yi Fan asked. "She's in a small restaurant." Su Qingxue was puzzled. "Restaurant? Do you want to eat?" "No, it seems like he's looking for work." "That restaurant is recruiting people," Mai said. Su Qingxue was stunned. "Why would she come here to look for a job?" Yi Fan smiled. "Wife, do you think Tong Huijin is still that noble lady from before? Her identity is already an unregistered person. It's already good enough that she has a place to work." Su Qingxue suddenly understood, and a hint of sorrow flashed across her eyes. During this period of time, she must have suffered a lot. The two of them followed Mai to the entrance of a farmhouse restaurant. The two lackeys were still pretending to smoke outside. When they saw Mai coming over, they came up to report the situation. "Brother Mai, that woman is applying for a job inside. It seems like the boss told her to go in and try washing dishes or something. She hasn't come out from the kitchen yet." "Washing dishes?" Su Qingxue said in surprise. "Tong Huijin has never touched spring water since she was young. Her work in the kitchen is not even as good as mine. Will she?" Yi Fan clicked his tongue. "I told you, she has nowhere to go. What else can she do other than bite the bullet and do it?" Mai turned his head and asked Yi Fan, "Brother Fan, what do we do now?" Yi Fan looked at Su Qingxue. "Wife, have you thought it through? I don't know what will happen to her if I go in and see her now." Su Qingxue took a deep breath. "Since she's already here, let's meet her. If she really wants to be a new person, I should give her a chance. If she's still the same as before, then I'll give up." Yi Fan smiled slightly. As they had been together for a long time, he realized that although Su Qingxue was ruthless in doing business, her personality was relatively simple and kind. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't forgive Tong Huijin for the rest of their lives. The two of them walked into the small restaurant. It wasn't time for dinner yet, and there weren't many customers. Just as they walked to the kitchen door, they heard the man's loud curses coming from inside. "Stinking woman. Lose money. Don't even think about leaving without money." Following which, Tong Huijin's pleading voice could be heard. "Big brother, I really don't have any money. Please let me work here. I'll pay you back with the money I earn. You can't even wash the dishes properly, and you even drop two of them. How can I let you work?" I will definitely pay attention next time. Just now, my hand slipped. I will definitely do it well. Just let me stay here. I can endure hardship." Chapter 443. 0443 Tong Huijin exclaimed. "Ah, big brother, don't come over." Outside the kitchen, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were still hesitating whether or not to go in, but after hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but run into the kitchen. Hey, stop! In the dirty kitchen, Tong Huizhen was forced into a small corner, and a square-faced, middle-aged man was about to do something to her. Who is it? Get out. Mind your own business. I'm looking for workers. The man turned around and glared fiercely at her. Tong Huizhen's face was covered in tears, and her hair was in a mess. She didn't look like the arrogant lady she used to be, but more like a female beggar. Light? Qingxue. When Tong Huizhen saw Su Qingxue, her entire body trembled. She hugged her head in shame, curled up her body, and started crying. Su Qingxue's eyes were also moist. Seeing Tong Huizhen like this, it was hard for her to have much hatred in her heart. Life was already so difficult. No matter how much he hated her, what did she have to be hated? Yifan sighed and waved at Mai, who was following behind him. Mai understood and immediately rushed into the kitchen with his 2 lackeys, forcefully bringing the restaurant owner out. F*CK. Take him out and beat him up. How dare you do such a thing to harm women and compatriots in our territory? Brother Fan, don't worry. Leave this to me. Mai patted his chest and said righteously. Yifan didn't have the time to pay attention to him. He walked into the kitchen and said to Tong Huizhen, Originally, I didn't plan to look for you, but my wife's heart is soft. She wants to see you again, so don't just focus on crying. If you have anything to say, then say it now. Tong Huizhen choked with sobs and raised her head to look at Su Qingxue. Qingxue, I really regret it. I shouldn't have treated your father like that. I'm sorry. Woo-woo. Su Qingxue thought of Su Changping, who had sacrificed himself to protect the Su family. She clenched her fists tightly as tears flowed down her cheeks. My father was so good to you, but you betrayed him. Before he committed suicide, his heart was already dead. Do you know that? Tong Huizhen kept nodding. I know. That's why I don't have the face to see you. Even if you want to kill me, it's only right. If I kill you and my dad can come back to life, then I might consider it, but that's impossible, so you should keep your life and repent for the rest of your life. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she took out a key from her bag and threw it in front of Tong Huizhen. When Tong Huizhen saw this exquisite key, her expression froze. She looked up blankly. Qingxue, although you have nothing to do with me, in the eyes of outsiders, you are still my stepmother. If people saw you working here or wandering on the streets, and I didn't care about you, it wouldn't be good for my reputation. Take this key back. The old house is lacking a person to be in charge of daily cleaning. Since you've lived there for more than 20 years, you can go there to clean up in the future. I'll pay you according to the nanny's salary. Su Qingxue coldly said. Even though the woman's words were cold, Tong Huizhen was overjoyed when she heard it. Su Qingxue had clearly agreed to let her return home. Only then did she return the key to the house that once belonged to her, the mistress of the house. To the current Tong Huizhen, money, status, and reputation were no longer important. She just wanted a bite to eat, a warm bed, and a room to shelter her from the rain. Qingxue, have you forgiven me? Can you really let me go home? Tong Huizhen's eyes were brimming with tears. Don't misunderstand. I'm just giving face to my dead father. Su Qingxue coldly said, then turned around and walked out. Even so, Tong Huizhen was already in tears of gratitude, sobbing uncontrollably. Outside the restaurant, Su Qingxue took a few deep breaths, calming herself down a little. Fan Xian came to the woman's side and smiled. Wife, I admire you a little. In this world, there aren't many people as kind as you. Qingxue lightly snorted. Just say that I'm stupid. I don't understand why I'm so stupid either. Haha, a lot of amazing things, amazing decisions are all made by fools. Stupidity, sometimes, is a very rare quality. It's not that easy. This is also why I like you, my wife. Li Fanxian's words were also very sincere. In fact, after a long time, Su Qingxue's appearance, figure, and temperament had slowly faded away from his attraction. More importantly, there were some things in the depths of Su Qingxue's heart that he would like more and more. If he married a wife who was only young and beautiful, then there was no need to talk about growing old together. Qingxue pursed her lips and looked at the man's gentle eyes. Her heart was filled with sweetness. You finally said something nice today. Li Fanxian was speechless. Wife, I've said so many things to you today, and that's all I've said? What do you think? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Early in the morning, I shouted Shan Shan, Shan Shan, I didn't get angry at you. How happy do you think I was? Li Fanxian awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I don't even know where Shan Shan went, and I don't know when we'll be able to see her, so let's not talk about her for now. Qingxue was actually quite concerned about Su Lingshan. After all, she was one of her few friends. She sighed and said, I hope Lingshan can be safe. Li Fanxian smiled and didn't say anything. He actually wanted to immediately find Su Lingshan, but if that was the case, it would be too disrespectful to Su Lingshan's choice. He could only silently pray that nothing would happen to this woman. At this time, Mai brought his two lackeys over and said with a flattering smile, Brother Fan, that shameless fellow has been taken care of by us. Do you have any other orders? No, it's been hard on you guys to find someone. Thank you, Yi Fan said with a smile. Qingxue took out a stack of red $100 bills from her bag. Take this money. Mai hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, no. I wouldn't dare to take Brother Fan and Director Su's money, even if you beat me to death. This is what we should do. We're leaving, Brother Fan, Director Su. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Goodbye. After saying that, Mai quickly ran away with his men, not daring to take any money. Qingxue pouted. Is there a need for that? I just want to thank them. Yi Fan looked at the stack of banknotes in the woman's hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wife, the way you tip is a little bold and unrestrained. Qingxue didn't think much of it and directly stuffed the money into Yi Fan's pocket. If they don't want it, then I'll give it to you. You've been doing pretty well these past few days, so I'll give you more pocket money. Chapter 444. 0444. The two of them got into the car and drove back to the company. Just as they were on the road, Su Qingxue thought of something and said, Oh, right. After hearing them say Happy New Year, I just remembered. Is it going to be the New Year today? Yi Fan calculated the days and nodded. That's right, wife. Do you have any plans? It can't be that you're still working on New Year's Eve, right? Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said, Tonight, how about I cook? We'll go back and bring Annie Jiang with us, and then we'll go to the supermarket to buy groceries. When Yi Fan heard that the woman wanted to cook, he thought about the terrifying experience from last time. His face immediately stiffened and the corner of his mouth twitched. Old, wife, you're working so hard. Why don't you let Annie Jiang do it? What? Don't you want to eat the dishes I made? Didn't you say it was delicious last time? Su Qingxue was a little unhappy. She frowned and said, Could it be that you lied to me last time? Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. How could it be? I really think your cooking is very delicious. I'm afraid that you'll have to work hard. I'm not working hard. After I practiced the Xianwei True Scripture, my stamina and energy have improved a lot. It's fine. Su Qingxue said with a face full of anticipation. I want Annie Jiang to teach me a few more dishes today. What do you want to eat? Yi Fan could only try his best to think for a moment and said, Stir-fry some vegetables, make some cold tofu, peanuts, steamed eggs, or something. That's enough. Su Qingxue was puzzled. You're eating too simply. This kind of dish isn't challenging at all. Haha, I've been on a diet recently, so I've been eating lightly. Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue ignored him and began to seriously plan. As she thought about it, she even wrote down the ingredients she wanted to buy on her phone's memo. Yi Fan couldn't stop her even if he wanted to, so he could only let the woman do it herself. He suddenly felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have told the woman the truth about her culinary skills. Returning to the company, Yi Fan had nothing to do. He continued to play games with Moo 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 for the entire afternoon. Moo 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 also understood that although she really wanted to spend the new year with Yi Fan definitely had to go home, so she didn't make any other requests. What Yi Fan felt rather guilty about was that he couldn't spend the new year with Feng Yuing, so he sent her more than 10 red packets consecutively, making her laugh and cry nonstop. Yi Fan realized that this chat tool was really an interesting thing. In reality, the gentle and mature Feng Yuing was more like an innocent child when she was chatting on the phone, giving him a completely different feeling. After work, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue returned to Eager County together. They picked up Aunt Jiang, and the three of them went to buy vegetables together. Aunt Jiang's face was full of joy. After all, it was rare for the three of them to go out to buy vegetables. After arriving at the supermarket, Yi Fan pushed the cart. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang walked in front of him, chatting as they picked. They mingled with the many citizens who came to buy vegetables after work. It was very relaxing. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man and a woman walked over, attracting Yi Fan's attention. "Mom, do you want to buy a chicken?" That girl said she wanted to eat your chicken soup. "Silly child, if you're in such a hurry, how are you going to make chicken soup?" The ones who were chatting were a mother and son, a middle-aged man and his mother. Logically speaking, this old woman should be over 60 years old, but she looked rather young. She looked to be in her 40s, and one could tell that she was a beauty back then. What made Yi Fan notice was that this middle-aged man was actually Mu's father, Mu Xuesong. "Professor Mu, what a coincidence." Yi Fan took the initiative to greet him. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang also turned their heads to look. Seeing Mu Xuesong, Su Qingxue nodded, while Aunt Jiang's gaze met with Mu Xuesong's mother's. When Aunt Jiang saw the old woman, both of their faces revealed astonishment at the same time as they stared at each other blankly. "Yi Fan, Miss Su, you guys, are you here to buy vegetables as well?" Mu Xuesong was very surprised. With his identity, he only came to buy vegetables to accompany his mother. For what he could see, Su Qingxue, who was a billionaire, wouldn't be able to buy vegetables by herself. "Yes, although it's not New Year's Eve today, it's still the new year. I plan to cook something for myself to eat at home," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan, on the other hand, noticed that Aunt Jiang and Mu Xuesong's mother had too many complicated emotions in their eyes. "Aunt Jiang, do you know each other?" Yi Fan asked. Mu Xuesong also noticed that his mother's expression was very strange, so she asked, "Mom, what's wrong? You are—" Aunt Jiang hurriedly smiled to cover up her embarrassment and said, "Oh, we are old acquaintances. Narcissus, we haven't seen each other for so many years. How are you?" Emoshue Xian also smiled stiffly. "Yuan, I'm fine. Your appearance hasn't changed much either." "Of course not. I'm already so old." Aunt Jiang laughed. The two old women said a few words, but they didn't know what to say. The scene was a little strange. "Aunt Jiang, how did you get to know this old lady? Is it an old friend?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. "That's right. Back then, we did it together at the Su family, but after Narcissus went out, we didn't see each other again." Aunt Jiang forced a smile. Mu Xuesong asked doubtfully, "Mom, you even worked as a servant in the Su family? Why haven't I heard of it?" Emoshue Xian hurriedly said, "It hasn't been that long. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. My precious granddaughter is still waiting for dinner at home." Seeing that the old man was obviously hiding something, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue looked at each other. Even Mu Xuesong felt that there was something mysterious about this matter, but it wasn't good for her to ask. Emoshue Xian and Aunt Jiang nodded and smiled, then said their goodbyes and separated. "Aunt Jiang, did that Aunt Mu do it in our house before? Was it before I arrived at the Su family?" "Yes, he left a long time ago," Aunt Jiang replied. "How strange. Why did this Professor Mu take his mother's surname?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Aunt Jiang asked with a complicated look in her eyes, "Yi Fan, miss, do you know that Mr. Mu?" "Yeah, he's a famous musician in the country. His daughter is also involved in music now. The last time Yi Fan and I went to watch, it was his daughter's piano competition." Aunt Jiang replied with an "oh." She wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment. She smiled and said, "Let's go and see if there are any fresh fish." At the same time, Emoshue Xian, who was on the other side, was solemnly speaking to Mu Xuesong, "Son, in the future, don't interact with that Miss Su anymore." Emoshue Xian said, "Mom, what's wrong with you? I didn't have much interaction with Director Su in the first place, and it was only because of her husband, Yi Fan, that I became a little familiar with Mu." Mu Xuesong asked curiously, "Mom, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? What can it be? Don't ask too much, just listen to Mom." Emoshue Xian said seriously. Chapter 445. 0445 after Aunt Jiang met Mo Shui Xian. She was a little absent-minded. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue bought a round of vegetables, and most of them were randomly picked by Su Qingxue. When he was about to pay the bill, he met another acquaintance, and it even made Yi Fan a little embarrassed. The pretty lady who was carrying a shopping bag and wearing office lady attire was Feng Yuing, who had also gotten off work and came to buy groceries. "Senior, why did you come here to buy vegetables?" Su Qingxue was a little surprised. When Feng Yuing saw Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, she also revealed a trace of nervousness. Recently, coincidentally, Yi Fan saw the woman carrying the shopping bag by herself and felt a wave of guilt in his heart. He was a happy family, but Feng Yuing was alone in Huahai. Living in such a big villa, she must be especially lonely. He had sent her some red packets on WeChat. Although the woman was very happy, what could that solve? Yi Fan gritted his teeth, snatched Feng Yuying's shopping bag, and put it in his shopping cart. "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Feng Yuing panicked. "Since you're living here, let's eat together more often in the future. I'll pay for this bag of vegetables. You, Xiao Shui, and Aunt Jiang can go out first. Let's celebrate the new year together tonight." When Feng Yuing heard this, her face was a little dazed, but her heart felt warm. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, asked curiously, "Senior, you live here? What do you mean?" Yi Fan explained. "She met Song Xinghe's subordinates and was almost killed, so I brought her to a villa nearby." Feng Yuing was also afraid that Su Qingxue would misunderstand, so she said, "Director Su, I just came over and didn't have time to tell you." Su Qingxue's eyes flickered, and with some lingering fear, she said, "So that's how it is. Fortunately, senior sister, you're fine. I got it. Come to my house for dinner." "That's right, Miss Feng. Let's eat together, it's lively." Aunt Jiang also had a good impression of Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing still didn't dare to. But this isn't too appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? We've known each other for so many years. Why would I have such a big problem with you just because of this guy? Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Yi Fan and continued. "Besides, I'm going to cook today. Senior, you should give me some face, right?" "Director Su, are you cooking yourself?" Feng Yuing was very surprised. "How is it? You've never seen it before, right?" "I just started learning it recently, but it seems like I'm doing okay," Su Qingxue said confidently. Feng Yuing smiled. Seeing that Su Qingxue was really not angry, she also felt at ease. She nodded and said, "Director Su, you're so smart. Of course it won't be too difficult to cook." Seeing the two women chatting and laughing freely, Fan Xian heaved a sigh of relief and went to line up to pay the bill. When they got home, Auntie Jiang and Su Qingxue immediately went into the kitchen and got busy. Feng Yuing was originally a guest, but sitting in the living room, she felt that it wasn't appropriate to be alone with Yi Fan, so she went into the kitchen to help. Master Feng Yu Feng was Feng Long. She was Yin Yin Aunt, Yin praised. "You Aunt Fan, senior sister, do you cook often? Why do you look so skilled? Have you learned it before?" Su Qingxue said enviously as she watched Feng Yuing quickly cut the radish slices. "Oh, that's true. Practice makes perfect after doing it for a long time." Su Qingxue looked at Feng Yuing cutting the radish quickly and said enviously, "Oh, that's true. After doing it for a long time, practice makes perfect." Su Qingxue found a reason for herself and didn't bother too much about it. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "Miss Feng, do you know how to make braised pork or dompa pork?" Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "Miss Feng, do you know how to make braised pork or dompa pork? I don't think there's enough time to stew the chicken, so I'll just fry it and eat it." Then braised pork, spicy fried chicken, dompa pork is slow too, Feng Yuing said with a smile. Aunt Jiang nodded happily. "Miss Feng, it's good that you know how to make it. Then I'll be lazy today. Did you make this base too? Okay, you can rest now. Steamed or scallion oil?" "Steam it. Our miss likes it lighter," Aunt Jiang said. Feng Yuing hurriedly agreed and started to get busy. Su Qingxue pouted. "Aunt Jiang, you can't do everything for senior. I want to do it too." "Hee, miss, you've just started learning. Make less and practice your skills. Aunt Jiang said with a smile and walked out of the kitchen. Yi Fan sat in the living room and kept an eye on the movements in the kitchen. When he heard Aunt Jiang's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like Aunt Jiang was afraid that all the dishes on the table would be ruined. Aunt Jiang came to the living room and said softly with a smile, "I can only help you to this point. You can take care of it yourself later." Yi Fan smiled bitterly. "Aunt Jiang, thank you for your trouble." Aunt Jiang nodded and seemed to have something on her mind. She silently walked into her room. When it was almost 8 in the evening, a table of dishes was finally served. "Lazy bum, come and eat. You only know how to watch TV and don't come and help." Su Qingxue called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled and walked over. "It's been hard on the two beauties. I'm here." He came to the table and looked at the dishes on the table. It was obvious that there was a difference. There were a few braised pork, fried chicken pieces, and so on. They looked delicious and very tempting. However, there were a few stir-fried dishes that were either burnt or burnt. It looked like the scene of a car accident. Su Qingxue also realized that the dishes she made weren't very beautiful. She said, "It looks ugly. After all, I don't cook it often. It's okay if you don't want to eat it." Yi Fan hurriedly said, "How could that be? I think it's pretty good. I like it cooked. It's even more fragrant when it's burnt." As he said that, Yi Fan picked up a piece of chives and eggs and put it in his mouth. Yi Fan's tongue felt as if it was attacked by a piece of salt. Then a bitter burnt taste exploded. This kind of taste made Yi Fan's expression freeze unnaturally for a moment. However, Yi Fan still swallowed it as if nothing had happened. "Is it delicious?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan originally wanted to say delicious, but he still felt guilty and said, "It's okay. I can eat it." "Nonsense. If this can't be eaten, can it still be considered a dish?" Su Qingxue casually picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. Then she exclaimed, "Senior sister, your cooking is so tasty. How did you do it?" "The taste of the chicken has seeped in." Feng Yuing smiled and said, "It's just a little pickled. There's nothing special about it." Su Qingxue said, "You should also try what I made." Feng Yuing nodded and didn't think too much about it. She picked up an asparagus and put it in her mouth. Not long after, Feng Yuing silently picked up the cup of water and took a sip. She forced a smile and said, "Director Su's cooking is also quite delicious." Chapter 446. 0446. Su Qingxue was very happy. "Is that so? Let me try it too. Last time, all the food I made was eaten by this guy. I didn't even have the chance to try the food I made." After saying that, Su Qingxue picked up an egg and put it in her mouth. Yi Fan wanted to stop her, but he didn't know how. This was because several of the dishes belonged to Su Qingxue, so it was impossible for him to not give her any food. Sure enough, the moment Su Qingxue's tongue touched the egg, she frowned and spat out the egg without saying a word. "Pooh-pooh, isn't this too salty?" Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. "Are you stupid? It's so salty. How can we eat it?" Yi Fan awkwardly grinned and said, "It's still edible." Su Qingxue realized that something was wrong. She even tried her other dishes, but none of them could be swallowed. Bah! Ugh! Su Qingxue wanted to vomit. Su Qingxue ran to the bathroom and rinsed her mouth before walking back to the dining hall. Her eyes were red with anger as she glared at Yi Fan. "You liar! My food is clearly so unpalatable. Just tell me directly. Why did you lie to me and say that it was delicious? Do you want to laugh at me?" When she thought about how her dishes were so hard to swallow and how Feng Yuing made them so delicious, Su Qingxue felt especially embarrassed. Yi Fan hurriedly explained, "Wife, don't be agitated. It's just cooking. It's not a big deal. Everyone just needs to be happy." "Happy my ass. Don't you know you'll die from eating it? As for that, it's just a little salty, a little bitter, a little sour. It's not that exaggerated," Yi Fan said with a stiff smile. Su Qingxue felt depressed in her heart and was no longer in the mood to eat. "You guys eat, I'm going upstairs." Seeing that Su Qingxue was about to leave, Feng Yuing panicked a little. "CEO Su, Yi Fan just wants to encourage you. He doesn't have any other intentions." However, Su Qingxue didn't listen at all. She ran upstairs and hid in the study. Suddenly, there were only 3 people left at the table. Aunt Jiang sighed. Yi Fan, actually, you should have just said it last time. This time, it's going to be troublesome. Yi Fan was also regretful. After all the calculations, he didn't expect Su Qingxue to cook a second time. He originally thought that a young miss like her wouldn't be interested in cooking a second time. Feng Yuing blamed herself. It's all my fault, otherwise Su wouldn't be angry. How can I blame you for this? Did you purposely make it taste bad? Yi Fan bitterly smiled and shook his head, saying, Forget it, let's eat first. I'll go comfort her later. After dinner, Feng Yuing helped Aunt Jiang clean up while Yi Fan ran upstairs and knocked on the study room door. Wife, you didn't even eat dinner. I brought you a fruit plate, so you should at least eat some. Yi Fan said in a good voice. Su Qingxue didn't respond, as if she didn't hear anything at all. Yi Fan knocked on the door several times and said a bunch of words, but Su Qingxue still ignored him. Yi Fan helplessly walked downstairs and bumped into Feng Yuing, who just came out of the kitchen. The woman asked with concern, How is Mr. Su? He's still ignoring me. It seems like he's really angry. Yi Fan sighed. Then what should we do? Feng Yuing blamed herself and said, I knew I shouldn't have come. Ying, are you stupid? I already said this has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan reached out and pinched the woman's face. Feng Yuing said sadly, CEO, Su must have started cooking for you. She was tricked by you, so she must be feeling very bad. You have to persuade her properly and don't let her be sad. Yi Fan was depressed. I only lied to her to make her happy. Who knew that it would turn out like this? I'll go back first. Think about what to do. Feng Yuing didn't want to stay here any longer, lest Su Qingxue became even more unhappy. Yi Fan couldn't think of any other way at the moment, so he said, I'll send you back. I'll go out for a walk and see if I can think of a way to make her happy. Although Feng Yuing felt that there was no need, but the man insisted on sending her back, so she could only agree. Actually, Feng Yuing didn't live far. She arrived at the entrance of Feng Yuying's villa in about 10 minutes. Yi Fan still didn't have any ideas. Could it be that he could only buy strawberry donuts? Then if he used this trick too much, the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Yi Fan, I'm home. Do you want to go in and take a seat or go back? Feng Yuing asked gently. Yi Fan was stunned. He then realized that he had been thinking about Su Qingxue the whole way and didn't say anything to Feng Yuing. Seeing that the woman didn't complain at all and was still as gentle as water, Yi Fan felt extremely ashamed. Ying, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to make Xiao Shui happy. Did I leave you out today? Yi Fan reached out and held Feng Yuying's hand. No. Feng Yuing shook her head. I'm actually very happy that Su can ignore our relationship and let me go to your house for a meal. What do you mean by us? We're family. We'll live together sooner or later. Yi Fan chuckled. Feng Yuing pursed her lips and said faintly, That's not good. It's so embarrassing. It was very cold outside, but the temperature in the car seemed to be rising slowly. Yi Fan looked at the beautiful woman in the darkness and smelled her faint fragrance. He couldn't help but reach out and caress Feng Yuying's face. Ying, let's stay in the car for a while longer. Let me hug you, okay? After Yi Fan finished speaking, he didn't care whether Feng Yuing was willing or not. He carried Feng Yuying's delicate body from the driver's seat to the front passenger seat. Luckily, there was enough space in the car, but it was still stuck to his chest. Yi Fan moved the car seat back and caressed the woman's beautiful hair with one hand, while the other hand wandered around her back and below. The two of them looked at each other, and without a word, Yi Fan kissed her. Feng Yuing also realized what was going to happen, but she had already done it with Yi Fan in the office last time. She didn't mind sitting in the car once. Especially today, she felt that the man valued her and was even more willing to do it. She hoped that Yi Fan would be satisfied. Half an hour later, Feng Yuing collapsed on Yi Fan's body. She was sweating profusely, and the bangs on her forehead were wet. The woman's face was flushed red, and she was panting. Hubby, I can't take it anymore. You're so amazing. Feng Yuying's delicate body trembled. This was an uncontrollable feeling of joy that came from her body. It wasn't the first time she called Yi Fan hubby, so when she was in love, she blurted it out. Although Yi Fan wasn't completely satisfied yet, He didn't want to torture the woman too much. He kissed her lips and said, "All right, Ing, put on your clothes and don't catch a cold. If you can't walk, I'll carry you in." Chapter 447. 0447. It was rare to see Feng Ing acting coquettishly. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva and wanted nothing more than to raise his spear for another round, but he still held it in. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and there would be plenty of time in the future. He couldn't bully his own woman too much. If he tormented her too much, it would not be worth it. After leaving Feng Ying's house, Yi Fan walked back to Eager County. Although he felt refreshed after a fierce battle with a woman, he still couldn't think of a good way to make the woman at home happy. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the sound of fireworks shooting into the sky from afar, blooming with dazzling fireworks. Yi Fan slapped his forehead and grinned. He hurriedly quickened his pace and ran to the nearby supermarket. Half an hour later, Yi Fan ran back to his house with 2 large fireworks and a pile of small fairy sticks in his arms. On the way, many people saw Yi Fan running away with such a heavy firework in his arms. They were all dumbstruck, but Yi Fan didn't have the time to care about the others. He placed the firework in front of his house, which happened to be Su Qingshue's study room. Not long after, the fireworks were ignited and shot into the sky with a whooshing sound. As the brilliant fireworks exploded in the air, such a close sound was naturally heard by Su Qingxue, who was in the study. The woman was curled up on an antique sofa with a sad expression on her face. Hearing the sound of fireworks, she looked toward the balcony and realized that it was coming from her own door. Su Qingxue stepped on her slippers, opened the door, and walked to the balcony. When she raised her head, she discovered that the sky was filled with gorgeous fireworks. "Happy New Year, honey!" A fairy stick flashed and appeared in Su Qingshue's field of vision. Su Qingxue was shocked. When she reacted, she realized that Yi Fan was already standing beside her. The sail had a bright smile on its face as it quickly waved its fairy stick. The golden flame drew a question mark symbol in the air. Su Qingxue blinked her watery eyes. She naturally liked it, but when she thought about cooking, she still felt depressed. "Who's happy with you? I can't be bothered with you," Su Qingxue said, and was about to turn around and return to the study. However, Yi Fan threw away the fairy stick and directly carried the woman in his princess arms. After carrying her horizontally, Yi Fan exerted a little force with his feet and brought Su Qingxue to the rooftop. What are you doing? Let me go," Su Qingxue exclaimed. The top floor of this mansion had a small flat roof. Yi Fan put Su Qingxue down, picked up the fairy stick on the ground, and handed it to Su Qingxue. "Wife, don't be angry at me. It's the new year. Isn't it good for us to play happily?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and took the fairy stick. She said unhappily, "My cooking is so bad. How can I be happy? You must think that I'm much worse than senior sister. The heavens and the earth can testify, my wife, you have wronged me. I have never felt that any woman in the world is more outstanding than you. Otherwise, why would I marry you instead of someone else?" Yi Fan spread out his hands. "Only a ghost would believe you. You just think that I'm young and good-looking now, so you'll marry me. When I'm in my 30s and old, you won't want me anymore." Su Qingxue resentfully said, "I don't know how to do housework, I don't know how to cook, and I'm not considerate or gentle. Once I get old, who wants me?" Yi Fan was about to cry. This woman really thought too much. What was she thinking about? Fortunately, Yi Fan was also someone who had read books. In this kind of situation, a woman's words were usually to get a sense of security from a man, hoping to feel valued, hoping that a man would coax her. Although Yi Fan felt that it was a bit hard, he still said with a serious face, "Wife, didn't I tell you this morning? Actually, your appearance is no longer that important to me. I love you. I love everything about you. Even if you're old, I won't stop loving you because of this. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'll be very sad like this." Come on, you're just a big liar." Su Qingxue was happy in her heart, but she purposely pouted. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why am I a liar again? If I don't love you, then let the heavens strike me to death with 5 bolts of lightning." The dishes I made were so disgusting, yet you ate them all last time and lied to me that they were delicious. If you're not a liar, then what are you? Wifey, don't you understand? Although the taste is a bit unique, you made it for me. This feeling makes the dishes incomparably delicious. Compared to this kind of feeling in the depths of my heart, what is the taste? Yi Fan had a sincere expression on his face. Su Qingshue's face was flushed red, thinking that this guy was getting better and better at sending out sugar-coated bullets. But why did it sound so pleasing to the ears? Then I'll cook for you every day from now on, okay? Su Qingxue purposely said mischievously. Hearing that, Yi Fan's expression stiffened, and he laughed dryly. Good is good. However, wife, aren't you very busy? You could do it occasionally. Su Qingxue snorted angrily. I knew you were just joking with me. You don't want to eat my cooking at all. Go away. I don't want to talk to you anymore. As she spoke, the woman was about to walk down the rooftop. Yi Fan hurriedly hugged Su Qingshue's slender waist from behind and moved his mouth close to the woman's ear, exhaling hot air as he said, Wife, I love you. Su Qingshue's delicate body trembled and stiffened for a moment. She stammered, Let me go, I don't believe you. I love you. I love you very much. Don't be angry at me, okay? Yi Fan continued to speak in a soft voice. She was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I'm actually not angry at you. I'm angry at myself. I'm so stupid. Even the dishes I cook are so unpalatable. Furthermore, my temper is so bad. You and Aunt Jiang don't dare to tell me the truth. I hate myself like this. Wife, how can you have a bad temper? You're so kind and pure. I've never felt that you have a bad temper. Yi Fan thought to himself, occasionally throwing a tantrum from a young miss is quite cute. Just treat me like a 3-year-old child and coax me. I actually know it myself, but sometimes when I say it out loud, I can't control myself, and I can't take it back. I just want face. Su Qingxue said weakly. Fan Xian smiled, turned the woman around, and reached out to touch her face. Looking at the delicate and charming little fairy who had removed her iceberg appearance, she exuded a tender and naivety that made people feel pity for her. Perhaps at this moment, Su Qingxue was the real her. A girl in her 20s with a bit of childishness, a little silly, a little cute. Not the iceberg female CEO who held the fate of tens of thousands of employees in her hands, controlled a huge business empire, and commanded the world. Looking at the woman in front of him, whose face was so exquisite that it was almost impeccable, Yi Fan's gaze was gentle as he looked at her, as if he was infatuated with her. Chapter 448. 0448 Only then did Yi Fan react and quickly light up the fairy stick for the woman. He then ordered 2 more and let Su Qingxue take 2. He also took one and played happily on the roof. Hey, how did you draw the heart just now? Why can't I draw it? Su Qingxue tried her best to draw in the air, but she was unable to produce a complete heart. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Call me husband, and I'll teach you. Go to hell. If you don't want to teach, then don't teach. Su Qingxue glared at him. Yi Fan gave in and could only say, That's because, wife, your drawing speed isn't fast enough. You have to be fast enough. As he spoke, Yi Fan drew another string of hearts, causing Su Qingxue to be very envious. Wife, are you hungry? Do you want to buy donuts for you? Idiot, why are you eating donuts so late at night? Are you trying to make me fat to death? Go and bring me the fruit. Then why don't you drink some pork rib soup? Or eat some braised pork? I already said I want a fruit plate. Are you a pig? Eating braised pork at this time? You want me to die of fat so that you can confidently find other women, right? Li Fanxian was sweating profusely. He regretted talking too much and quickly went to get a plate of fruit and went up to the rooftop. After Su Qingxue ate some fruit, the woman suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, right. Where's Aunt Jiang? Let's let her come out and play. Aunt Jiang seems to have gone back to her room to rest. Today, I feel that when she saw that Imo Shui Xian, it was a little strange. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue also nodded. It is a little strange. Maybe she remembered something from the past. Yi Fan also didn't understand, but since the old man didn't say anything, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. The two of them played around and used up their bag of fairy sticks. They simply sat on the roof and watched the night sky of Huahai as the New Year's fireworks continued to bloom. Together, they quietly waited for the New Year's countdown. When the New Year's bell rang, Yi Fan turned his head to look at Su Qingxue and said with a smile, "This is our first time crossing the New Year. Happy New Year, wife." Su Qingxue pursed her lips. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she leaned over and kissed Yi Fan's cheek. After this small kiss, Su Qingxue shyly turned around, not daring to look at the man. It was as if an electric current had passed through Fan Xian's heart. He looked at the woman in surprise, and without saying a word, he hugged Su Qingxue and kissed her heavily. New Year's fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Under the night sky, a man and a woman embraced and kissed each other passionately. It's been another year. Time really flies. Bali Island, Bulgari Villa Hotel. Serena, who was wearing a bikini, lay on a chair, sipped red wine, and looked at the brilliant fireworks in the direction of the sea. Beside her, a professional spa technician was massaging her legs. At that moment, a man wearing a bathrobe walked out of the villa. "How long are we going to stay here?" asked the man. Selena said without turning her head, "Why are you in such a hurry? With such a beautiful scenery and such a comfortable hotel, others don't even have the chance to stay. I brought you guys here for free, so you should thank me. I, Song Xinghe, am not here to enjoy. I want revenge. I want to take back everything I lost." Song Xinghe's eyes were filled with anger. "Humph. Did your head get kicked by a donkey, or did the vengeful fire burn your brain?" Selena disdainfully said, "Now that Yi Fan can't find us, he must have already raised his guard. If you rush over and do anything else, you will only be caught red-handed by him. Do you think Yi Fan is so stupid after knowing your bionic routine? Would he let you escape so easily? Once he finds you again, you can forget about taking revenge. He will use the flames of hell to burn your pitiful soul." Song Xinghe gritted his teeth. "Then why did you bring me here? Didn't you say you would give me a chance to make a comeback? What's the hurry? Look at the beautiful scenery in front of us. There are so many beautiful things in the world. If we don't know how to enjoy them, what's the point of successfully taking revenge?" Selena said. However, Song Xinghe was not in the mood to look at the scenery. He said in a deep voice, "Then you have to give me a goal, right? Otherwise, are you going to wait here all day?" "Target hunt." Selena glanced at him. "I have 2 precious materials that were stolen by Yi Fan, but I don't know where they were hidden. I stayed in Huahai for a while, but I didn't find any clues. Help me find a thing first, and I will naturally give you a chance to kill Yi Fan." "What material? Can't you find it yourself? Kidnap his woman, or sneak into his house?" Song Xinghe was puzzled. Selena said, "This is just a last resort. If you can avoid direct contact, why take the risk? In the underground world, surviving was the most important goal. I've already saved you once, and now it's time for you to repay me. If you can find those 2 materials for me, I will naturally give you more resources to achieve your goal." Song Xinghe's eyes flashed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "You found the right person for this matter. Maybe I can really help you." "Oh? Then I'll wait and see." Selena giggled. On the first day of the new year, Yi Fan was both happy and regretful. He was happy that the distance between him and Su Qingxue had been shortened by a step last night. Although the woman was still unwilling to call him hubby, at least when the two of them kissed, he could clearly feel the sweetness between lovers. Unfortunately, other than a passionate kiss, nothing else happened. He didn't even manage to touch anything. However, Yi Fan also knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu if he was impatient. After finally coaxing his wife to become more and more docile, he felt that the day of taking over the bridgehead was not far away. After Yi Fan finished his training and breakfast, he applied to Su Qingxue for a trip to the orphanage. Because on the first day of the new year, the orphanage was going to clean up, so he was used to helping. After Su Qingxue heard this, she also agreed and told him not to go to work. Li Fan Xian drove to the orphanage. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a scene that stunned him. A black-haired white woman wearing a black leather coat was falling to the ground. It was one of the Netherworld guards, Crow. The crow's eyes contained a trace of anger as it stared at a cold and beautiful woman wearing a fiery red coat. Her black hair was like a waterfall that reached her waist. It was actually Xiao Xiner. What the hell? Yifan got out of the car and quickly ran over to help the crow up. Xiao Xiner, what are you doing? When the crow saw Yifan, it hurriedly ignored the pain in its chest and wanted to kneel down to pay its respects. Chapter 449. 0449 Is this your subordinate? No wonder you're so sneaky. I thought you were an assassin. Xiao Xian lightly snorted. The crow unwillingly gritted its teeth and reported the situation to Yifan. It turned out that in order to protect Du Yuner, the crow had followed the girl to the vicinity of the orphanage. However, Xiao Xiner had also come and discovered the existence of the crow. In the end, Xiao Xian pulled out the crow and directly put it down. She's the guard I arranged by Yuner's side. Don't you sense that she doesn't have any killing intent on her? Yifan felt that this girl must have done it on purpose. Xiao Xiner said with a face full of disdain. Why would I care so much? Didn't I not kill him? Do you want to stand up for your subordinate? Fan Xian didn't have the mood to fight with this woman again. He let the crow leave first, then asked, What are you doing here? What? This welfare institute is owned by your family? If you can come, then I can't. Xiao Xiner said unhappily. I've been here before. Today I came here to clean up. What's your reason? Yifan asked. Xiao Xiner said, I came to see you clean up. Yifan really wanted to open this woman's head and take a look. How'd her brain grow? What kind of bullsh asterisk T reason was this? Phoenix girl, you can't have fallen in love with me, right? Did you come here to get close to me? Yifan asked with a mischievous smile. The corner of Xiao Xiner's eyes turned cold. Do you believe that I won't burn down your car? Fan Xian curled his lips, no longer trying to provoke this crazy girl, and said, Just kidding. What do you mean? All right, if you want to stay, then stay. I'm going in. Yifan walked into the orphanage, and Xiao Xiner followed him in. Many children ran over happily when they saw Yifan. Yifan also wished them a happy new year. There were also quite a few children who were stunned by Xiao Xiner's appearance when they saw her, but they were a little shy. After all, they weren't familiar with her and didn't dare to go up and talk to her. Yifan, you're here. Principal Yishihua was holding a broom and was busy. Seeing Yifan, she smiled and wiped the sweat off her forehead. When Fan Xian saw President Li, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, President, why do you look a little thinner? Have you been feeling unwell lately? You don't look too well. Yifan could clearly see that President Li seemed to have more spots on his face, and his entire body seemed to be aging a little quickly. However, Director Li was indeed getting on in years. It was normal for him to lose weight after getting tired. Sigh, don't think too much about it. Why do people keep asking me? Just now, Yuner also asked me. I'm really fine. I just went to the hospital for a physical examination last month. Fan Xian was still worried and said, Principal, should I take your pulse? President Li said happily, All right. We'll talk about it when I'm done. You can go in and help Yuner first. Yifan was helpless. It's just a pulse. It won't take much time. I'm in good health. Why do you keep thinking that I'm sick? I still have such a large group of children to take care of. Do you think I'm playing with you? Dean Li scolded with a smile. When Fan Xian heard the old man say this, he didn't dare to delve too deeply into it. Otherwise, it would be as if he was looking forward to the old man getting sick. All right, I'll go in first. Yifan said. Right at this moment, Du Yuner walked out of the house with a mop in her hand. Seeing Yifan and Xiao Xiner, the girl was stunned. Brother Yifan. You. Why are you with Miss Xiao? Yifan asked curiously. Yuner, you know her? And Du Yuner excitedly ran in front of Xiao Xiner and said, Miss Xiao, are you here to look for me? Xiao Xiner blinked and said, No, I'm here to fight with him. Xiao Xiner said as she pointed at Yifan. Yifan was stunned. Hey, what are you talking about? Why do you want to fight again? If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Can't I look for you? Xiao Xiner said. You're looking for me for nothing. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? Love your head. Even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't like a barbaric man like you. Xiao Exiner rolled her eyes. Li Fan Xian felt that something was wrong and asked in bewilderment, Yun'er, did she look for you before? Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Xiao Exiner. Why are you so spineless? You answered him when he asked you? Why should I tell him? Are you his servant? Xiao Exiner said unhappily. Du Yun'er was a little unable to react. This line of thought was very inexplicable to her. She said, Miss Xiao, are you here to find me or not? No. Xiao Exiner denied it again. Oh, Du Yun'er said. Then I have something to ask you. I don't know. Xiao Exiner hurriedly said. I didn't even ask, and you said you didn't know. Du Yun'er felt wronged. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask. Xiao Exiner shouted a few words, then ran to a swing at the side and started swing. Li Fan Xian sighed speechlessly. Logically speaking, this Xiao Exiner should be around the same age as Du Yun'er, or even a little older, but why was she so childish? Yun'er, let's go in and talk. Yi Fan was too lazy to bother with this crazy woman. He planned to go inside with Du Yun'er and chat while cleaning. But just as he left, Xiao Exiner came over like a gust of wind and said, What else can you do? Yi Fan turned around. What else can you do? Clean up. Didn't you see so many aunts and uncles working here? As an ancient martial artist, why don't you do some physical work and come to the orphanage to go crazy early in the morning? You dare to say that I'm crazy? Do you believe that I won't burn this place down? Xiao Exiner said angrily. You dare to burn it? Yi Fan was also angry. This girl was relying on her ability to set fire. She really had no bottom line. Du Yun'er panicked and quickly stood between the two of them, begging, don't quarrel over such a small matter. Brother Yi Fan, let's go clean up. Miss Xiao, you can do as you please. You don't need to clean up. Why don't you go play games with those children or something? You're so beautiful. The children will love you. When Xiao Exiner heard this, she was very satisfied and said, That's right. I'm so lovable. The children will definitely like me. All right. What do you want me to play with the children? Du Yun'er forced a smile. She had previously thought that this Xiao Exiner was very difficult to deal with, but now she realized that this girl was actually just a child. If she said a few nice words, she would immediately become happy. Du Yun'er glanced around and found that the 5-year-old girl was swinging on the swing in boredom. So she said, That girl is called Tuan Tuan. Miss Xiao, do you want to play house with her? Play a game of chess or something. Xiao Exiner glanced at him and found that he looked like he was carved from jade. His round, fleshy face was very cute. So her eyes lit up and she said, Okay, I'll go play with her. Chapter 450. 0450 Do I need you to remind me? Don't tell me my temper isn't good. Xiao Exiner said disdainfully. Yi Fan and Du Yun'er were speechless, so they could only let her go. When the two of them entered, Yi Fan helped to mop the floor, while Du Yun'er switched to cleaning the glass. She said, Brother Yi Fan, I feel that this Miss Xiao might have something to do with my background. Yi Fan was surprised. Why do you say that? Do you remember what I told you? The last time I got rid of Song Xing's kidnapping, it was because my body was on fire for some reason. Du Yun'er lowered her voice, afraid that someone would hear her. Yi Fan's entire body quivered. He had forgotten about this matter before, but now that he heard it, he felt a little creepy. How do you know that Xiao Exiner can use fire? Yi Fan asked. Du Yun'er briefly explained the last time Xiao Exiner came to find her. She even burned a ball before she left. After Yi Fan finished listening, he felt that what Du Yun'er said might be true, but he also felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that the girl he had known since he was young was another Phoenix girl? This was too crazy. Yi Fan said, Yun'er, this matter is very serious. Whether it's a blessing or a curse for you is unknown, so don't be in a hurry to confront Xiao Exiner. I'll check it out for you first. Yes, I know I'm also very afraid, but I really want to know where I came from, Du Yun'er said with a struggling face. Yi Fan hurriedly made a phone call and informed Sally. Last time, he asked Sally Yi to investigate the origin of that ancient jade, but there were no clues. It was possible that the direction of the investigation wasn't right. This time, Yi Fan asked Sally Yi to investigate the Phoenix girl to see if her background was related to this ancient jade. After the call, Yifan also told Du Yun'er not to think too much about it for the time being. They cleaned up until noon and only went out after lunch. As soon as he walked outside, he heard the crying of a child. The two of them walked over to take a look, and the scene in front of them gave him a headache. She was sitting on a small stool, wailing loudly. In front of her was Xiao Xiner, who had her hands in front of her chest, looking very unhappy. What are you crying for? At most, I'll compensate you with a chess set. What's the big deal? Xiao Xiner said angrily. Big sister is shameless. Big sister is bad. Tuan cried. Yifan hurriedly walked up and asked, What's going on? Tuan, did big sister bully you? When did I bully her? I'm playing chess with her, how nice. Xiao Xiner refused. However, Tuan hugged Yifan's thigh and cried pitifully. Big sister burned the checkers. Tuan is about to win. When Yifan and Du Yun'er heard this, they were dumbfounded. What kind of human nature was this? Playing checkers with a 5-year-old girl and burning the pieces after losing? Most importantly, this was a public place. Fortunately, everyone was busy with their own things, so no one would notice the two of them playing chess. If someone saw it, wouldn't they think it was a ghost? Xiao Xner's face turned red as she said, It's not like I did it on purpose. I accidentally set a fire. All right, Xiao Xner, I've given up on you. Do you need to be so competitive? Is it because when you drive, you want to set fire to the car, even if someone overtakes you? Yifan sighed. Xiao Xner blinked her eyes and seriously replied, I usually use Qigong and don't drive. Driving in the city is too slow. Am I talking to you about this? Who cares if you drive or not? Yifan felt that it was like a chicken talking to a duck. Don't cry, we're going to eat, don't cry. If you cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Her pair of round eyes looked at Xiao Xner unhappily. I hate that big sister. Humph. I hate you. What are you crying for? Xiao Xiner was unconvinced. After being shouted at like this, he started crying again. Yifan's head exploded. Xiao Xiner, can you not be angry with a little girl? Do you have to? It's not like I said anything about her. It's just a small matter. Why are you crying? Xiao Xiner felt aggrieved and said unhappily, I'm leaving. I'm not coming to this place anymore. It's not fun at all. Humph. After saying that, Xiao Xiner ran out of the orphanage and immediately disappeared. Yifan and Du Yun'er looked at each other in dismay. They were also confused by this woman and didn't know why she had come here. Right at this moment, Yifan sensed something and quickly extended his hand, receiving a letter that came from outside. Obviously, Xiao Xiner had forgotten to give it to him, so she shot it back. Yifan opened the letter and saw that it was written by the Dragon King. He told him about the schedule of the Sai Te raiding conference and told him not to be absent at that time. Yifan sighed. He had no choice but to participate, but since he had agreed, he could only bite the bullet and go take a look. He treated it as if he was going to meet his old brothers and old friends. After lunch, he helped clean up the orphanage in the afternoon. The inside and outside of the orphanage were clean and tidy. In 3 weeks, it would be the new year. Before that, he only needed to tidy up a little. Deanly wanted Yifan and Du Yun'er to stay for dinner, but Du Yun'er had to go to school to grade the papers, while Yifan had to go to Ning Zimo's place. Ning Zimo had officially begun to reorganize the resources of the Purple Bamboo Forest and the Shangguan family before setting off for the Ning family in Chuan Province. The Ning family's morale had suffered a great setback. The old man, Ning Gudao, who was also Ning Zimo's grandfather, had no choice but to come out of seclusion and officially send his relatives to Huahai to invite Ning Zimo home to discuss the matter of inheriting the position of the alliance leader of the Sword and Saber Alliance. The Ning family could no longer afford to suffer a second time, and the fact that Ning Zimo was on good terms with the Sun family and the Dongfang family made the people within the Ning family hold great expectations for her. After Yifan arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House, he said that he was going to participate in the meeting, but in reality, he was just supporting the woman. After all, the Dongfang family and the Sun family had only sent people over because of him, Yifan. At the meeting of the Purple Leaf Tea House, Ning Zimo and a senior of the Ning family, who was her uncle, discussed the matter of returning to Chuan Province. They also discussed the distribution of benefits with the Sun family and the Dongfang family. When everyone saw Yi Fan sitting there smoking and drinking tea, they naturally had a peaceful atmosphere. After they finished talking about the matter, it was already past 10 in the evening. After everyone left the tea house, Yi Fan and Ning Zimo returned to the woman's room. Ning, son, you must be under a lot of pressure. Look at you, you've lost weight. Yi Fan touched the woman's face pitifully. Ning Zimo fell onto the big bed and lazily said, "It's good that you've lost weight. I thought I was fat a while ago, so I took advantage of this period of time to get busy and treat it as losing weight." Chapter 451. 045. 1 inch. It's fine to be thin, but don't lose weight here and there. Otherwise, I won't like it. Yi Fan said with an evil smile. You're just thinking about this all day. Don't tell me that just because my figure isn't good, you don't love me? Ning Zimo said bitterly. Haha, I'm just joking. Don't you see that you're under a lot of pressure? Your spirit is tense. Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo faintly sighed. Of course I'm under a lot of pressure. Do you think I can't tell that the Ning family, the Sun family, the Dongfang family, and even Shangwan Qin are all afraid of you and want to curry favor with you? That's why they listen to me. Otherwise, they wouldn't be convinced by me at all. I must be able to take charge of my own affairs as soon as possible and not rely on you to oppress them. Otherwise, after a long time, the hearts of the people below will scatter. Yi Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, you just need to practice the life water of heaven well. Sooner or later, you'll have enough strength. Moreover, as long as a leader can give his subordinates real benefits and let every family benefit from it, who would pick on you for no reason? Ning Zimo reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, saying, Then I'm going to Chuan province tomorrow. Will you miss me? Of course I will, but I'm going to the kingdom of Enamel the day after tomorrow. I might not be able to see you for a while. Yi Fan smirked and reached into Ning Zimo's clothes. Ninger, let's have a parting passion tonight. Ning Zimo hurriedly stopped him. Don't be like this. I've been busy for the past 2 days and haven't washed my hair. Look at my hair. It's already oily and stinky. Can I go take a bath and wash my hair before coming back? How can you stink? Your entire body is filled with the scent of a woman. Why would you wash it? I just like the smell of your body, especially there. As Yi Fan spoke, he ignored Ning Zimo's tender cries and begging. His body moved downwards and quickly took off the woman's pantyhose. What are you doing, I didn't even wash it. Ning Zimo was no longer able to speak clearly. All that was left in the room was the sound of a sweet cry. Until late at night, Yi Fan planned to go home and sleep. After all, there was a fundamental difference between staying out at night and going home late. However, as soon as he left the tea house, Yi Fan discovered a man wearing a black windbreaker smoking in the dark night, waiting for him. There was no need to look at the front to know who it was. Yi Fan said happily, Old Xia, why did you suddenly come? Xia Linfuan raised his head and grinned. Boss, you're living a good life. Everywhere you go is a gentle place. With so many sisters-in-law, Sally Yi on Purgatory Island probably hates you. Come on, don't try that. You definitely didn't come here to be talkative with me, did you? Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the cigarette that Xia Linfuan had just lit up. Xia Linyuan nodded and said, Let's go find a small restaurant to eat some supper. I flew here and haven't had dinner yet. Yi Fan naturally had no objections. He drove the car and brought Xia Linfuan to a nearby hot pot restaurant. The two of them ordered a few plates of beef and mutton, a plate of vegetables, and a few plates of bean products. They drank and ate at the same time, enjoying themselves quite a bit. Sigh, I really miss the days when I was in Siberia. It was snowing and freezing like a dog. Boss, I don't know where you pulled a bison from, but you killed it, drank its blood, and roasted it. That taste, I really won't be able to forget it for the rest of my life. Xia Linfuan sighed with emotion. Yi Fan smiled, a hint of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. In fact, they had experienced quite a bit of that kind of survival experience in the wild. After all, some fugitives would run to places where no one would go, some to avoid being hunted, some to kill. In those areas far away from ordinary people, there was a group of people from the underground world but they were living a different life. Old Xia, do you have any special problems when you go to Europe this time? You want to tell me? Yi Fan asked as he shook his wine glass. Xia Linfuan's expression also became more serious. Boss, if there's nothing else, why I've come here so late at night? I've already seen Xiao Xian during the day. Why didn't you let her bring me a letter? Yi Fan was puzzled. Although Xiao Xian's martial arts are powerful, you can also see through her personality. There are some problems that you can't tell her face to face. Oh, Yi Fan smiled and asked, so mysterious? It can't be some kind of traitor, right? Xia Linfuan was stunned and gave a thumbs up. F***CK, boss, you're a god. How did you know I was going to talk about the traitor? I can't even guess this. How can I be your boss? Yi Fan chuckled and flicked his cigarette ash. What? Is there a traitor in the Dragon Soul? Xia Linfuan nodded gloomily. Although I'm not sure, the Dragon King and I both feel that it's very possible that there's a traitor in our team. You might not know this, but the main organization that we've been investigating these past 2 years is the Azure's Association. The Azure King of the Azure's Association is very cunning. Even now, we still don't know who he is or where he came from. All I know is that this guy is wreaking havoc and inciting at our borders, and his followers and influence are getting stronger and stronger. Although we've attacked many of their strongholds and killed many of their people, boss, you've also met them last time. It's that type of small squad. We've already destroyed more than a dozen of them. However, every time we have the specific coordinates of the Azure King and send an expert over, we will find nothing. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. In that case, you should have sent someone to infiltrate the Azure's Association, right? Those who sneaked and were also eliminated by them? Yes, there are already no less than 5 outstanding agents who infiltrated the Azure's Association, but they were discovered and assassinated. Xia Linfuan sighed and said, if we don't get rid of these guys, the leaders will always be putting pressure on us. From the looks of it, there really is a traitor. With the level of the Dragon Soul Secret Service, it's impossible for 5 of them to be killed in a row if they don't get reported. Yi Fan said, this time, did you send a suspicious person to Europe to participate in the Saite raiding conference? Yes, boss, but we are not sure which one is the traitor, and Xiao Xian is not good at distinguishing between these things. The only one we can trust is you. Xia Linfuan sincerely said, boss, help us keep an eye on him. I feel that if that traitor exists, he will definitely think of a way to contact the Azure's Association more while he goes overseas this time, because he must have a lot of physical information that he needs to hand over to the Azure's Association in person. Yi Fan smiled and said, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to tell. Old Xia, you can't even tell who the traitor is, so I might not be able to do it. Xia Linfuan sighed. They're all my colleagues. I think they are unable to be bystanders. Boss, you're different. You have a good eye for people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to bring us brothers through the Holy War. You are an expert at unraveling other people's schemes. Your flattery is getting more and more hypocritical. I can't even listen to it anymore. Yi Fan raised his cup. All right, I'll just treat it as helping you guys for free this time. I still owe you 2 things for the Dragon Soul, so this should be counted as 1. Chapter 452. 0452. After eating a midnight snack with Xia Linfuan, Yi Fan naturally hid everything he talked about in his heart. At the time of parting, Xia Linfuan even gave Yi Fan a list of personnel information. All of the people on it were sent to Europe by the Dragon Soul Society. If the traitor existed, he would be among them. After Yi Fan returned home, he spent more than an hour reading all of them and then burned the information. He realized that he had a lot of things to do during this trip to Europe. He had to work with his wife, and he also had to go to the site ranking conference to be a nanny and a detective. One day later, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue boarded the plane to the Kingdom of Enamel. They were naturally in first class. This time, Chunyu was supposed to go together. After all, Chunyu was the chief assistant in theory. However, because Chunyu seemed to have fallen into a relationship and the spring festival was approaching, she had to meet her boyfriend's parents. Naturally, she had to prepare for a holiday in advance. As a result, it was convenient for Yi Fan to travel with Su Qingxue and not have to act in front of Chunyu. This was the last big job before the spring festival. Su Qingxue had prepared for a long time, so when she went, she was naturally in high spirits. Yi Fan actually didn't know what the two of them were going to do in Europe this time. He treated it as if he was going to play soy sauce with his wife and didn't dare to tell Su Qingxue that he still had to go to the Saite conference. The journey was long, and the heavenly road was very boring. The air stewardess was a beautiful white woman. Although she was around 30 or 40 years old, she took good care of herself. Yi Fan was idle on the plane, so he chatted with the air stewardess. He spoke a fluent foreign language, and from time to time, he would even have a local accent. In addition to his experiences all over the world, he quickly closed the distance between him and this foreign beauty. Su Qingxue saw that Yi Fan was actually chatting so passionately with an air stewardess. She sat alone and didn't have the mood to look at those business documents. After thinking for a while, Su Qingxue placed a stack of information that she was going to use in the Kingdom of Enamel in front of Yi Fan. Take this and look at it, in case you don't understand anything when the time comes. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan was unwilling. How could he be interested in looking at these shopping malls? Wifey, isn't it fine as long as you understand this? I'll just be your translator and bodyguard. Why don't you have the slightest bit of ambition? Isn't it good to learn more? Su Qingxue opened her eyes wide and said, hurry up and look. After you finish reading, I'll give you a question. I want to test if you've improved recently. What? You still want to test me? Yi Fan was about to cry. Wife, I didn't even graduate from primary school. Why are you testing me? Just because you haven't gone to school, I want you to learn more professional knowledge. If you come with me to meet those foreign entrepreneurs, they will know that you are my assistant, so they will always ask you about the company's business. How embarrassing would that be? Su Qingxue said. When Fan Xian heard this, he was a little disappointed and said, why did you go abroad? I'm still your assistant. Aren't I your husband? Seeing the sad look on the man's face, Qingxue's heart softened. She thought for a moment and said, Then you didn't have a wedding with me. Besides, you didn't propose to me or anything. I can't suddenly tell the outside world that I married you, right? He stared at Su Qingxue's face and said, Wifey, then if I propose to you, you will agree? After we have a wedding, we can reveal our identity as husband and wife. Su Qingxue blushed and turned her head back. She unnaturally held the paper in her hand and said, I don't know either. You didn't ask me, so how would I know if you would agree? Furthermore, I might reject you the first time. Yi Fan's face was gloomy. Why are you still rejecting me? What do you mean by rejecting me the first time? You want me to propose twice? If I agree to it once, then it would be too easy for you. If I don't ask for it a few more times, how do I know if you really want to marry me? Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian's head started to hurt just thinking about it. There's no need. Wife, we've already received our certificate for half a year. There's no need to play with me like this, right? What? Aren't you happy? You like to flirt with flowers and grass, and you even have a woman outside. I won't bother with you about this, and it's already good that I didn't divorce you. You still think I'm asking for too much? Su Qingxue said angrily, If you don't want to ask, then forget it. I'm not going to have a wedding. Yi Fan really wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he have to say that? He almost forgot the first principle of coaxing a woman. No matter what she said, he had to agree first. Wife, I was wrong. Of course I'm willing. I've been looking forward to proposing to you every day. I'll definitely think of a romantic proposal so that you can agree to it the first time. Yi Fan said with a sincere face. Su Qingxue snorted, as if she didn't want to bother with Yi Fan. Wife, Yi Fan smiled and said, Propose. What kind of proposal gift do you want? You're so rich. Do you know that diamond rings or something are not attractive to you? Su Qingxue picked up an earphone and put it on. Don't call me. Who's your wife? I want to listen to a song. Yi Fan thought to himself that there was a chance. As long as he was still willing to talk to him, it meant that his anger wasn't very serious. Besides, Su Qingxue's earphones were just earphones. She didn't plug anything in, so what song was she listening to? It was obvious that he was putting on an act. Wife, can I make you a super big diamond ring that's over 100 carats worth of diamonds? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue frowned. You're vulgar. I don't want such a big diamond, and it's not convenient to wear it normally. Besides, you can buy it with money. It's too boring. Then I'll get you a lot of diamonds. Make a diamond necklace, a diamond bracelet, and a diamond crown. Make my wife's entire body shine like a goddess. Yi Fan felt that it was very beautiful just thinking about it. But Su Qingxue still shook her head. No sincerity, you can still buy it with money. There's nothing new about it at all. Yi Fan scratched his head. That proposal is all bought with money. Then I'll get you an antique. What about a famous painting? Something more elegant? Are you crazy? Who would propose to hold an antique in a painting? Su Qingxue was about to roll her eyes. Then wife, what do you like? Yi Fan scratched his head. I don't know. Don't propose. You don't want it anyway. Su Qingxue said in an indifferent tone, I don't want to have a wedding with you either. A wedding is too troublesome. I have to choose a wedding dress, choose a hotel, take photos, invite guests. Besides, if the people of Huahai knew that I married such an ugly man, they would laugh at me. Li Fanxian was about to go crazy. How am I ugly? Wife, this is a personal attack. Su Qingxue pouted, I don't care. Go marry another woman. I won't marry you. Chapter 453. 0453 Inchug. Ugh. Su Qingxue was bitten by the man for nearly a minute. At first, she couldn't push Yi Fan away, but half a minute later, she could only be bullied by the man. After Yi Fan finished kissing her, he smiled proudly, touched the woman's rosy face, and said, Wife, why is your saliva so sweet? Did you eat honey? Su Qingxue couldn't pretend to be cold anymore, so she could only throw the document into the man's arms. Hurry up and look. I'm going to test you. Yi Fan helplessly spread out his hands. Wife, you really don't need to look. Aren't you just meeting some local entrepreneurs? Those European entrepreneurs are basically living off their old capital. If you talk to them about new ideas, they might not even understand because everything is done by their subordinates. As for themselves, they only talked about romance and didn't talk about serious matters. They just needed to brag to them. Besides, when I go abroad, I have a lot of friends. When it comes to business, I'll ask my old friends to introduce you to some high-quality partners. I'll definitely let you go this time and successfully expand your business. Yi Fan patted his chest with a face full of confidence. He wasn't bragging, but if he wanted to take root in Europe and grow strong, he would need a lot of time and connections. This was the first time Su Qingxue was going to the local area to discuss a cooperation. She was unfamiliar with the place, and even if others knew that she had the capital, they wouldn't give her too much face. They wouldn't even give her a chance. After all, she wasn't an entrepreneur sent out by the country. However, if Yi Fan appeared, there would definitely be a large number of rich people begging to come over and cooperate. To put it bluntly, what they wanted was not money, but something that money couldn't buy. When Su Qingxue heard this, her expression turned serious and said, I don't want to rely on your background. Although I don't know who you know, if I can't open up the European market for the embroidery group myself, it means that I'm not capable enough and still need to train. Even if you help me, it's not what I deserve. It's equivalent to you giving it to me. I don't need this kind of thing. Wife, why are you doing this? In this world, where isn't it through connections and back doors? You and I are husband and wife. Isn't it normal for you to use my connections? Everyone else does this. Other people are other people. I am me. Why do you want me to learn from others? Su Qingxue stubbornly asked. Hearing the woman's words, he didn't force her. Perhaps to Su Qingxue, in the field she was good at, she also had her own dignity and bottom line that she had to abide by. All right then, I promise you, I won't take the initiative to contact any acquaintances, but wife, if you happen to meet someone you want to cooperate with, it just so happens that I know them. You can't blame me for that. Yi Fan was afraid that he would be misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained himself. As long as it's reasonable, of course I won't mind. But if I only rely on your relationship and friendship to get benefits, I don't want it. Su Qingxue said very seriously. Yi Fan smiled. All right. I'll do as you say. Then I won't have to worry anymore. I'll just obediently be your little follower, Su Qingxue snorted. You're talking about how powerful you are. Aren't you just acquainted with Master Alec, Dr. Oneida, and those other capable people? Do you know all the tycoons in the world? You make it sound like you're the Secretary General of the United Nations. and the whole world has to give you face. Yifan thought to himself, what face does that Secretary General have? However, there was no need to explain to a woman, who told him Yifan to be a low-key man. However, after chatting for a while, Su Qingxue finally stopped begging Yifan to read the documents, because the woman had unknowingly fallen asleep. Yifan looked at the woman's adorable expression as she slept, and a burst of gentleness appeared in his eyes. He rarely saw Su Qingxue sleep, because the two of them slept in separate rooms. However, every time he saw a woman sleeping, he felt that she was very cute, especially her pink and tender face, like a peeled egg, making people want to take a bite. Yifan asked for a blanket from the air stewardess and carefully covered the woman. Although the woman had started to practice, there was still a chance that she would catch a cold. The air stewardess was quite envious and said in enamel, "Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful." Yifan smiled and nodded. "She is my wife." After more than 10 hours of travel, the two of them arrived at Barley. The embroidery group had a branch here. Although it was still very small compared to the domestic scale, with only 100 or so employees, as the chairman of the board, Su Qingxue, and naturally the employees here were also very excited and well-prepared. The people who came to pick up Su Qingxue at the airport were the branch manager and a few executives. The branch manager was a Chinese who had settled down in the kingdom of Enamel. His name was Zheng Enjie. Although Zheng Enjie was over 40 years old, he paid a lot of attention to maintenance. He looked to be in his 30s, around 1.8 meters tall, and was quite handsome. Su Qingxue had worked for the embroidery group for 5 or 6 years, but this was the second time she had seen the general manager of this branch. She would only occasionally see him during video conferences. "Director Su, we've been waiting for you for a long time." When Zheng Enjie saw Su Qingxue and Yifan walk out, he immediately brought a few executives over to welcome them. Su Qingxue was wearing a white sleeve shirt, a dark blue knee-length skirt, and a khaki windbreaker. Although she was wearing a pair of sunglasses to cover up the dark circles under her eyes, her otherworldly temperament and graceful and tall figure still became the focus of attention in the airport. This was the first time the executives of the branch had seen their boss. While they were excited, they were also a little lost in thought. Especially the foreigners, they all had expressions of amazement on their faces. Su Qingxue shook hands with Zheng Enjie and the others. "Everyone has worked hard. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's no need for so many people to come. In any case, I will go to the company to meet everyone in the afternoon." CEO Su, this is a sign of respect from the 136 employees of our branch company. The last time we saw you was 2 years ago. Now that you're the chairman and CEO, we welcome you. We can't let you down, Zheng Enjie said with a smile. Su Qingxue was also used to hearing these flattering words, so she remained unmoved and said, "Let's go to the hotel and put down our things first." Yes. Zheng Enjie looked at Yifan and said with a smile, "This must be Assistant Yi. My name is Zheng Enjie. I've heard of Assistant Ye's name for a long time." Yifan thought to himself, "I've only been in the company for half a year. What kind of name do you have? Playing games in the office every day? It would be strange if you could smell it." Chapter 454. 0454 Zheng Enjie's face was awkward as he hurriedly said, "Assistant Yi, this is too much for me. How can I afford it? We're just standing guard for the embroidery group, trembling with fear. We haven't been able to make any contributions, and we've even troubled CEO Su so much. Every day, we are grateful to CEO Su for taking care of us. We have always felt apologetic and have always been thinking about how to repay this kindness." When Fan Xian heard this, he almost vomited out the food on the plane. He really wasn't a match for flattery, so he just smiled and vaguely passed by. Sitting in a black Mercedes-Benz S600, Yifan and Su Qingxue arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel near George Avenue. This was a world-famous luxury hotel. For Su Qingxue's family, staying in it for a few days was negligible. Not buying a mansion in Barley was already considered saving money. Yifan originally thought that it would be one room, but Su Qingxue actually booked 2 rooms. She used a luxurious suite, so Yifan naturally lived in an ordinary one. However, Yifan didn't care about this. At most, he would knock on the door at night. Taking advantage of this trip to Barley, he had to deepen his relationship with his wife. After putting away her luggage, she didn't rest much. After dressing up a bit, Su Qingxue was about to go to the branch office to meet the employees and immediately hold a meeting. Li Fanxian was also convinced by the woman's desperate style. Coming to the city of romance, his mind was still filled with work. The two of them followed Zheng and Jie to the office building where the branch office was located. They stayed there until 7 o'clock in the evening before ending the meeting. Zheng and Jie said enthusiastically, "Director Su, after listening to your teachings, we have a clearer focus and goal for our future work. We have benefited a lot. It was dinner time, so I earnestly request Director Su to let me hold a feast for you and Assistant Yi. I booked Quan Barley, one of the best French restaurants in the world. I booked it more than 2 months ago, so I hope Director Su will give me some face." Su Qingxue looked at Yifan and asked, "What do you think?" Of course, Yifan had no objections. He was already starving to death, so he nodded and said, "Let's go. I'm starving to death." After the three of them got into the car, after driving for a while, Yifan said, "Manager Zheng, is the restaurant you're talking about in the Sun Square?" Zheng and Jie was stunned and asked curiously, "Assistant Yi, how did you know?" "Yes, in the place de Vosges in the Marais district." "Oh, there's still a long way to go. I'm starving to death. Stop the car first. I saw that there's a hot dog shop on the side of the road. I'll go buy a hot dog to fill my hunger," Yifan said. After the driver stopped the car, Yifan quickly ran out and bought 2 hot dogs before returning to the car. As he nibbled on them, he said, "Let's go." Su Qingxue frowned. This guy brought the hot dog into the car. The smell was too strong. "Assistant Yi, have you been to Barley before? Are you familiar with Barley?" Zheng and Jie asked curiously. Yifan wolfed down his food and vaguely said, "Not bad. I basically know everything." Su Qingxue knew that Yifan's enamel language was very smooth, but she still didn't believe that Yifan even knew so much about foreign cities. "What is the Vosges Square you mentioned?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan chewed and casually said, "It's a royal square built by Henry IV. During the Enamel Revolution, it was called the Paris Commune Square. In the 19th century, it was changed to the Vosges Square." It seems that Assistant Yi really knows a lot about Barley, and even knows the history of the Kingdom of Enamel. How amazing! Zheng and Jie praised. He suddenly realized that this assistant who was dozing off during the meeting was actually not simple. Su Qingxue was a little moved. She had actually been busy studying since she was young, and after work, she was busy studying. She didn't even have the chance to travel abroad for a vacation. She had so much money, but she didn't really enjoy the free and unrestrained life of a rich person. She was also a young girl, and she wanted to travel, take pictures, shop, and play around. If Yifan knew all of Barley's attractions very well, then wouldn't she be able to let a man take her around to play? "If you really know this place so well, then why don't you be my tour guide this time?" Su Qingxue asked unintentionally. When Yifan heard this, he became excited. He was waiting for Su Qingxue to put down her work and stroll around with him. "Oh," Yifan almost cried out and quickly changed his words. "Boss, no problem. I'll take you to eat, drink, and play from tonight onwards. I am definitely the world's highest standard tour guide. No one knows how to enjoy themselves better than me. Are you for real? If I don't play well, you have to take responsibility," Su Qingxue said. "I promise to complete the mission." Yifan giggled as he finished the hot dog in one mouthful. Su Qingxue was looking forward to it, but she didn't show anything on her face. She casually said to Zheng and Jie, who was sitting in the front row, "Manager Zheng, I'll add 3 more days to my itinerary here." Zheng and Jie felt a burst of regret. He thought that he could be a tour guide and curry favor with his superior, but who would have thought that Yifan would steal his position as a tour guide? However, he could only smile stiffly and agree. An hour later, the three of them arrived at a restaurant called L'Ambroisie. Zheng and Jie said, rather proudly, "Chief Su, this restaurant is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. It's very famous. I spent a lot of effort to barely manage to book a seat for the day, you came 2 months ago. The enamel dishes here are the most pure and traditional. I heard that the chef is a father and son pair, and both father and son are at the master level. They have been the Michelin 3-star restaurant for almost 30 years. This is very, very rare. Su Qingxue was also a little interested when she heard this. Although she wasn't particularly particular about food, this kind of historical and cultural thing could still attract her. Then what does the name of this shop mean? Su Qingxue asked. When Zheng and Jie heard this, he was immediately stumped. He smiled awkwardly. I'm not sure about this either. Let's go in and ask the employees. Yi Fan, who was at the side, said, This is the name of a place. Legend has it that in the world of the Greek gods, there is a place with endless delicacies and endless wine. It is a wonderful paradise called Lambroisy. Su Qingxue and Zheng and Jie were both very surprised. Really? You're not spouting nonsense? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan was speechless. Is there a need to spout nonsense? Assistant Yi, how did you know? Have you eaten here before? Zheng and Jie asked. Yi Fan thought for a moment. No, someone told me before. Then let's go in and ask, Zheng and Jie said. When the three of them arrived at the door, the waiter in the restaurant immediately and respectfully helped the three of them take off their jackets, then wrap them up and store them away. Zheng and Jie asked the waiter the meaning of the restaurant's name. In the end, it was exactly the same as what Yi Fan said. Chapter 455, 0455. After reporting the name of the person who made the appointment, the waiter brought the three of them to a small table in the restaurant and sat down. Although the decorations on the outside looked very simple, once inside, the huge and luxurious crystal lamps, the large classical tapestries and oil paintings, with a strong 18th century Rococo and transitional style, exquisite and flashy, all gave people a strong cultural impact. This restaurant is so beautiful. I even want to change my home to this style. As soon as Su Qingxue sat down, she began to admire the decorations here. Zheng and Jie hurriedly said, Director Su, I know a businessman who makes this kind of classical decoration. If you like, I'll ask him to send you a batch of these decorative paintings and tapestries. These paintings and blankets should be very expensive. If we really want to make it look like this shop, it should cost quite a bit. Su Qingxue said, Isn't money just a number to you, CEO Su? Zheng and Jie said with a flattering smile. Fan Xian drank a mouthful of water and chuckled. Manager Zheng, do you know the origin of these tapestries? What's the origin? Isn't it just tapestries? These are all Aubusson tapestries. After centuries of antiques, Aubusson's tapestries are now intangible cultural heritages. Do you think you could buy the blankets here, anywhere? Yi Fan mischievously smiled. Zheng and Jie revealed an awkward expression. How would he know so much? Although he had come here to eat once, he never thought that the decorations here would have such a history. Su Qingxue thoughtfully looked at Yi Fan. Once she arrived overseas, this man really became more and more extraordinary. No wonder he swore that he was the best at eating, drinking, and playing around. Just as the three of them were about to order, a white man in a suit and shiny leather shoes walked up to the three of them. The white man seemed to be the manager of this shop. He smiled at Su Qingxue and said, Lady, may I ask if you are single? Because she was talking about him when Su Qingxue could also understand. She was stunned for a moment and looked at Zheng and Jie. Considering that Zheng and Jie was present, she nodded. Yes, what's wrong? The white man heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Congratulations, His Highness Prince Mahmud, over their wishes to invite you over for dinner. As he spoke, the white manager pointed to a luxurious private room not far away. Through the glass window, he could see a man wearing a white headscarf, and his every movement was filled with a noble aura. He was raising his cup towards Su Qingxue with a trace of desire in his eyes. Naturally, many nobles would like to dine in such a world-famous luxurious restaurant. You may not know this, but Prince Mahmud is the third in line to the throne of the Dib royal family. He has bought a football team in Barley, so he often comes here to eat. He is a very generous prince, and the ladies who have dinner with him are very lucky. With your beauty, I think the prince will like you very much. It was obviously not the first time the white manager had done this kind of work, and he kept putting in good words for the prince. However, Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't agree. She felt even more disgusted in her heart. Tell him, I'm not interested. She couldn't be bothered with the prince or not. Even if the Jade Emperor came to find her, she wouldn't agree to such a request. The white manager was stunned. It seemed that this was the first time he had met such a blind, single girl. Some married women, if they were to be fancied by the prince, would even take off their wedding rings and go over. There were quite a few who abandoned their husbands. Madam, you have to think this through. Although Prince Mahmud is very kind and generous, if he's unhappy, he might do something extreme. He's just treating you to dinner. Actually, he won't do anything, the white manager advised. Zhang and Jia was also very nervous and said, Director Su, I heard that this Prince Mahmud has a good relationship with Minister Sissoko of the Ministry of Commerce of the Enamel Country. If we offend them when we open up business here, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Su Qingxue frowned. Of course, she was very concerned about the Minister of Commerce of the Enamel Country. This was directly related to whether or not the embroidery group could survive here. However, she also felt very humiliated to accompany a strange prince to eat a meal. Don't think about it. Don't bother with him. I'm here. Yi Fan smiled and winked at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue saw Yi Fan's calm expression. Although she was very nervous, she still nodded and said, I'm not going. The white manager saw that he didn't know what was good for him, but he had no choice. With a bitter face, he walked back to the private room and explained the situation. Prince Mahmud frowned and said something to the manager. After that, the white manager nodded and left. Yi Fan and the other two thought that the prince was tactful and didn't disturb them anymore, so they prepared to order. Su Qingxue knew that Yi Fan knew how to eat, so she let Yi Fan order for her. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the menu and said to the waiter, Edivita noix de saint de quinpers de legumes, a la truffra. Che. I'm sorry, sir. There's no more of this dish. The white truffles have been used up. The waitress said with an apologetic smile. Su Qingxue was confused when she heard this. What dish? When scallops are paired with vegetables and white truffles, the taste is light and delicious. It's more suitable for you to eat. Yi Fan frowned and said, But even the white truffles are gone. What the hell is this? Doesn't that mean that we can't order a lot of dishes? Then let's change it. I don't want the white truffles anymore. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan didn't even need to look at the menu and continued to say a string of enamel, base meat with thin slices of lily and caviar. However, the waiter still shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. The caviar has also been used up. What? Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. Then what do you have left? The waiter said. Only Rudolph from the Burgundy region? The Muru Manor's Mossel red wine. Yi Fan sneered, glanced at Prince Mahmud in the private room, threw the menu away, and said, Just say it. All of your ingredients have been bought by that prince, right? The waiter said apologetically, Sir, I'm really sorry, but Prince Mahmud placed the order first, so we have to sell it to him. How can that prince be like this? This is too much of a bully. Su Qingxue was very angry. She stood up angrily and said, Then we won't eat anymore. Let's go. Zhang and Jia also didn't expect this to happen. With a bitter face, he hurriedly apologized. It's all my fault. Director Su, I really shouldn't have brought you here. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light and said, Go? Why are we leaving? If we don't leave, are we just going to sit here and drink red wine? Su Qingxue said unhappily. He's a prince, and he even knows the Minister of Commerce. Don't tell me that you're going to argue with him. Chapter 456. 0456. When Su Qingxue heard this, although she felt very happy being protected, she was afraid that the man would get into trouble. So she said, Yi Fan, don't be impulsive. This is not the country. After all, we are unfamiliar with this place. Even so, we can't just be bullied like this. Where will we put our face? Yi Fan turned around and was about to go to the private room. However, Su Qingxue grabbed his hand. I told you not to go. Can't you just bear with it? Why bother with that kind of person? He's narrow-minded, so we have to take revenge? If that's the case, wouldn't we become that kind of people as well? I didn't mean it that way, but it's really fine. I'll just go over and beat him up. Yifan thought to himself, where did so much logic come from? Wasn't it just a few fists? No. You still want to beat him up? Do you know how serious it is to hit a Prince Dib? He is one of the richest and most powerful royal families in the world. He can smash us to death with money. Can you not be so reckless? Su Qingxue was anxious to death. Did this man really think that he could solve everything with his fists? Zhang Enjie, who was at the side, also anxiously advised, Assistant Yi, don't be impulsive. Beating up a prince is no joke. The bodyguards behind him all carry real guns. Yifan was helpless. Su Qingxue didn't know much about his background, so it was understandable that she was concerned about him and was afraid that something would happen to him. Since the woman had already advised him like this, he could only let it go for now. It wouldn't be too late to settle the score when he got back. Otherwise, if he angered Su Qingxue, it wouldn't be worth it. All right then, I won't go over, but I must eat this meal. Yifan said, What do you want? Are you going to beat up that manager again? Don't hit people so easily, okay? Su Qingxue was about to beg the man. Don't worry, I'm hungry and don't want to fight for the time being. I just want to ask the owner of this shop for something to eat. After Yifan finished speaking, he turned to the waiter at the side and said, Matthew and his son, Bernard, who is in the shop? When the waiter heard this, he was stunned for a moment and said, Sir, do you know Mr. Paco? Yifan nodded, and Matthew Paco and Bernard Paco were the father and son chefs of this restaurant. They were also the owners of this restaurant. They were renowned chefs of enamel cuisine in the world of gourmet cuisine. You are a friend of our head chef. Why didn't we know about this before you came? The waiter was puzzled and suspicious. Fan Xian frowned and said, Why are you asking so many questions? Just let them come out. Won't we know if it's true after seeing them? The waiter frowned awkwardly and said, But neither of them are in the shop today. Coincidentally, Mr. President has invited distinguished guests today, so Mr. Paco and his son have gone to the president's place to help. As a national treasure chef, it was normal for him to serve the country's leaders. Oh, I was just saying, I saw that some of the dishes here today were a little lacking in quality. So they weren't here, they were all made by their assistants. Yifan curled his lips. How about this? You give them a call, I'll talk to them. The waiter hesitated and said, I can only ask the manager to come over. Please wait a moment. After the waiter left, Zhang Enjie asked in surprise, Assistant Yi, you know the boss here? Yifan nodded. Yeah, tell me the name of this shop. What does it mean? It's the boss here, Matthew Paco. No wonder. No wonder you know this shop so well. So Assistant Yi is actually a friend of the boss here? Zhang Enjie was pleasantly surprised. Then this will be easy. We should be able to eat dinner smoothly. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Why do you even have a friend like this? Before, there was a tailor, then there was a doctor, and now there are even chefs. You really know all kinds of people. Could it be that you met them in some tavern? I forgot the specifics, but it's just a social occasion. Yifan smiled faintly and didn't explain further. After a long time, Su Qingxue would naturally know. Not long after, the white manager walked over again with a questioning look on his face. What is this gentleman's surname? Yifan introduced himself. Surname Yi, name Fan. Mr. Yi, if you're a friend of our boss, then why don't you just call the boss? The manager asked. Yifan thought to himself, with the level of Paco and his son, how could they be qualified for him to save their phone numbers? Usually, it would be enough for the people below to contact him. However, Yifan couldn't tell the truth right now, so he could only say, I changed my phone and lost my number. Call him and let me talk to him, and he'll know. The manager hesitated for a moment, feeling that it wouldn't be appropriate to provoke the boss's friend. So he said, All right then, wait a moment. The manager took out his cell phone and dialed number. Not long after, the call connected. What is it? An old man's voice came from the other side, sounding a little impatient. Don't you know that the banquet isn't over yet? I'm sorry, Mr. Paco. There's a guest surnamed Yi who says he's your friend. There's something I need to talk to you about. The manager was a little nervous. After all, he was cooking for the president. Surnamed Yi? Is he from China? Paco said, I don't know him at all. You met a liar. You even called How stupid. Right at this moment, Yi Fan snatched the phone from the manager's hand, blocked the manager, and then said to Paco on the other end of the phone, "It's me." It was very simple, and he only said one word. On the other side of the phone, Matthew Paco didn't seem to be able to react for a moment, or perhaps he was stunned. Hearing Yi Fan's voice, he was silent for a full 10 seconds. "Oh, God." Matthew was so excited that he almost shouted out loud in the kitchen. He lowered his voice and respectfully said, "My Prince, you could take the time to visit my restaurant?" Am I dreaming? I've always been looking forward to this day. Although I could go to Purgatory Island to cook for you in the past, I never had the chance to invite you to my restaurant. Your arrival has fulfilled the last dream of my life. I'm so happy. My son and I have always dreamed of this day. Li Fanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was there a need to be so excited? He just didn't have the time to come here in the past. So he said, all right, I'm not dreaming. I'm indeed here. Hurry up and tell your people that I'm hungry. I want to eat now." Chapter 457. 0457. If an outsider heard Matthew's words, they would probably be shocked and think that this old chef had gone crazy. He was actually halfway through cooking for the president and wanted to turn around and return to the restaurant. Yi Fan, on the other hand, felt that it was too troublesome. How long will that take? Very soon. The place where the president's banquet is not far from the restaurant. We can get back to the restaurant in 20 minutes. That's not necessary. I'm already starving to death. Hurry up and let them make do with it. They still aren't willing to give me anything to eat." Yi Fan said. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he directly passed the phone to the manager. After the manager answered the phone, he was reprimanded by Matthew, who asked him why he didn't serve Yi Fan and the others. After the manager's explanation, Matthew directly told him not to worry about anything else and to give Yi Fan the signature dish in the shop. Although he didn't understand the reason, when the manager heard the boss say so, he naturally didn't dare to delay any longer. After apologizing to Yi Fan, he immediately went to order someone to take care of it. The manager and waiter of the restaurant were very curious about Yi Fan's identity. What kind of person could make the boss risk offending the prince to serve him? Seeing that the matter had been resolved just like that, Su Qingxue and Zheng Enjie both felt that it was inconceivable, especially Zheng Enjie, who had an awkward expression on his face. If he knew that Yi Fan was so familiar with the owner of this shop, why would he brag and show off? It's all thanks to Assistant Yi. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself tonight. Zheng Enjie sighed. Yi Fan rubbed his stomach and said, "Don't say any more. Luckily, I ate 2 hot dogs on the way. Otherwise, I would have starved to death." "What kind of relationship do you have with this Matthew? He doesn't even care about the prince anymore. Is this really okay?" Su Qingxue was still a little worried. Yi Fan waved his hand. "It's fine, he knows how to deal with it." Not long after, the kitchen rushed to cut in line, and one exquisite dish after another was served on the table. Eat, don't be polite. Today's meal is on me. There's no need to pay the bill." Yi Fan didn't care about any Western etiquette. He picked up his fork and started eating in big mouthfuls. And all of this, when Mahmoud, who was in the private room, saw it, he felt incomparably angry. Mahmoud waved his hand and called the white manager over, asking, "Manager, didn't I say that I bought all the ingredients in the kitchen? Why can I still eat it?" The manager awkwardly wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said, "Your Highness, because Mr. Paco and that gentleman are friends, we provided additional food for them. But don't worry, you'll buy a lot of ingredients. We'll make up for whatever we lack. Bastard, don't you understand what I mean? I won't allow you to provide them with food. Is Chef Paco looking down on me? Just what is the background of his friend?" Mahmoud blew his beard and glared. The manager smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about that. It's a Mr. Yi from China. A mere citizen of China. I thought you were a politician or a royal family of some country. Since you don't want to cooperate with me, then I don't want to give you any face," Mahmoud said as he snapped his fingers. Behind him, 2 tall and sturdy bald white bodyguards wearing suits and headphones aggressively walked towards the table of Yi Fan and the other 2. The restaurant manager panicked. "Your Highness, Please don't be angry. There are still a lot of customers eating here. How much money did you lose? At most, I'll compensate you. This prince must get that woman today. Mahmoud opened his eyes wide and took out several stacks of euros from a large LV bag carried by his attendant. There were also several gold bars mixed in, and he directly threw them on the table. If you don't have enough money, do you want me to transfer a sum of money from the consortium? Or do you want me to buy this restaurant? Mahmoud asked. The restaurant manager's face was bitter. Outside was the boss's friend, and inside was the Prince of Dib. He was stuck in the middle, and no one dared to provoke him. At this moment, Yifan also noticed that the two bald bodyguards had already walked over. He smiled and said to Su Qingxue, "Look, even if we don't provoke them, they won't let us go." Su Qingxue had only eaten a few mouthfuls when she saw this scene. She frowned and said, "Why is this prince like this? Then let's hurry up and leave." "Why are you leaving?" "If it wasn't for you stopping me, I would have gone over to settle this trouble just now." Yifan no longer wanted to give Mahmoud a second chance. The two bald bodyguards had already walked to the table. One of them lifted the hem of his suit, revealing a gold-plated Desert Eagle pistol, while the other smashed his fist on the table. "Our prince invites this young lady to dine together." The bodyguard's accent sounded like that of a Chinese. "I refuse," Su Qingxue said in disgust, then picked up her bag. "Let's go." The baldy grinned, silently pulled out the gun in his hand, and pressed it on the table. "This is not up to you." Su Qingxue's expression changed. She bit her lips and looked at Yifan. At some of the nearby tables, when the guests saw this scene, they were all shocked. Several of the guests had already reached for their bags, ready to leave the restaurant at any time. But at this moment, the bald bodyguard who pulled out the gun let out a blood-curdling scream. A silver fork had already pierced through the hand of the bodyguard that was holding the gun, directly nailing his hand to the table. Blood flowed onto the tablecloth, dyeing it red. "Damn it!" The bodyguard endured the pain, angrily pulled out his hand, and punched towards Yifan's head. However, Yifan had already picked up the knife and stabbed it into his fist with a poochie sound. "Hello!" When the knife went in, the bodyguard was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Seeing this, the other bald bodyguard pulled out the golden Desert Eagle and was about to shoot at Yifan without saying a word. However, Yifan's speed was as fast as lightning. He didn't know how, but he forcefully snatched the gun from the bodyguard's hands. The bodyguard was dumbfounded. He discovered that his hand was already empty. His fingers were in extreme pain, as if his fingers had been fractured. Raising his head, he saw that the black muzzle of the gun was already aimed at his forehead. The speed at which he pulled out the gun was too slow. To be able to become a royal guard like this, Prince Dib is really lucky not to have died. Yifan was still chewing on the delicacies in his mouth, holding the limited edition Golden Desert Eagle pistol in his hand. He suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Although the recoil of this pistol was extremely strong, Yifan was holding it with one hand. It was as steady as a fixed cannon, accurately shooting out bullets. Chapter 458. 0458. The bald bodyguard was so scared that he closed his eyes. However, he discovered that the bullets were all passing through his skin and hair, perfectly avoiding him. When all the bullets were fired, Yifan inserted the Desert Eagle pistol back into the bodyguard's holster. The baldy's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He was so scared that his face turned ashen. That feeling of being just a few millimeters away from death would wake him up even in his dreams. The customers in the restaurant were all frightened by the gunshot and ran out screaming. In an instant, other than a few brave waiters and the white manager, only Yifan and the others and Prince Mahmoud were left in the restaurant. Su Qingxue opened her watery eyes wide in disbelief. Yifan actually shot at a Prince Dib in this 3-star Michelin restaurant in the Enamel Kingdom? What was he doing? Zheng and Jie was so scared that he almost fainted. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground, trembling. If the boss wasn't here, he would have run away first. Yifan used 2 hand blades to forcefully knock out the 2 baldies. Then, he walked into the private room and looked down. Prince Mahmoud was trembling under the table. Those bullets just now, Yifan didn't want to hit him. It was just to scare him. "Come out," or I'll shoot your butt," Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Mahmoud hurriedly came out, trembling. He was holding a diamond-studded cell phone in his hand. It was obvious that he had just contacted someone under the table and was calling for reinforcements. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Mahmoud helplessly came out. His face was ashen, and he said fearfully and fiercely, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the third in line to the throne of the Dib royal family. Third Prince Mahmud Mohammed bin Rashid. What?" Yi Fan wasn't even interested in listening to his full name. He grabbed a gold bar from the table and smashed it into Mahmud's mouth. With a ka sound, Mahmud's mouth was full of blood, and his front teeth were smashed out. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the gold bars he usually used to smash into others would smash his own teeth. Mahmud cried out in pain, "Stop hitting me. Stop fighting. I'll give you money. How much do you want? I'll give them all to you." He had been the favorite of the royal family since he was young. When had he ever suffered like this? He regretted not bringing too many bodyguards to this restaurant today. Su Qingxue, Zheng and Jia, the restaurant manager, the waiter, and the others who ran in were speechless when they saw this scene. Shu Qingxue worriedly said, How did you beat him up like this?" Fan Xian leisurely sat down and said, "What's the big deal? He already wants to capture you to accompany him to dinner. So what if I knock out a few of his teeth? You'll regret this. I've already sent out the signal. The royal guards are not far from here. They must have already arrived. My big brother is also in Barley today. He will bring people to save me." Mahmud gritted his teeth. When the restaurant manager heard this, he exclaimed, "Crown Prince Maxime is coming. Oh my God, what should we do?" Shu Qingxue frowned. Although she was a businesswoman, she often watched the news. Of course, she knew about some of the major figures in the world. The Crown Prince of Dib was the eldest Prince Maxime. He often appeared in the international news, controlled the huge wealth of the Dib royal family, and had the right to speak for several consortiums. This kind of person could affect the world with a stomp of his feet. After all, when money reached a certain level, it could affect the global financial market. In comparison, Su Qingxue's billions of magnesium yuan couldn't even be compared to the fingernail of Maxime's little finger. What should we do? If he comes, then come. Let him take a good look at what kind of character his little brother has. Yi Fan smiled evilly, grabbed Mahmud's collar, and said, "Brat, do you think that being rich is amazing? A prince can openly steal a woman?" Mahmud trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lowly fellow, if you dare to speak to me like that, my brother will come and take care of you. I don't care if your brother will take care of me or not, but right now, I think you should first kowtow and apologize to this young lady." As Yi Fan spoke, he grabbed Mahmud's head and pressed it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Mem's head knocked 3 times on the ground. He was dizzy, and his forehead was bleeding. Su Qingxue didn't know what to do anymore. Although it was very satisfying, she was worried that something might happen to Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, let's go. I'm no longer angry," Su Qingxue advised. "Your anger has subsided, but I haven't," Yi Fan coldly said. "I was in a good mood at first. I came here to eat dinner, but I was disgusted by this guy." As Yi Fan spoke, he said to the restaurant manager beside him, "Did he buy all the ingredients in your kitchen?" The manager was a little puzzled, but he still nodded, Yes. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant was already afraid of Yi Fan. This was a complete madman. Even Prince Dib said that he would beat him up. Moreover, he had already said that the royal guards were coming, and the crown prince was coming. This guy didn't want to escape, but instead continued to cause trouble here. Yi Fan said, "Since I've bought it, I can't waste it. Go and bring all the things he bought over." "Huh?" The restaurant manager asked doubtfully. How do I get it?" "Take whatever he buys. Whatever mutton, beef, duck, caviar, white truffles, vegetables, and fruits, bring them all over," Yi Fan said. Although many of the waiters in the restaurant had run away and there weren't many people left, with Yi Fan's request, the remaining people didn't dare to disobey. They were afraid that Yi Fan would be angry and shoot at them. Not long after, all kinds of ingredients were carried into the private room. All kinds of high-grade beef, mutton, seafood, luxurious truffles, caviar, everything was there. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yifan picked up a piece of bloody mutton and stuffed it in front of Mahmud's mouth. He coldly said, "Since you like to buy ingredients so much, then you should eat all of them." Mahmud's mouth was still full of blood. Seeing the bloody mutton, he felt even more disgusted. This is raw. What? You don't want to eat meat?" Yifan's fist landed on the floor tiles. With a bang sound, dozens of cracks appeared on the ground, and the granite was smashed into smithereens. This scared the people beside her. Su Qingxue was also used to Yifan's great strength, but Zheng Yinjie and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their legs went soft. Chapter 459. 0459 Yifan shook his fist. "Do you want to eat meat, or do you want to eat my fist? I'll only give you 3 seconds to think. 3, 2. Mahmud's face turned green as he said in a trembling voice, I eat meat. Eat meat." He hurriedly picked up the piece of raw mutton, endured his disgust, and bitten it in pain. "Bite more. If you don't finish this piece of meat in a minute, I'll break one of your legs," Yifan said. Mahmud was crying, tears streaming down his face as he chewed on the mutton in big mouthfuls. He only regretted that he had been blinded by lust just now and had actually provoked such a fiend. He originally thought that he was just an ordinary foreign tourist. After all, his seat was very ordinary, and his clothes were also very ordinary. Who would have thought that he would become like this? Mahmud didn't even dare to breathe as he ate the fishy mutton. He forcefully wolfed it down and finally finished eating a piece of mutton within a minute. He felt a wave of nausea and was about to vomit, but Yifan picked up another piece of raw duck meat and stuffed it in front of Mahmud. "Come, this piece of duck meat is small, so it should be easier to eat. It's also a minute, so do your best." Yifan grinned, but in the eyes of others, this smile was no different from the smile of a demon. Mahmud wanted to die, but facing Yifan's raised fist, he could only continue to open his mouth and eat with a bitter face. After eating the duck meat, Yifan stuffed him another piece of raw foie gras. He didn't give him any of the fruits and vegetables that could normally be eaten raw. When the people at the side saw Mahmud's mouth full of blood, they felt disgusted just thinking about it. The restaurant manager felt that this couldn't go on, so he secretly called his boss, Paco, hoping that the boss would come back to resolve the conflict. Qingxue was worried about something else for Yifan. If Crown Prince Maxime came, what would happen to Yifan? Just as he was worrying, a group of guards wearing suits and headphones suddenly barged in from the entrance of the restaurant. They were dressed the same as the 2 unconscious bald bodyguards. Seeing this group of people enter, Mahmud finally saw his savior. He stood up and shouted, Big brother, I'm here. Save me." A man wearing a white headscarf, white clothes, and a golden diamond necklace walked into the restaurant under the protection of several strongmen. Su Qingxue and the others all knew this man. He was Crown Prince Maxime, who often appeared on the TV news. Maxime was originally in a nearby clubhouse, discussing some business with a few big shots of the consortiums. When he received his brother Mahmud's distress signal, he immediately rushed over with his men. "Who are you? How dare you? You dare to humiliate our Dubai royal family?" Maxime let out a dignified roar. The dozen or so guards all pulled out the gold-plated Desert Eagle pistols they carried with them. When this formation was set up, everyone except Yifan was intimidated. Mahmud was excited and felt that he could finally hold his head high. He got up and ran toward Maktoum. However, after just a few steps, the food in his stomach started to turn upside down. He couldn't hold it in and vomited. A large amount of blood-red and yellow vomit sprayed out from his mouth like a fountain. Originally, he wanted to go and welcome his brother, but he panicked and took a few steps back. He hurriedly called for someone to stop Mahmud, afraid that he would vomit. Such a disgusting scene naturally caused the Dubai royal family to lose even more face. Maxime frowned and looked at Yifan angrily. "Who are you? What did you do to my brother?" Maxime asked angrily. Yifan walked out of the private room, facing a row of muzzles, and lightly said, "Why did I do this? You can ask him the reason yourself. Now that I've calmed down, I'm leaving." After saying that, Yifan waved at Su Qingxue. "Let's go. Don't be afraid." Shu Qingxue was a little doubtful, but she still nodded and followed Yi Fan out. Zheng and Jian naturally followed closely behind. He was so scared that his face and palms were trembling, afraid that this group of people would shoot. Maxime coldly snorted. You humiliated my brother, and you still want to leave like this? Break his legs. A group of guards immediately aimed their guns at Yi Fan's legs. Just as they were about to shoot, Yi Fan disappeared. Turning his head again, he discovered that Yi Fan had already appeared in front of Maxime. Everyone thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them, but in that instant, Yi Fan had already moved a few meters away, and one of his hands was even grabbing onto Maxime's neck. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Big brother. Mahmud went crazy and roared. You audacious disciple. Do you want to assassinate our Crown Prince Dibai? This will cause a war between countries. Do you know? Maxime's eyes were filled with fear, but his pride as a crown prince made him grit his teeth and say, If you have the ability, then kill me. I will not give in. The restaurant manager was already scared out of his wits. This was Crown Prince Dib, one of the richest and most powerful people in the world. He could definitely be considered one of them. But Yi Fan was like a chicken, strangling him by the neck. If he killed someone, it wouldn't just be a matter of going to jail. It would be a huge conflict between countries. Shu Qingxue felt that her heart was about to jump out. She couldn't care less about anything else as she ran over and grabbed Yi Fan's arm from behind. Yi Fan, let go. Don't be impulsive. This is not a joke. Yi Fan helplessly turned his head and saw the woman's pale face. He smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. What are you doing? Shu Qingxue was just a businesswoman. No matter what, she wouldn't want to provoke a crown prince of Dibai. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you, and I won't either. Yi Fan told the woman to calm down and stand at the back. Then, he looked at Maxime with a smile that was not a smile. Are you really not afraid of death? Yi Fan asked teasingly. Maxime opened his eyes wide and said with a flushed face, I'm not afraid. Not bad. You still have a bit of backbone. No wonder Aziz agreed to be your Dib's imperial advisor. Yi Fan sent a low voice and let go of Maxim. A trace of astonishment flashed across Maxime's eyes, and then his face was filled with surprise and puzzlement. When the guards on both sides saw that the crown prince had been released, they were about to shoot at Yi Fan, but were stopped by Maxime. Don't shoot, Maxime shouted. The group of guards were very puzzled. Could it be that the crown prince was stupid? This was a good opportunity to not kill this assassin. Maxime's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice and asked, Sir, do you know the imperial advisor? Chapter 460. 0460 Other than the king. Only Maxime and a few of Dib's high-level security consultants knew about this matter. Even Mahmud, who was the third in line to the throne, did not have the qualifications to know about it. The reason was very simple. If other countries were to find out that Dib had invited this great figure to be the imperial advisor, it would cause the entire peninsula to panic and be very wary of Dib. Because of this great figure's resume, his military exploits were brilliant, and he was known as the Peninsula War God. And the reason why Dib invited this imperial advisor was not to go to war or anything else. It was just that he hoped that in the turbulent peninsula, there would be a talisman that could protect the Dib royal family at a critical moment. As the crown prince, Maxime still needed to humbly ask for advice from this great figure. As a student, he had to learn how to be his king in Dib. To be able to know that Dib had invited this imperial advisor, he was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a close friend of the imperial advisor. Therefore, Maxime immediately became very cautious and cautiously inquired. Li Fanxian nodded. I don't know him. Do you know about him being the imperial advisor? For his sake, I'll let you guys go today. Get out of the way. After all, it was the royal family that his old brother was protecting. It didn't seem appropriate to cripple and injure them. Yi Fan thought about it and decided to let them live. Sir, are you a friend of the imperial advisor? To be able to be a friend of the imperial advisor, he must not be an ordinary person. Why haven't I seen you in Dib? Maxime asked. Yi Fan chuckled. I haven't seen him for more than 3 years. Isn't it normal for you to have never seen me before? Besides, why would I go to Dib? Then how do I know if you're a friend of the imperial advisor? Maxime frowned. Li Fan Xian was getting impatient. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If it wasn't for Aziz, do you think you would still be able to stand? Your little brother can still live? Mahmoud, who was at the side, had just recovered his breath and was already feeling a little dizzy from vomiting. Hearing Yifan's words, he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, who is the person he's talking about?" Maxime said in a deep voice, "Lower your voice. This gentleman might know someone who is very close to our royal family and is very important to us." "Huh?" Mahmoud asked. "Who is it that you think so highly of?" Maktoum whispered into his brother's ear, "The Peninsula War God, Aziz." "What?" Mahmoud's expression changed drastically. Although he had never seen Aziz before, he had still heard of this famous name. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Impossible. This guy must be bluffing. The people of China love to play these kinds of tricks." He also had some doubts as to whether or not Yifan really knew the imperial advisor. After all, Yifan's words were too vague. "Sir, please wait a moment. I have a phone call from the imperial preceptor. I need to verify it." As Maxime spoke, he took out his phone and prepared to make a call. If it was him in the past, he would have already killed someone, but now that his identity had changed, his temperament had also been restrained, so he decided to wait and wait. It just so happened that he came to Europe this time to meet his old brothers, so it could be considered a special greeting. Not long after, the call connected. Maktoum respectfully said, "Imperial Preceptor, sorry to disturb you. It's like this. There's a gentleman from China who says he knows you." "Ah, you want him to answer the phone?" "Oh, all right." Maktoum didn't say much, but Aziz asked to give the phone to Yifan. Yifan smiled. This big guy's brain was still so nimble, he guessed that it was him. Taking the phone, Yifan didn't say anything, but a rough and deep voice came from the other side. "Boss, is that you?" When Yifan heard this familiar voice, he sighed with emotion. "How did you guess it was me?" Although Aziz's voice sounded calm, it was clearly trembling. It was obvious that he was excited. I received a call from Sally a few days ago. She asked me to help her find the widow of the elephant god, Selena. I found out from her that you would come to Europe, boss. I've been waiting to reunite with you for a long time." Aziz said. Yifan suddenly understood. It seemed that his old brothers all knew that he was going to participate in the Saite raiding conference. "Don't come looking for me. I don't want to cause too much of a commotion. I'm just here for a stroll, and after I'm done, I'll go back to China for the Spring Festival. If there are too many people who come to see me, I'll have a headache. After all, I said that I'm going to retire." Aziz said expectantly, "Boss, all of my brothers in the Barnes mercenary group have been looking forward to meeting you. You are the god in their hearts. If you can give them a lesson, don't." Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What class? I'm not a teacher. Isn't your Barnes doing quite well? All the governments are envious of you. I'm very pleased. This is all the foundation you left behind, boss. If not for your prestige, I wouldn't have been able to recruit so many outstanding warriors scattered all over the world. They joined the Barms because they wanted to serve you, boss." Aziz said longingly, "Boss, are you really not going to consider coming back? This world is different from a few years ago. We have already stood up. We are no longer wandering around the world, living a life of blood and knives every day. Everyone has suffered together, so we should at least enjoy it together." Yifan lowered his head and chuckled. "All right, I know what you guys are thinking, but just as you said, I'm used to living a hard life. Everyone is living a good life, so why must we do what we used to do, right?" Aziz helplessly sighed. "Since boss has said so, then I will guard Bahamut for you. You were the one who created the name Bahamut in the first place, and I will protect its dignity for the rest of my life." Yifan was moved and said, "All right, I won't say much on the phone. Tell this silly crown prince to stop bothering me." Saying that, Yifan threw the phone back to Maktoum. Although he didn't know what Yifan and Azazel had said, why did he feel that Azazel was very respectful towards Yifan? Rather than saying it was a friend, why did it seem like a superior was talking to a subordinate? Maktoum asked, "Imperial Advisor, what do you think we should do?" Chapter 461. 0461 inch, huh? Maktoum was stunned. "What do you mean? If it wasn't for my face, this Chinese man in front of you would have already killed you and your brother. There's no need to doubt that he won't care about your identity at all, because even if he kills you, the king won't dare to take the risk of the entire royal family being killed to avenge you," Aziz said coldly. Maktoum's hands and feet instantly turned cold. Aziz definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. In other words, the Yi fan in front of him wasn't trying to scare him, but because of Aziz, he had let them live. Just who was this man from China? Countless thoughts flashed through Maktoum's mind. When he thought of some of the main people who were related to Aziz, he suddenly thought of something at this age to be able to make Aziz so respectful. Could it be? It was him. Maxime instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and his phone almost fell to the ground. There was a trace of intense fear in his eyes. "Thank you, Imperial Advisor. I know I was wrong." Maktoum lowered his head to admit his mistake and ended the call with Aziz. Following which, Maktoum bowed to Yi Fan and said solemnly, "Sir, I'm really sorry. My brother is naughty and mischievous, which is why you and your female companion were disturbed. If you're not satisfied, you can continue to punish him." "Huh?" Mahmoud was stunned. "Big brother, are you kidding me? Who the hell are you helping?" At the side, Su Qingxue, the restaurant manager, and the others also felt that it was inconceivable. Why did Maktoum's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees after receiving a phone call? On the contrary, it seemed like the crown prince was afraid of Yi Fan. Maktoum glared at his little brother, grabbed his head with one hand, and said, "Hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, I'll kill you." This was a matter that concerned the safety of the entire Dib royal family. Maktoum didn't want to be killed by his younger brother. In this world, there were some powers that could not be resisted with money and power. Maktoum knew very well that if the man in front of him was really that person, then, even if the entire Dib royal family poured out everything, they wouldn't be able to stop his anger. Although Mahmoud was arrogant, he knew that his brother wouldn't joke around. He must have encountered some serious situation to be so strict with him. Although he was very unwilling, Mahmoud still knelt on the ground and apologized to Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue covered her mouth, her watery eyes flashing. It was as if she was dreaming. There was actually a Prince Dib kneeling down and apologizing to her. The woman looked at Yi Fan's back and discovered that Yi Fan was calm and collected, not feeling anything at all. The shock that this man brought to Su Qingxue had already reached an unparalleled level. Just who was he? Originally, when Yi Fan said those words on the plane, saying that he knew a lot of big shots in the business world, Su Qingxue still felt that the man was bragging. But now, no matter what Yi Fan said, Su Qingxue felt that she would believe it. Zheng Enjie kept rubbing his eyes, thinking that he was dreaming. This assistant, Yi, was too King awesome. Yi Fan turned around and smiled at Su Qingxue. "Let's go. The matter has been resolved, but it's a pity that we haven't finished eating yet." Her heart felt like it was riding a roller coaster. She just wanted to quickly leave this place that felt like a dream to her. Crown Prince Maxime quickly got his men to make way and politely sent them off outside the restaurant. At this moment, a black Cadillac Escalade drove up to the door. Leave two men, one old and one young, wearing white chef's robes, quickly got out of the car. When the old chef saw Yi Fan, his eyes were instantly filled with tears of excitement. He ran over and was about to kneel down and shout. Yi Fan reacted, afraid that this guy would shout something that he shouldn't have. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the old chef's hand, and laughed. "Matthew, long time no see." At the same time, Yi Fan whispered into Matthew's ear, "Don't expose my identity." When Matthew realized that there were other people present, he smiled in understanding and said, "Yes. Yes, sir, I miss you so much. Come, Bernard, this is the esteemed gentleman." His son, Bernard, was also quite excited. He respectfully greeted, "Hello, sir. Father and I are honored to have you come to our restaurant." The restaurant manager and a group of waiters all ran over. They completely believed that Yi Fan and these two chefs knew each other, and their identities were very high. At the same time, he looked at Mahmoud in annoyance. If it wasn't for this guy, he might have been able to get close to Yi Fan. To be able to get close to such a legendary figure was definitely a very beneficial thing for the Dib royal family. Matthew was very curious and asked, "Sir, have you finished your meal? We rushed back in a hurry, but we still haven't had the time to serve you." Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I haven't eaten much yet. For the specifics, you can ask your manager." Matthew frowned, found the white manager, and asked what was going on. After knowing what had just happened, Matthew sneered and said to Prince Mahmud, "Your Highness, I thought that if I let them serve the dishes, you would be able to understand my intentions. I didn't expect that you would still provoke this mister. You should reflect on yourself." Mahmud lowered his head in shame, wishing that he could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Bernard respectfully said, "Sir, please allow my father and I to offer you a new table of dinner. I have always been looking forward to serving you like my father." The restaurant manager and the waiters were stunned. Their two bosses had always been begged by others to cook for them. This was the first time they had seen two world-class chefs beg to cook for others. However, Yi Fan still didn't want to buy it. He scratched his head and said, "This is too troublesome. This restaurant is in a mess, and you guys have to spend a lot of effort to cook. I think I should go to the nearby McDonald's and buy some hamburgers and fries to eat." The people at the side almost spat out blood. This was too hurtful. A chef with 3 Michelin stars was going to cook for you, yet you actually wanted to eat McDonald's? How big a heart did he have to be to say such words? Matthew hurriedly said, "Sir, please, my house is nearby. Why don't you come to our house, and we will cook a table of dishes as soon as possible." Chapter 462. 0462 Actually, Su Qingxue was also very curious about Yi Fan's identity, to actually make the Dib royal family and the two chefs so nervous. Therefore, if she went to Matthew's house to eat, she might be able to understand a little more. Yi Fan smiled. "All right, then I'll listen to you. Let's go to Matthew's house and have a seat." As for that Zheng and Jia, he was too embarrassed to follow them, so he said that he would drive back first. After all, the person the chef invited was mainly Yi Fan. Su Qingxue was the boss, so it was understandable for her to go. Zheng and Jia weighed his identity. If he insisted on following, he wouldn't know what was good for him, so he silently went back first. Yi Fan was also happy to do so. Otherwise, in front of Zheng and Jia, it wouldn't be good for him to be too intimate with Su Qingxue. On the way, Matthew indeed asked about Su Qingxue's identity. When they found out that Su Qingxue was Yi Fan's wife, Matthew and Bernard were very surprised, and then they respectfully lowered their heads to greet her. "Madam Su, please forgive us for being blind just now. I didn't expect you to be Mr. Ye's wife. It's such an honor to meet you," Matthew said. Su Qingxue was flattered. She was not used to this kind of difference in status. It was like a Cinderella had suddenly become a princess. Although Su Qingxue couldn't be considered a Cinderella, she was still an ordinary girl. How could she receive such treatment from a noble? "Mr. Paco, you don't have to be like this. I'm just an ordinary merchant. It's no big deal." Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "No, you are this lord's wife. You must be incomparably respectful," Matthew said very seriously. Su Qingxue was tired from listening and looked at Yi Fan in distress. "What exactly is going on? Who the hell are you?" Yi Fan grinned. "Wife, you don't have to care about them. In any case, it's only right for them to respect you. You just have to accept it." Yi Fan didn't even know where to start explaining who he was, so he decided to talk about it in the future. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, thought that Yi Fan was still unwilling to reveal his identity. She felt a little resentful in her heart, but she didn't ask any further. Arriving at Matthew's house, it was a Baroque apartment building. The entire building had 3 floors, and it had been bought by the Paco family. As soon as Yi Fan and Su Qingxue got off the car, 2 or 3 women with children came out to welcome them. Ma Xiao introduced them one by one. They were his wife, Ajani, his daughter, and his daughter-in-law. Although these women didn't know Yi Fan's identity, since Ma Xiao had asked them to welcome him in such a serious manner, they didn't dare to be negligent. "Ajiani, do you know that this Mr. Yi is the big shot I told you about back then who helped us protect the restaurant? If it weren't for him, our family's restaurant would have been occupied by those robbers, and we wouldn't be able to live as freely as we are now, Matthew said excitedly. When the stout Akane heard this, she cried out in surprise. So our benefactor is actually this young? Matthew's family had obviously heard of what had happened back then. They all had warm smiles on their faces as they expressed their gratitude to Yifan. Su Qingxue didn't understand and asked, "What are they talking about?" Yifan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Oh, it's nothing." Matthew became famous very early. So many rich people in the world wanted to hire him as their personal chef. Matthew wanted to stay in his shop and be with his family, so he refused. A few years ago, there was a guy who wasn't very reasonable. He wanted to forcefully buy Matthew's shop and make Matthew serve him. He threatened them. At that time, I happened to have a grudge with those guys, so I helped Matthew solve this problem. Once I got to know him, actually, it's not that big of a deal. They have to treat me as their benefactor, but my original intention wasn't to help them. It was just along the way. Su Qingxue was stunned. Is there a need for them to go through so much trouble just to find a chef? Wife, you don't understand. When a person has wealth and power, then delicacies and beauties will all be the goal they pursue. Otherwise, what's the use of looking at money and power? Yifan said. Although Yifan said it very easily, she felt that what happened back then was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, Matthew's family wouldn't be so grateful until now. Entering the living room, Matthew and Bernard immediately went to the kitchen at home to cook. After all, they were world-class chefs, and the kitchen at home was also very high-end. Yifan and Su Qingxue sat at the dining table. The group of women, children, and children present did not dare to sit down. They respectfully stood at the side, bringing water and fruits. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone sit down. Why are you standing? A Jiani smiled and said, Mr. Yi has an honorable status. Without permission, we don't dare to sit down. Yifan was speechless. Wasn't this just pulling hatred for him? Thus, he hurriedly waved his hand. Sit, sit, sit. It's not like I'm stopping you guys. If we just stand there, we won't be able to eat either. Thank you, Mr. Yi. A Jiani brought her daughter and daughter-in-law to sit down. The decoration of Matthew's house was very rich in the traditional art of enamel. A large amount of impressionism from the 1860s made the entire apartment look bright and cheerful. This was the first time Su Qingxue had entered a foreigner's home. Looking at the decorations and furnishings, she felt that it was very fresh. She chatted with Akane and a few other women in English. Not long after, Matthew and Bernard began to bring over exquisite dishes. There were a large number of ingredients at home for them to develop dishes, so there was no shortage of ingredients for cooking. When Su Qingxue saw these dishes, she discovered that they were even more exquisite than the one she had seen in the dining room. Akane, go and take out my collection of Romance Kani for Mr. Yi and Ms. Su. Matthew smiled and said, Mr. Yi, I've collected a bottle of 13-year-old Romance Kani. It just so happens that this year is a suitable year for drinking. Since you can come over, I'll give it to you. Yifan didn't hold back. He could drink whatever he wanted, but this time, it was for Su Qingxue to experience. Of course, he would let Matthew take out whatever he had. The annual production of Romance Kani was only 5,000 to 6,000 bottles. It was a famous wine that all the rich people in the world flocked to. Although Su Qingxue was very rich, she didn't really pursue this kind of thing, so she really hadn't drunk it before. When the red wine was opened, a wonderful fragrance filled the air, bringing with it a floral fragrance that seeped into his nostrils and lungs. Pouring it into the cup, the exquisite halo and the clear, bright black color made people feel that this wine was extraordinary. Come, everyone drink a little. Good wine needs to be shared to taste good. Yifan didn't have any thoughts of enjoying it alone, so he let Matthew and his family have taste. Matthew and the others naturally thanked him, but they didn't dare to drink too much. They only took 2 sips. Chapter 463. 0463. These words were spoken in Chinese, so Matthew's family couldn't understand them at all. However, they could see the brilliant smile on Su Qingxue's face, like a snow lotus on the top of a snowy mountain after the iceberg melted. Yifan laughed happily. Su Qingshua's expression was really too funny. Just because she drank the strawberry-flavored wine, the woman immediately became excited, just like a child. Silly wife, how can you make wine with strawberries? It's just that during the brewing process, all kinds of natural spices will be mixed in. Sometimes, there will be the fragrance of roses, shrubs, and vanilla. Different years will also be different, so it's normal to have a strawberry-like taste and fragrance. It's not like I've ever drunk it before, so I'm stupid. Su Qingxue pouted. If you haven't drunk it before, you should know how to make wine. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue snorted and drank 2 more mouthfuls. It's really delicious. Wife, take it easy. How can you even forget how to taste wine? Yi Fan said mischievously. In the past, you always said that I didn't have a proper way to eat. Su Qingxue also realized that she was too open. She had been too happy just now, and her face was flushed with embarrassment. However, she still liked this wine a lot, so she drank a few more mouthfuls. When he found out that Su Qingxue liked strawberries, he thought of something and said, Madam Su, my son just developed a new type of strawberry soufflé a few days ago. I think you will like it. When Su Qingxue heard this, her eyes began to shine. Strawberry-flavored soufflé? It sounds so delicious. Bernard quickly stood up and said with a smile, I'll do it for you right away. Su Qingshue's face was full of anticipation. Thank you. It's my honor. Bernard nodded and hurried to the kitchen. Li Fanxian looked at the blissful woman with emotion. He realized that bringing Su Qingxue to Matthew's house was the right thing to do. Perhaps when she was in the country, the pressure of work and the expectations of the people around her made Su Qingxue not dare to relax too much, nor did she dare to show her true self. When she came to a foreign country, she was surrounded by strangers, and it had nothing to do with her work. No one would care that she was the CEO of the embroidery group, and no one would see her as a strong businesswoman. In this way, Su Qingxue was actually unrestrained and let go of her own heart. Although there were some twists and turns during their first dinner in the Enamel Kingdom, and they ate it late, the final result was very satisfactory. Su Qingxue ate the dreamy strawberry-flavored shuffly, and her entire person was like a happy angel. The sweet smile on her face was something that Yi Fan had never seen before. Matthew Bernard. After Yi Fan finished eating, he smiled and said to the father and son pair, Today, you have made my wife very happy. She's happy, and I'm also happy. That's why I'm planning to let you be the head chef when we hold our wedding. You'll be making our wedding dishes. When Matthew and Bernard heard this, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. They quickly said gratefully, Oh my God, this was a great honor. We will definitely do our best. Yi Fan purposely used Ing when to say it, so that Su Qingxue could understand it. After Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but pout and lower her head to eat the dessert. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at him. After dinner, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue sat in Matthew's car and returned to the hotel. Because it was already midnight, Yi Fan held Su Qingxue's hand and was not afraid of being seen by anyone. He openly walked into the hotel elevator. Wife, are you satisfied with today's dinner? There was no one else in the elevator, so Yi Fan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue nodded. That wine and that cake are too delicious. You really are a strawberry lover. There are so many precious dishes made from white truffles and caviar, yet you don't say anything. You only say that the strawberry flavor is delicious. Then I'll just buy you a basket of strawberries next time. There's no need for Matthew and the others to make a big table. Yi Fan speechlessly shook his head. I don't know much about enamel dishes to begin with, and it's not like you don't know that I'm not interested in eating meat. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan sighed. Wife, you will lose a lot of fun like this. You can't just focus on strawberries, you have to eat more other food. Slowly, you will realize that there are many delicacies in the world that are beyond your imagination. As Su Qingxue listened, some of the things that happened today flashed through her mind, and her heart felt a little stifled. What? Can't I like strawberries? I'm just a child from a poor family, so I can't get used to eating high-end food. I also don't understand those caviar and white truffles. If you dislike me, then I won't go out to eat with you next time. Su Qingxue pouted and forcefully pulled her hand out of Yi Fan's hands. Li Fanxian was depressed. How could he have meant that? He hurriedly explained, "Wife, don't misunderstand. I don't explain. I know that my level is low. Unlike you, the people you know are all so powerful, world-class tailor masters, world-class top medical doctors, world-class Michelin 3-star chefs, and even Crown Prince Dib gives you face." Su Qingxue said bitterly, "I am just an ordinary woman. I'm not as good at fighting as you. I know all kinds of foreign languages, and the people I know are also very powerful. I'm afraid of those gunmen, afraid of those nobles from the royal family, and I don't dare to talk and laugh with those masters. I can stay calm and collected at any time. I just like to eat strawberry cake, and ate strawberry donuts. Who did I offend? Do you really look down on my little hobby that much?" Yi Fan was at a loss. Why did he feel like he had ignited a barrel of gunpowder? Wasn't he fine just now? Why did the woman explode all of a sudden? "Wife, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Don't explain. Explaining is a cover-up. You just look down on me. In your heart, you treat me as a stupid woman." At this time, the elevator reached the floor. Su Qingxue walked out of the elevator, turned around, and told Yi Fan to stand still. "I'm going to rest. Don't follow me." But since the woman said so, Yi Fan couldn't possibly not follow her. If he didn't explain it clearly, how could he sleep that night? Yi Fan didn't know what he had said wrong. How did he turn a sweet night into this? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Yi Fan could only shamelessly follow her and say, "Wife, don't be angry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Calm down. I was wrong. I really didn't have any thoughts of looking down on you, my wife. When I met you, what kind of person was I? I was just a repairman, a substitute in the game, and I rode a broken car. Wife, can you not care about these things? If you marry me, I will be grateful." Chapter 464. 0464 Yi Fan slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten that Su Qingxue already knew that the bicycle was an antique, but there was nothing he could do. How could he have thought of so much back then? The key was that the woman's anger made him feel baffled, and he didn't know where to start coaxing her. "Wife, you're so smart. How could you be a pig? A pig is also me. Don't be angry, okay? Otherwise, you can hit me or scold me. I will never say that again. You can eat whatever you like. I definitely won't ask too much." Yi Fan said with a bitter smile. "I don't want to hear it. I'm going to rest. Goodbye." Su Qingxue walked back to her room with a cold face and closed the door. Yi Fan stood at the door and wanted to knock, but after thinking about it, he didn't know what to say, so he could only silently walk back to his room. He was also aggrieved in his heart. What did he say wrong? Wasn't it a normal remark? How did he make a woman angry? Ever since his relationship with Su Qingxue gradually became closer, Yi Fan also discovered that Su Qingxue's temper was much bigger than Feng Yueying's. It was even harder to deal with than that girl, Mu Mu Mu. It seemed to be a little similar to that Phoenix girl, Xiao Xiner. It was just that Su Qingxue wouldn't set fire to anything. Yi Fan was a little confused. Why did he want to marry Su Qingxue so much? Would it be much easier to marry a wife like Feng Yueying, who is as gentle as water, virtuous and considerate? Thinking about it, the more Yi Fan thought about it, the more confused his mind became. He simply found a balcony, took out a cigarette, and looked at the night scene of barley, puffing out smoke, daydreaming, and emptying his mind. What Yi Fan didn't know was that Su Qingxue, who had returned to her room, was actually very nervous. After Su Qingxue entered the room, just as she took off her coat, she covered her temples with both hands and muttered to herself in annoyance, "Su Qingxue, why are you like this again? Why are you so excited?" He was just saying it. Is there a need for such a big reaction? Su Qingxue bit her lips and looked back at the door. She was looking forward to whether Yi Fan would knock on the door and press the doorbell to continue asking for her forgiveness. "If you beg me for another 3 minutes, I'll give you a chance to explain," Su Qingxue thought. However, after waiting for almost 5 minutes, there was still no movement from the door. Su Qingxue paced back and forth. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. "Dead Yi Fan, smelly Yi Fan, you're not leaving just like that? You don't even care if I get angry? How can this person be so hateful?" Su Qingxue jumped and threw herself onto the big bed. Lying there, she punched the quilt with all her might. You're a man. How can you be so petty? So what if you come and beg me? You obviously despise me, but you still won't admit it. I hate you. I hate you. Su Qingxue kicked her legs and threw off her high heels. She sat up angrily, as if she had made up her mind to say, if you don't come tonight, then don't expect me to give you a good look tomorrow. Oomph. The woman muttered to herself in the room, while Yi Fan, who was on the balcony, didn't know that Su Qingxue was actually waiting for him to coax her. He had coaxed her enough recently, but Su Qingxue would get angry at every turn. He didn't even know what to do. Just as Yi Fan smoked 3 cigarettes, frowned, and didn't know what to do, on a distant street in Barley, there was a sudden rumble of an explosion. Yi Fan saw a dazzling ball of fire ignite, and from afar, he could hear a large number of screams. Terrorist attack. Yi Fan immediately thought that in the past 2 years, a large number of refugees had poured into Europe, and a shadow of terror had shrouded the country. He had seen on the news before, but now that he had just arrived at the country of enamel, could it be that he had bumped into it? He was a little worried. After all, Su Qingxue would be moving around Barley in the next few days, and they were all social occasions that could easily be targeted. Therefore, he planned to go and take a look himself to see what the situation was like. But before he went, Yi Fan still wanted Su Qingxue not to be nervous, so he ran to Su Qingxue's room and knocked on the door. Su Qingxue had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom. The woman didn't hear anything outside, but when she heard the knock on the door, she thought that Yi Fan had come to apologize to her. Who is it? Wife, it's me, Yi Fan shouted. When Qingxue heard that it was indeed Yi Fan, a trace of joy finally appeared on her face. She was wearing a bath towel, her hair was tied up high, and the fullness of her chest was tightly wrapped up. This outfit was as seductive as it could be. Hesitating for a moment, she wondered if she should change her clothes so that men wouldn't look at her too sexy. But in the end, Su Qingxue still planned to give Yi Fan some small benefits. Seeing that he was so sincere in apologizing, she would give him some sweetness this time, Su Qingxue thought. Walking to the door and opening it, Su Qingxue said with a cold face, "What are you still doing here?" Yi Fan immediately said, "Wife, stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll go out and take a look and come back. If anything happens, call me." "You? Where are you going?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. Could it be that this guy didn't come to apologize and wanted to go out to play at night? "I'll go see what's going on with the explosion. I'm mentally prepared," Yi Fan said. "Explosion?" Su Qingxue was even more confused. What explosion? It was the explosion just now. "Wife, don't worry, nothing will happen." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Su Qingxue stood in the room, feeling baffled. She closed the door in annoyance and subconsciously wanted to kick, but her toes just happened to hit the wall. Aya! Su Qingxue was in pain, and tears were about to come out. Dead Yi Fan, stinky Yi Fan, don't come back if you go. How could Yi Fan know that he had angered his wife again? He was just used to going to a place, so he had to grasp the situation of this place and prepare himself. After all, it was Big Barley. Although it was already late at night, there were still cars and people everywhere. Especially after the explosion, a large number of police cars rushed over, making the road even more lively. Many peddlers, commoners, and tourists began to flee in all directions, afraid that they would run into some terrorists. In order to avoid trouble, Yi Fan directly chose to jump and run from the top of some houses and the top of the walls. With his speed, most people wouldn't be able to see clearly that someone was running and would only think that they were seeing things. When Yi Fan was about to run to the site of the explosion, he saw a scene out of the corner of his eye that he had no choice but to pay attention to. 2 black BMW 7 Series cars were chasing a white Bentley on the road. Chapter 465. 0465. The key point was that inside the black BMW, there was a man in black holding a gun, constantly leaning out and shooting at the tires of the Bentley. Inside the Bentley, there was a burly man holding a submachine gun, continuously firing at the BMW. Yi Fan's experience told him that these 2 BMWs should be bodyguards, and the person in the white Bentley that they were protecting should have been hijacked. The Bentley had been modified to be bulletproof, and the guns of the bodyguards couldn't do much damage to it. The key point was that the Bentley's performance was outstanding, and the BMW couldn't catch up. The burly man's marksmanship was clearly better, and one of the BMWs had already been beaten to the point of smoking. Yifan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that tonight's explosion was not as simple as a terrorist attack. These 3 cars had come from the direction of the explosion. In other words, the cause of the explosion was this hijacking. Just as Yifan was hesitating about whether or not to help, the man in the Bentley rolled up his sleeves on one of his arms, and a tattoo caught Yifan's attention. Azura's Association. Yifan recognized that it was the emblem of a ferocious demon. It was the symbol of the Azura's Association. Before coming here, Xiao Linfuan had asked Yifan to help investigate the Dragon Souls traitor in order to better track down the Azura's Association. Now that the people of the Azura's Association were snatching people away, Yifan naturally had to follow them to see what was going on. However, Yifan didn't want to alert the enemy. If he killed the people from the Azura's Association, then the clues would be cut off. He might as well let them succeed in hijacking. Two. Under the barrage of the machine gun, a BMW finally couldn't take it anymore. It directly leaned to the side and slid out, knocking over another BMW as well. The bodyguards were injured and could no longer chase after him. They could only climb out of the car and beat their chests and stomp their feet. Although the Bentley was riddled with bullet marks, it was not a big deal. It continued to speed through 2 streets. At this moment, a large number of police cars had already rushed over, obviously intending to surround this group of bandits. However, the group of policemen didn't know that the 2 robbers in the Bentley had already gotten out of the car with a hostage when they were passing by a street corner on the way there. The bandit used a black hood to cover the hostage's head. The hostage seemed to be unconscious and was wearing a light brown coat. From the looks of it, he looked like a girl. The 2 bandits were white and burly. They wore night vision goggles and had pistols and grenades on their waists. They were well equipped. They opened the entrance of an underground sewer and directly carried the hostage into the sewer. All of this only took about 10 seconds, and the Bentley had only stopped for 5 or 6 seconds. Hence, the police didn't know that the person they were supposed to rescue was no longer in the Bentley. This group of bandits was really ruthless. After all, the guy who drove over was clearly going to be caught. At that time, he would probably commit suicide in exchange for his companion's escape. When Yifan saw all of this, he naturally wouldn't chase after the Bentley. He also jumped into the sewer, but he deliberately used very light footsteps to avoid being discovered by those guys. From a distance, Yifan used the sound to determine the direction and followed them for about 6 to 7 minutes. The 2 bandits carried the hostage to a manhole cover. After knocking on it, someone moved the manhole cover away. It was a dead end located behind a restaurant. There were some trash cans here, and the place was filled with a stench. The one who opened the manhole cover was a bearded white man in a chef's attire. "Did you succeed?" the bearded man asked. One of the yellow-haired bandits nodded. "As expected." "Very good. The transport car is ready. You guys put the hostage in the grocery car, then drive that car and follow the predetermined route. The police won't investigate you," Big Beard said. The 2 bandits hurriedly ran to a grocery van, stuffed the hostage into the back of the van, started the car, and drove out. The bearded chef watched as the car drove away, took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said, "Mr. Bruce, the hyena and the fox have already set off with the hostage. The rabbit has been sacrificed. He committed suicide and will not leave any clues. Yes, I will continue to stay in the restaurant and report to you at any time." After hanging up, the bearded man put away his phone. Just as he was about to turn around and put down the manhole cover, he suddenly discovered that a person was looking at him from behind with a smile that was not a smile. This person was naturally Yifan, who came from the sewers. "You, who are you?" the bearded man asked in surprise. Yifan asked in fluent enamel. "Bruce, who are you from the Azura's Association?" The bearded man's expression instantly changed a few times. A trace of killing intent flashed across his face, but he quickly concealed it, revealing a very innocent look. He smiled and said, Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Our restaurant has already closed. Li Fan Xian sighed. The license plate number of that grocery shopping car is DW 342 Fin. If I call the police now, they should be happy to check this car. What do you think? When the bearded man heard this, he revealed a nervous expression. He knelt on the ground and begged, Sir, please. I was forced. I really don't know. As the bearded man spoke, he was about to hug Yi Fan's thigh and cry, looking very pitiful. However, at this moment, the bearded man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing that he was close enough, he immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist and slashed at Yi Fan's leg. How could Yi Fan not see through his tricks? He kicked the bearded man's head in advance. The bearded man's neck twisted and he died in an instant. Yi Fan didn't expect to get too much out of him, and he wouldn't go and find out who that Bruce was, because there was a 99% chance that this was an alias or code name. What Yi Fan was more worried about was that this Azura's association actually had such an intelligence base in Barley. Didn't this mean that this organization was actually a worldwide organization, and not just aimed at China? Just what kind of person was this Azura King? This was not something that could be done with ordinary wealth and power. Yi Fan didn't stay any longer and quickly ran out. He jumped onto the tall building, and after seeing the car that was buying vegetables, he continued to chase after it. After driving for an hour, they arrived at a church far away from the center of Barley.